46-year-old female. Last year, I moved into my first house after living in an apartment for a few years. It was an older house in the neighborhood outside the city that I worked in. I really liked it a lot and was excited to have a front yard to plant flowers in and a back patio to sit out and enjoy nice days. As for the house itself, it had 2 floors and was a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. When I moved in, I saw my next-door neighbor outside in the front yard. He watched me move my stuff in as my parents and friend helped me. At one point, he offered to help us. The guy said his name was Jerry, and just came off as a little creepy to me. He was an older guy who, for whatever reason, just had a sort of scary look to him. We turned down his offer because we didn't need the help, and the guy went back on his front porch and just watched us the rest of the time. The next day, when I was all moved in, I was by myself in my living room watching TV. I then heard a knock coming from my front door. I looked at the clock and saw that it was almost midnight. I looked out my window then. I noticed Jerry was standing there. He was on my front step and then looked directly over to me and waved. I didn't know he could see me in the window, and I wasn't planning on answering the door this late, but after I knew he saw me, I figured I had to. I walked over to the door and opened it. Jerry asked me if I was having a good time watching TV. I told him I was just about to go to bed and asked him why he was knocking on my door so late. Jerry said he wanted to invite me over for dinner the next night as a welcoming to me for moving in. I really didn't want to and told him that I was busy the next night. At the time I wasn't, but I didn't want to go to his house. He seemed disappointed, but then said maybe another time. I said yes, maybe another time just to be nice, and then he walked away. I then turned off all my lights and went to bed. I couldn't help but feel creeped out by this guy. The fact that he knew that I was watching TV meant that he had looked through my window, and him knocking on my door at almost midnight was really weird. The next day, I went to work, and afterwards got food with one of my friends. I went home after that, and I would say it was about 7 p.m. or so when I arrived. When I got inside my house, I took off my shoes and began walking to my bedroom. Just then, I heard a noise coming from down the hall near the kitchen. There was definitely somebody inside my house. I heard the footsteps coming towards me in the hallway, and didn't want to stay there and wait to see who it was, so I ran back to my front door and didn't even bother putting my shoes back on. I ran outside and got to my car. Once I was inside my car, I backed out of the driveway. As I was starting to drive away, I saw my front door open in my house behind me. I saw Jerry exiting my house and sort of running back to his. I pulled over my car and called the police. I sat on the other side of the road and waited for them to arrive. When they did, they went to Jerry and confronted him. He admitted to breaking into my house and was caught. After that, I didn't have to worry about him anymore. A few months later, someone else moved in, and since then, it's been great. I used to live by myself in an apartment in the city. From just about the very day I moved in, strange things started happening. I think it was like my 3rd or 4th night there. I got a knock on my door at almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I opened it up and saw nobody there. I looked all around the hall, but there wasn't anybody in sight. Then, the next day, I saw on the floor outside my door was just a cover page of a magazine. The guy in the front of the magazine had his eyes poked out, and there was a large X over his face. I was confused and figured maybe there was a kid pranking me or something like that. Over the next few weeks, things like this continued to happen. Sometimes I would hear knocks coming from the other side of my wall in the living room. Other times I would get knocks on my front door or other weird types of mail showing up on my front step, things that I didn't ask for. During the day, I would occasionally see people coming or going from their apartments. The guy that lived next door to me was a younger looking adult and seemed like just an average guy. One day as I was leaving though, I thought I saw him approaching my door, and when I stepped outside, he quickly walked back inside of his room and slammed the door when he saw me. I noticed that he appeared to be holding a magazine or something like that in his hand, and based on the evidence, I thought he might be behind the things that were happening. I wanted to get to the bottom of it, so I decided to go to his apartment and confront him. I wouldn't do it if I wasn't sure that he was behind it, but at the time I was about 90% sure. I was nervous, but I was tired of the weird things happening and wanted them to stop, so the next day I went over there. I knocked on his door, and he answered it looking sort of confused. The guy had sort of curly hair and glasses, and he asked what I wanted. I told the man that I was his next-door neighbor and pointed to my room. The guy said, "Yeah, I know." I told him how strange things were happening to me, and some of the noises that I was hearing sounded like they were coming from his room. I then mentioned how I had seen him look like he was about to put something in my front step. The man completely denied everything. I asked him if someone else lived with him who was maybe responsible. The man told me that he lived in his apartment by himself and had lived there for several years and didn't appreciate me accusing him of this stuff. He then suggested maybe I was just going crazy and then slammed the door in my face. I was pretty disappointed on how it went talking to him, and I went back to my apartment feeling pretty embarrassed. I realized, though, that it wasn't a very good plan that I had to confront the guy. After that, the strange things kept continuing. I got a few more random pieces of paper at my front step, some with red X's on them, others with curse words probably directed at me. Then one night, I got a knock on my door very late at night, and of course nobody was there. Then, a few minutes later, I heard a distinct knocking coming from the other side of my wall that was 100% coming from the man's apartment. I was so angry that I stormed over and started pounding on his door. I kept knocking on the door and yelled for him to open up, but the man wouldn't answer. A few minutes later, the door across the hall opened, and I saw a woman who was wearing pajamas come out. She looked like she had just woken up, and she asked me what I was doing. I explained the situation to her, and she told me that the guy who lives there's name was Mike, and he had left the day before and was out of town for a week. When I heard this, I didn't know what to do. I felt bad for waking the woman up. I told her sorry, then went back to my apartment and went to bed. I decided after that to just move out. I stayed there for a few more weeks. The strange things happened up until about a week before I moved, and it stopped. I'm glad I don't live there anymore because it was very weird. I used to work as a delivery driver for Domino's a couple of years ago. I had the job for 3 months total, and at first, I didn't mind it. I should mention that I'm a female and was about 20 at the time. One night, I delivered a pizza to this one guy's house. He had brown hair and was sort of short. I remember that he was really friendly to me and actually invited me inside. Of course, I said no and accepted his tip and then left. About a week later, I delivered to his house again. He was once again super friendly and basically started a conversation with me that lasted a few minutes. The guy came across as a little bit creepy, to be honest. Overall, it didn't bother me too much though. However, only a few days later, I once again delivered to him. I guessed that he just loved to order pizza and also happened to be creepy, but the next night, I was told that he ordered a pizza and requested me to be the delivery driver. I didn't really want to deliver to him, but I did. This time, he invited me inside again, and when I said no, he asked a second time. It seemed as though he was not getting the hint, and he was being really weird. After that, I left. The next night that I worked, the same thing happened. He ordered a pizza and asked that I delivered it. I said that I really didn't want to deliver there anymore, and we had somebody else go. The guy tried again the next time I worked as well. I was told by my boss that this guy had actually called a couple of times on nights that I wasn't working, asking if I was in, and when told that I wasn't, he hung up. Now, I knew this guy just didn't happen to love pizza. He seemed to want me to keep going to his house. Not long after this, the guy followed me on Instagram. I don't know how he found me, but he did. I guess it probably isn't all that difficult. He sent me a direct message saying hi and asking why I wouldn't deliver pizzas to his house anymore. I didn't need to respond to him, and I just blocked his account. This didn't stop him though. He actually texted me on my cell phone. At first, I didn't know it was him, but soon enough, I could tell. He started out saying, "Hi, how are you?" I asked who it was, and he said, "You know." I really didn't. He then asked me to come over to his house and go inside this time instead of running back to the pizza place. I knew it was him then, and I texted him that if he didn't leave me alone, I would go to the police immediately. He then started to apologize and asked me not to go to the police. I just blocked the number at that point. I fully expected him to try something else, and I would go to the police if he did, but I actually didn't hear from the man after that. Thankfully, I haven't since. Last year, I got an Airbnb in the woods. It was a cabin, and I was considering getting a cabin myself. I went for a weekend trip and rented the place for 2 nights. It was very far north from where I lived, but I knew the area pretty well. There were some lakes very close by, and it was mainly just cabins and wildlife in the general area. The cabins in the area were very far apart from each other. It was very secluded and a great place to get away from everything. The cabin that I stayed in did have electricity and running water, and was a decent size for a cabin. There was a living room, kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. If I ended up owning a cabin, I would have wanted it to be very similar. The very first night, I was cooking something in the kitchen and heard a noise from the other room. There was somebody seemingly knocking on the back door. It was pretty strange to say the least. I stopped what I was doing and walked over to check it out. When I got there, though, nobody was there. I was sure that I had heard somebody knocking, but I started to question myself. Perhaps I hadn't heard somebody knocking. It wasn't really that loud, and there had been some noise from me cooking. Maybe something else behind the cabin made some noise. The land around there was mostly just woods. There were really no reason for anybody else to be over here anyways. It could have possibly been an animal. I figured it was nothing and went back to cooking, and everything went well for the next hour or so. But that's when I heard it again. By now, I was in the living room, so all I had to do was look over. The back door where it was coming from was only like 15 feet away from me, but when I looked, I couldn't really see anything because of how dark it was outside. I got up and then walked over to the door. That's when I was sure that for a second, I saw somebody running away. I couldn't tell who they were or anything. I couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman, just that somebody was running off. I opened up the door slightly and heard whoever it was now running through the woods, but I couldn't see them at all. The trees and leaves rustled as the person got deeper in. Somebody was messing with me or something. I had no clue who would do this or why, though. This was an Airbnb in basically the middle of the woods, far away from anyone else. I was pretty creeped out now. I made sure that the doors were locked and stuff. After a while of nothing happening that night, though, I went to bed. I got to sleep just fine, but woke up sometime in the night. What woke me up was the sound of somebody screaming. They weren't saying anything, but just screaming. It sounded like once again they were behind the cabin. It was extremely loud, and I got up to walk closer to it. When I got to the back door, it sounded like the person was less than 10 feet away. I carefully looked outside. When I was looking out the window, at first I saw nothing at all. The noise was coming from to the right, but I couldn't see them from where I was. As I was looking out still, just a few seconds later, the person suddenly came right into my sight. They walked right up to the back door. It was an insane-looking man. His eyes were really wide as he came right up to the door and then knocked on it. Then he kept screaming. I jumped back and got my phone and called for the police. Then I went into the bedroom and tried to ignore it. The police would take a while to get there because of where we were. The man stopped and seemed to go back into the woods about 10 minutes later, and then the police got there about another 10 minutes after that. By then, the man was gone, and I could just tell the police what had happened. They looked around a little bit, but I'm not sure where the guy went. I ended up leaving the next morning, but luckily, the guy didn't come back in the time that I was there.
Roughly 10 years ago, when I was in high school, I had just gotten my first job and went to the bank with my mother to open up a bank account. We went one day after school and met with someone who worked at the bank. We sat at a table with them, and they helped us open the account and explain stuff to us. I didn't understand a whole lot, but I knew that my mom was also going to have access to my account, so she was asking them a lot of questions and things like that. When we were all talking about this, I looked around the bank and noticed a man walk inside and then go to the side wall and just kind of stand there. I was trying to pay attention to my mom and the bank worker, but their conversation was really boring for me as I was a 15-year-old kid. For some reason, I don't know why, my eyes kept wandering all over the bank, and I kept looking at the man who was just standing there. I made eye contact with him a few times. I didn't really know what he was doing, but I also didn't really care. Finally, after probably 30 minutes, my account was opened and my mother and I said goodbye to the woman who had helped us. Then we left. Later that night, back at home, as I was finishing my homework in the living room, my parents were watching a show on TV and I was sort of half paying attention to it. When the show ended, the local news came on. couple of minutes into it, they said that a bank had been robbed earlier. When we saw it, it was the same bank that my mother and I had been to. I heard my mother say, "Wow." Then I heard that the man had robbed the bank of over $15,000 and had gotten away. They showed his picture from the security camera footage of the bank, and I could see that it was the same guy I saw in the bank. He had robbed the bank only minutes after my mother and I had left. I talked with my parents for a while about it, and the next day we heard that the man was actually caught. It's really scary to think how we just narrowly avoided him.
This story happened 5 years ago. I have my own house and live sort of out there. I don't get many people at my front door. So one day as I was having some morning coffee, I heard the sound of my doorbell ring. I was slightly surprised by this, so I walked over and looked out the window. It looked to be one of those door-to-door salesmen or something like that. The guy wore a jacket and had a sort of clipboard with a pen in his hand. As I looked out the window, he noticed me and gave a friendly wave. I decided to go to the door and answer it, and just tell him that whatever he was selling, I was not interested in. I opened the door and greeted him. He said hi and complimented me on my house. I said thanks, but anything he was offering, I really wasn't interested in. Then I saw 3 men appear out of the side of the house that I couldn't see from my angle. They all started running towards me, and I tried to slam the door shut, but the salesman guy stuck himself in the way. And before I knew it, there were 4 guys in my house with me. One of them grabbed me by the arms, and another one told me that they needed some things, and I was going to wait in my room until they got it. They then stated that if I had enough valuables for them, they wouldn't hurt me. Now, I had a few valuable things in my house, but I didn't know what they wanted, and the thought of them hurting me made me want to get away. One of the men began to lead me down the hallway, and as he did, he gripped onto my right arm. The other men started to walk around the house in all different directions. I had an idea, and I knew it was a big risk, but I guess I just had a rush of adrenaline in the moment. As soon as we were passing by the bathroom in the hallway, I tugged away as fast as I could and broke free from the man's grip. I then got into the bathroom and slammed the door shut and locked it as quick as I could. The man was really close to getting in, but I think he was a little caught off guard by my actions. I knew he was going to try to break the door down, and I heard him try as soon as he realized the door was locked. The guy was pretty big, so I didn't doubt that he would be able to knock the door down before long. So I quickly opened up the bathroom window as fast as I could. It took me a little while, probably about 30 seconds, but once I did, I was able to just barely squeeze out the window and get outside. Once I was outside, I began to run as fast as I could towards the neighbor's house. It took me a while to get there, and I'm pretty sure one of the men went out of the house to chase me, because I heard running in the backyard, but I sure didn't stop to look. I finally got to the front door of one of my neighbors and knocked on it as loud as I could and fast. I looked around but didn't see anybody coming after me at the moment. They opened the door after a little while, and I told them what was going on. My neighbor Margaret let me stay inside her house, and I called the police. They arrived a short time later, but by then, all the men were gone. When I got back to my house, it was a huge mess. They hadn't really stolen anything, but more so vandalized the place, breaking lots of things and just overall causing a huge mess. I had to use my insurance, but at the end of the day, I was just happy to be all right. This is something that happened a few years ago when I went to Safeway. It was nighttime. I don't remember exactly what time, but a little bit later. I stopped there just to get a few things. After parking my car, I went to walk inside the store. There was a man standing a few feet away from the entrance door. He was wearing a winter jacket and a winter hat, and when I passed by him, he asked me if I had a cigarette. I told him no, I did not, and I kept walking. At the time, I didn't really think much of it. So after I entered the store, things were very quiet inside. Not that many other people were there, and I went directly to what I needed. I didn't even have to get a cart or a basket. I only spent about 5 minutes shopping, and then headed back to the front. There, I paid for my items, and then went to leave. I walked to the exit, and then, as I was about to leave, I saw the man again. I was in the little area that grocery stores have before you exit, There's a few vending machines and things like that. The man was standing around in that area, and when I started to pass him by, he asked me once more if I had a cigarette. I guess he had forgot that I already talked to him just 5 minutes before and had told him no. Once again, I said no to the man, and he then asked me if he could have $5. I said sorry but no, and I kept walking. But as soon as I made it out of the store, the man left right after I did. I figured that he was just walking back around to the spot that he had been at before, but the farther that I walked through the parking lot, I could still hear him a ways back. I soon got all the way out to my car, and the guy was about 30 feet behind me. I stood outside of my vehicle and turned around to face the man. There he stopped and just stood there, facing me. There were no other cars nearby that he might be going to. Clearly, he had been following me out for some reason. I said, "Can I help you?" The man said, "Yes. Give me all your money." I chuckled, not thinking that he was serious, but he didn't laugh at all. I asked him if he was serious, and he nodded his head without smiling or anything. I started to feel very nervous at that point. I unlocked my car and tried to get inside of it as fast as I possibly could. As soon as I moved, the guy started sprinting towards me. I locked my doors and started my engine. By that time, the man reached me. He first tried opening my door and then got one whack at my window. By then, I was able to start driving away. I left the parking lot as quickly as I possibly could, leaving the man standing there. When I made it out, I called the police and told them what happened. I felt lucky that I was able to make it away from the guy. After that experience, I was nervous to go shopping by myself for a while. I still rarely go at night. When I do, I always try to park in a well-lit area or as close to the store as I can. I've been living in my neighborhood for a little bit over 2 years now. This is something that happened last year. I live by myself, and since I moved in, I've gotten to know a few of my neighbors. It's a standard neighborhood with many houses, and most of the neighbors are very friendly. I enjoy talking with them when I can. So one time, I got home from work in the late afternoon, and then went to the end of my driveway to get the mail. As I was doing that, I saw my neighbor Darian was outside. He's a very friendly guy, and he waved to me. I wanted to talk to him because I hadn't in a while, so I started walking over. Darian lives across the street from me and probably 3 doors down. We got to talking, and between the two of us, we're quite the talkers. Our conversation lasted for quite a bit longer than I thought it would. We probably ended up talking for almost an hour, to be honest. It was a good time, though, and we were standing a few feet into his yard the entire time. Now, a couple of cars had drove by while we were talking, but I didn't even really notice them. Mostly our street was quiet, but occasionally people would drive by here and there. The sun had also set in the time that we had been talking, and it was now dark out. Finally, we said goodbye to each other, and I headed back over to my house, and Darian headed inside. As I was walking to my house, I was almost at the end of my driveway when I noticed that somebody was actually at my front door. This was sort of weird. It was a man who was just wearing like a sweatshirt and jeans. He didn't seem like any kind of a salesman. Plus, it was dark out. I thought about just walking up and asking him who he was, but for some reason, I just stood there. I wanted to see if the guy would walk away. The guy looked like maybe he had been knocking at my door. After maybe 30 seconds or so, he left my front step. But he didn't even turn around. He immediately went into my front yard and then around to the side of the house. He then disappeared behind it, almost in my backyard. In fact, that's where it looked like he was going. Now, this was pretty suspicious to me. I walked up and then went inside my house through the front door. I had thought about going around to the back, but decided not to. Once I was inside, I went towards the back of the house to look out the windows that led to the backyard. When I did not see the guy. Everything in the backyard seemed quiet and normal. I'd looked through multiple windows, in fact, and didn't see anything. I figured that the guy just left through someone else's backyard or something. It was a little weird, but it didn't look like he was still here. Then I went around to the living room and turned on the TV. I sat on the couch, but only like a minute later, I suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking. It was coming from the back of my house. I quickly got up and ran out of the room and upstairs to my bedroom. As I was doing this, I just barely heard somebody entering my house. I got into my bedroom and then locked the door behind me. I couldn't believe what was happening. Then, whoever was inside my house, who I was assuming was the guy I had seen at my front step, started walking closer. He made his way into the living room and was getting near the stairs. That's when I yelled as loud as I could that I had a weapon and I was not afraid to use it. I also yelled that I had already called the police. I was just desperate to try to get this guy out of here. Then I actually did call the police. At first, I didn't think that I scared the guy off at all. While he didn't come upstairs, I did hear him downstairs for a while. But soon, things became silent. I stopped hearing him moving around at all. And not long after, I heard sirens. The police got there, and I was finally able to leave my bedroom. A search was done everywhere inside my house, but the man was gone. They also searched all outside, but he wasn't there either. He did mess up my house quite a bit though, and stole several items. I was upset about that, but overall just happy to be okay. The man ended up being located not too long after that, and some of my items were recovered, but I still had to get my window replaced. This remains one of the scariest things to ever happen to me.
I used to work at Toys R Us years ago when I was younger. At the time, I was in high school, and I worked there my senior year through the summer after graduating high school. This story takes place on one night, just like any other. It was a weeknight, and after we closed, I would occasionally stay after to help straighten up the store. It was maybe 30 minutes or so after we had closed, and I only worked for about another 20. I was pretty much just ready to go home. I was reorganizing some of the remote control cars on the shelf, which were a little bit out of order. As I was doing so, I thought I started to hear like a whisper. Now, I was the only person in this particular area of the store, and I knew that. There were only 2 other people working, and they were both at the front end of the store. As I kept working, I heard it again, but louder. It sounded for sure as if somebody was whispering from somewhere. I couldn't quite put my finger on where it was coming from. I called out, "Who's there?" I asked. I heard a whisper of somebody going, "Shh." It really freaked me out. None of my coworkers would do something like that. I knew them pretty well. Plus, even if they were, I couldn't tell where this noise was coming from. It was a pretty big store with lots of aisles and displays, but I knew they had to be close based on the whisper. "Who are you and what are you doing?" I asked in a serious tone. I heard a very quiet laugh, and then someone said, "Over here," in a sort of half whisper. This gave me more of an indication of the direction that it was coming from. I looked over in that direction, but I still didn't see anyone. I kept on looking there. My eyes were drawn to that area, as if I knew that somebody was there someplace. And then, I noticed it. We had one of those small model houses that little kids can play in, and it was on display. I saw through one of the windows somebody was looking back at me. It was a crazy-looking man. When we made eye contact, I heard him whisper for me to come over to him. Instead, I ran in the opposite direction to try and get as far away from him as I could. I sprinted to the front end of the store where my coworkers were. When I got there, they saw how distraught I was and asked me what was going on. When I told them what had happened, they both went to look, but when we went back there, we couldn't find the man. He had left the house, and after calling out to him, and even using the store speakers, we couldn't find him or get him to leave. Eventually, we had to call the police. After they showed up, they found the man hiding in one of the back corners of the store.
During my college years, I worked in a movie theater. It was a theater about 5 miles from my house, and I'd work mostly on nights and weekends. This particular story is from a weeknight that I was working on a closing shift. The theater closed 20 minutes after the last movie of the night started. I remember that it was pretty quiet with it being a weeknight, and there were maybe 15 or so people in the last movie. When it started, there were 4 of us working, and then it went down to 2, me and my coworker George. We turned off some of the lights, but kept the concessions open. The movie was about 10 minutes in, and when it was almost time to close up, I saw a man walk in the front door. To be quite honest, he sort of looked homeless. He had a small backpack and dirty, wrinkly clothes with messy hair. He walked in and sat in one of the chairs in the lobby area. I started to clean up a little bit behind the concessions counter where I was working, and George was a little ways over at the ticket counter. 10 minutes later, it was time to lock up. The guy was still sitting there in the lobby as I locked the front door to the theater. I thought about telling him to leave, but he really didn't have to leave until the movie ended. After locking the doors, I returned to the counter and then saw somebody approaching from the hallway of the auditoriums. It was a customer looking to buy some popcorn, and I helped him. When I was done, I noticed that the man in the lobby was gone. I hadn't seen him leave or anything because I was busy, and I stayed behind the counter for a little while longer in case anybody else wanted to get some food. After several minutes of nothing, I decided to get a start on cleaning, and I went to the hallway to start. I left the counter and walked over to the hallway where the auditoriums were. It was pretty long and all carpeted. I was going to change out the garbages, not near where the movie was going on, but as soon as I got out into the hallway, I saw the same guy who had been sitting in the lobby. He was at the far end of the hallway, and was going near the movie that was in progress. I knew he didn't have a ticket, and I walked over to the man to tell him that he couldn't be back here. I asked him what he was doing, but he didn't answer me. The guy completely ignored me and walked right past me and down the hallway to the other theaters. He kept walking and then went inside the men's bathroom. I wasn't quite sure what to do. I ended up changing the garbages that I had planned to, but I also kept my eye on the bathrooms if the man left. He stayed in there the entire time that I was over there, and I went back to the front lobby to tell George about the guy. George was a little bit concerned, but suggested that we wait and hope the guy leaves. I went back down to check the hallways periodically and never saw the man. Eventually, the last movie ended. It was almost midnight by now. The people that were at the movies all left within 10 minutes of the movie ending. At that point, it was just us in the theater and the guy in the bathroom. I decided to go and approach the bathroom and shout inside asking if anybody was in there and announcing that the theater was closing. When I did, nobody answered me. I thought maybe the man actually had left, and I started to feel a little bit better. I began to walk in, but right after I took my first step, I heard the man yell. He shouted at me in an extremely loud and aggressive tone that if I came in there, I was dead. I stopped and left without going inside. George came over and yelled in, asking why the man was acting that way, but the guy wouldn't answer him. We eventually told the guy that if he wouldn't leave, we were going to call the police. The guy didn't respond to that either, so that's exactly what we did. The police came within 10 minutes, and George and I finished our work and were ready to go home. They had to go in the bathroom to get the guy to leave. However, we were told that when the police entered the bathroom, the guy had broken off a part of one of the soap dispensers and was trying to use it as a weapon. I'm really glad I didn't go inside that bathroom, because I almost did. I used to work as a forest ranger in the Northwest a couple of years ago. I worked in an area with tons and tons of dense woods and several campsites and parks nearby as well. One night, probably around midnight, I was driving my truck down one of the quiet roads surrounded by woods when I noticed something on the road up ahead. As I got closer, I saw it was a man standing barely on the road and waving his arms over his head. I slowed down my vehicle, and as I approached the man, I saw him start pointing down into the woods. You really couldn't see more than a foot or so in the woods because of how dense it was this time of year, and with it being nighttime. As soon as I pulled over to the side of the road, I didn't even have time to get out of my truck before the man took off running into the woods. I was a little taken back by this, and I figured the man was in some kind of trouble. I got out my flashlight and looked to where the man had entered the woods. It wasn't a real path, but the brush and trees had been moved back in a way that it made a path through all the trees going deeper into the woods. I could see the man moving through the woods, and I called out to him if he needed help. The man yelled back to me that I had to come quick, and then he said something that sounded like his friend needed help, although I didn't really hear him very well. I followed quickly with tree branches and brush hitting me in the face and body as I did. I walked back for probably a minute or two before I completely lost sight of the man. He seemed to go off into a clearing of some sort. When I arrived at the clearing, I saw there was about 20 feet of open space. The grass in the area had been flattened a little. I shined my flashlight around this otherwise completely dark woods, expecting to see the man. However, after shining the light in all directions, I didn't see him. I scanned all over in the thick woods. I didn't see the man at all, so I stopped and listened. There was just silence. Then I started hearing noise in the woods behind me to where the path I came from was. I turned around and barely saw what appeared to be someone dodge the beam of my light and go deeper into the woods. I then heard more movements on the complete other side of the woods and flashed my light to see at least 2 people dart in different directions deeper into the woods. I announced myself as a forest ranger in a loud voice and told them whoever was there to come out. Instead, I just heard movements going farther away in all different directions. I got a bad feeling about the situation and figured it would be best for me to go back to my truck and get the local police department involved. I walked rather quickly back through the path and finally got back to my truck, which was still parked on the side of the road. I got inside and reported the situation. Then I waited until several units arrived. When they got there, we talked briefly. I drove down the road to inspect the rest of the area. About a mile or so down the road, I came across a car that was parked on the side, but it was more like off the road and was kind of sticking out of the woods. I went around and saw that there was nobody in the car, and it seemed to be abandoned. I called out asking if anybody was nearby, but I got no response. The plates of the car ended up being run, and it turned out to be a stolen vehicle. Nobody really turned up anything that night, and after that, the investigation fell out of my hands.
Last year, I was asked to watch my sister's kids while she went out of town for a few days. I'm a female and I'm in college, so I was home for the summer, and obviously I said yes. My sister is 7 years older than I am and has twin boys who are now 5, but were 4 years old at the time. It was just going to be 3 or 4 days, but I was still really nervous to watch them all by myself because I figured not 1, but 2 4-year-olds would be really challenging. At first, it was, but I spent some time with them before my sister left, taking care of them a little bit so I could get used to it. Obviously, I'd seen them many times before, but I never had to actually take care of them. When my sister left, I did have to call her a couple of times with small questions, but for the most part, everything was going good. My sister and her husband have a 2-story house, with all of the bedrooms being upstairs, and I would be staying in one of them. The twins share a bedroom right next door to the master bedroom. Then there was a guest bedroom that I would be in. Most nights, I would try to have the twins in bed by like 8 or 9 p.m. On the second night, the twins seemed to have a lot of energy. They played with their toys and ran around the living room until it was time for bed. It took a little bit of effort, but I was finally able to get them both upstairs and in bed by about 9 o'clock. I went downstairs after that because I wasn't tired at all. I was hanging out in the living room when about an hour later, I started to hear noises coming from upstairs. I figured one of the twins, or both of them, were awake and playing around in their bedroom. I went upstairs to tell them that they needed to go back to bed. When I got upstairs, though, I went into the twins' bedroom to see them both fast asleep in their beds. This was confusing me. Were they playing a trick on me? I shut the door and started walking back downstairs, but then I heard more noises again. I stopped. The noises weren't coming from the twins' bedroom, though. They were coming from the master bedroom. Who on earth could possibly be in there? I had a terrible feeling about it and didn't even think about opening the door. Instead, I ran back into the twins' bedroom and shut the door. Thank goodness they had a lock on their bedroom door. I saw that the twins were still asleep, and I stayed by the bedroom door and listened. Things were silent for a minute, and then I heard noises again coming from the master bedroom. Then I heard footsteps leaving the bedroom and getting closer. They walked down the hall to seemingly go downstairs. I hoped this meant whoever was in the house was leaving, and I decided to call the police. I felt comfortable actually speaking now that the person was downstairs, and I dialed 911 and told them what was going on. They said an officer would be out there shortly. I hoped and was sort of expecting whoever was in the house to leave, and I listened close to hear the sound of the front door opening or closing. As I waited, though, I didn't hear it. Instead, I heard footsteps coming back up the stairs again. My heart started to beat faster and faster. The footsteps were slowly getting closer. Then, they arrived just outside the bedroom door that I was in. I held my breath and closed my eyes. Whoever was on the other side of the door then tried opening it. The doorknob turned, but stopped. Then I heard footsteps walking back into the master bedroom that was next door again. I was still standing there, trying not to make any kind of sounds at all. Whoever was there stayed in the master bedroom for maybe 30 seconds, if I had to guess. Then they came back out into the hallway and stood right outside the bedroom that I was in. I felt like they knew I was in there. Still, I tried my best to be quiet and not make a sound. Then I heard the sound of sirens. They were coming from down the street and were very quickly getting louder and louder. I heard the footsteps now moving away and go back downstairs. The police were there and in the house within a minute. To my surprise, they caught the intruder, which happened to be a man that lived nearby, I guess. It ended up being a long night, but everything turned out fine. I was just happy that the twins and I were okay. This happened back when I was in high school. At the time, I think I was like 15, and most of my free time away from school was me either playing video games or hanging out with my friends. I had a pretty good number of friends at school, and would hang out with them all pretty frequently. I remember that one day, I was with my friends Jake, Sam, and Jordan. We all lived in the same city and could walk to each other's houses. We had been at Sam's house, who lived the farthest away from me, and also within walking distance of our houses there was a shopping center with stores and restaurants. It was summer, so we all had a lot of free time. I don't remember exactly why, but I do remember at nighttime one day, we went to one of the stores in the area and a few of us got some snacks and things like that. When we left, we had to walk across basically the entire shopping area to get back to the neighborhood that Sam's house was in. We crossed on one of the streets at the crosswalk, and then, instead of going back the way we came, Sam suggested that we take a shortcut through the parking lot of the old Toys R Us. This Toys R Us was closed and abandoned. It had closed the previous summer. The building was on the side of the shopping center, and going through its large parking lot led to a small woods that then went to Sam's neighborhood. It was a good idea, even though we had to cut through the woods, as well as the very dimly lit parking lot. We walked through the parking lot, and Jordan got curious and began to peek inside the doors of the old Toys R Us. I followed him, and we both looked inside. He really couldn't see much, but from what I did see, it looked mostly empty and dark. However, there appeared to be a small light coming from somewhere inside, towards the back, mostly out of sight. It was as if one of the lights was on. It was interesting and sort of creepy to see the old abandoned Toys R Us like that. I had memories of going there when I was younger, and I'm sure all my friends did as well. After looking around for a few seconds, we backed off and decided to continue heading home. We moved past the building to the side of it, where there was a small side parking lot and then the woods. As we approached the entrance of the woods, we all froze when we heard a noise. It sounded like an animal, or maybe a person, was in the woods about 50 feet down. Then, we saw the Toys R Us giraffe, or a person dressed in the old Toys R Us giraffe costume. It was an extremely creepy sight to see coming out of the woods at that time of night. He looked directly at us and just stood there. I'm pretty sure none of us were able to move from the shock of the situation that we were in. Then, the giraffe started to slowly move forward, all while looking at us the entire time. Before we knew it, the walk turned into a really strange-looking run. The giraffe was now chasing us. All of us bolted for the woods and ran for our lives. We didn't stop until we had made it out the other side and into the quiet streets of Sam's neighborhood. Once we had made it there, we all scrambled to find each other, and then continued at a fast pace all the way to Sam's house, which was another 3 blocks away or so. After getting back, we told Sam's parents what we had witnessed, but they didn't seem too concerned about it, and looking back, if I was them, I probably wouldn't have been either. But years later, it's still one of the more creepy memories that I have. Why was there someone dressed as a Toys R Us mascot outside when they had been closed for almost a year? Maybe it was some guy trying to scare people, but I'll never forget it. Last month, I quit my job of working as a security guard for a hotel. I've gotten another job that I like much better since. The security guard position was overall not for me, but I'm happy that I gave it a try. All in all, I worked for a total of 4.5 months, and all of it was at a pretty nice hotel in downtown of the city I live in. The area of the city that the hotel is in borders a not-so-nice area and a nicer area. I mainly sat inside the front lobby of the hotel and helped out with any concerns they had, and also made sure everything was in order. One night, a little over a month ago, I was inside the hotel near the front door. The lobby area is pretty big, and there really wasn't anybody else around anymore at this time. I had a walkie on my belt, which I could use to communicate with hotel staff or any other security that was working on the premises. I heard somebody say my name on the walkie, and I picked it up off my side and responded for them to go ahead. I was told to switch to channel 4 on the walkie, and when I did, I was told that there was a situation to be investigated at the west side of the building. When I heard this, I didn't have a very good feeling about it. The west side of the building was a dark alley between the side of the hotel and the building next to us. It really wasn't used for much, and I really didn't know what to expect going out there. I left the front entrance of the hotel and walked around to the side where the alley was. It was crazy how much darker and quieter it was from the street when you got out there. I walked on the side of it, but I wasn't noticing anything. I went past some of the dumpsters that were near the side doors and farther down. Nothing was over there. I walked all around to the back side of the building where there was another alley area. Then I took a few more steps back. I
took out my walkie and said that I didn't see anything at all. There was a response of someone saying to come around to the back. I began walking over to the back, but as I did, I thought about how weird this was. I didn't even know or recognize the voice who was talking to me. It seemed suspicious. I got to the end of the building and looked around to the back. When I was there, I looked around again. I still didn't see anything except for a car that was parked alongside the alley a little ways down. Its lights were off, but then I noticed somebody was inside of it. When I was looking at the car, all of a sudden it started pulling forward closer to me. I didn't even know that it was on. I took out my radio and asked who had been calling me over here. On the other end, I heard laughing, and a creepy laugh. Then the car started driving closer to me. As it was getting closer, I noticed one of the back doors starting to open. I just turned and started running all the way back to the other side of the building. The car turned too and followed me down the alley. I ran faster all the way to the front and then back inside the hotel. I didn't look back, but it felt like I barely made it out front before the car had reached me. The car then sped off into another direction. When I got back inside the hotel, I asked other staff members if they knew who had been calling me on the walkie, but nobody did. This was truly a scary experience for me, and I quit not too long after.
I used to work at a bank several years ago. I was a bank teller and would work behind the counter and help customers. The bank was old and I would say average sized. It was near a shopping center and not right in the city or anything like that. I held this job for roughly a year before moving on. Overall, it was kind of boring, but one day was anything but boring. It was a pretty typical weekday, and like most days, we weren't too busy. It was about 10 a.m., and I was the only one behind the counter when a man walked in. There were no other customers inside at the moment, so I noticed right away. The man had very short dark hair and seemed to be on the shorter side. He walked directly up to the counter. He was wearing a gray hoodie, and as he got up to the counter, he put his hand into his pocket. I could see there was something inside of it, and the man pointed to it and told me that he had a gun and this was a robbery. I was shocked at first. I had always heard stories of bank robberies, but even working as a bank teller, I never really worried about it or thought that it would happen to me. The man asked me for $10,000 in cash. I turned around to get the money. I turned back around to ask the man what kind of bills he wanted in, but when I looked, I didn't see him. I walked back to the end of the counter, and he was nowhere to be seen. I was shaking from the confrontation, and my heart was pounding. I was now extremely confused. I walked back behind the counter and found Tom, who was my boss. I told him what had happened. He came out from his office and looked around the whole bank. The man was not there at all. The bank got temporarily closed down, and the police were called to search. They were all around the property for a while, but they didn't find the man. I started to feel dumb about it, but I knew it wasn't my imagination. We went to check the security camera footage after that, and found that in the exact time where the man walked in, it cut out for some reason. It was extremely confusing to us all. I took a few days off after that. I didn't work there much longer, and I still wonder about it to this day what happened.
I used to work at a smaller grocery store. I worked there for several years, from the time I was a senior in high school all the way through college. The entire time I was there, I was just part-time. I got to know just about all the other employees though. We only had probably 10 to 15 total employees at once, because the store really wasn't that big. It had just 3 check lanes, and it would never get all that busy. The store was located on the edge between a residential area and a more commercial area. I liked working there because it was calm compared to the busier and more popular grocery stores. There were also a lot of regular customers, and I would get to know some of them. I was mostly just a cashier when I worked there. There was one terrifying experience that happened that I will never forget though. I was working from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., which was also the time that we closed. It was a quiet night. Things were normal for the most part until sometime after 8 o'clock. By that point, it was just myself and one other coworker, a girl named Amanda. She was working in the back room of the store at the time, organizing things. Sometime after 8:30, a man entered the store. At that point, no other customers were inside. Soon, he went out of my sight. Some time went by, and I didn't see or hear the man at all. Nobody else came in either. It wasn't unusual, but we were closing soon, so I was kind of hoping that the guy would hurry up. I announced that we would be closing in 15 minutes at 8:45. Still saw no sign of him. When 9 o'clock hit, he was still nowhere to be seen. I made the announcement that we were closed with no luck. From where I was, I really couldn't see a lot of the store, just the immediate area and part of the nearby aisles. After a few minutes, I decided that I should go find the guy and let him know that he had to stop shopping now. I also wondered where Amanda was. Usually, when we closed, she would come out of the back room and we would leave together. She must have been finishing up. So I got up from my check lane and started to walk through the aisles. I hadn't seen a sign of the guy since he entered the store, really. I hadn't heard anything either. It didn't take me very long to look through most of the aisles because the store wasn't all that big. But when I had made it towards the back, I still hadn't seen the guy at all. I thought maybe he left without me noticing. I just know that I would have noticed though. The only entrance/exit to the store was to my right from the check lanes, and I would have heard the doors opening. I knew he was still in here. Wherever he was though, I couldn't tell. I decided to go to the back room of the store to get Amanda. Then we could both look. The back room of the store was pretty typical, and it ran along the entire back side of the store. We kept extra products there, and that's also where we would get all of our deliveries. I walked closer to the door, and when I was maybe 10 feet away from it, I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. I stopped and took my phone out. I saw that I had a text from Amanda. It said, "Get out of the store." I was confused when I read this, but before I could respond, I got another text. This one was also from Amanda and said, "A man came into the back room and tried to attack me. I left, but he's still inside." I looked at the door to the back room, just 10 feet away. Then I turned around and sprinted for the front of the store. I went out the exit, got outside, and ran for my car. When I made it inside, I called Amanda. She told me that she had called the police already and they were on the way. I waited inside my car for about 5 minutes until they showed up. Then I watched them enter the store. About 10 minutes later, they left with the man. He had still been in there and was hiding in the back room. I had never seen him before that day, and I didn't know why he came to our store or what exactly his intentions were. But after he went in the back room, I guess Amanda told him that he wasn't supposed to be back there. He then approached her without saying a word and grabbed her. She struggled and was able to get away from him. He chased her to one of the doors leading outside, and when she left, he remained in the back room. If I had gone back there, I don't know what would have happened. I'm really glad that Amanda texted me when she did.
A few years ago, the summer after I graduated from high school, me and a few friends all met up at a carnival at a nearby city. It was a pretty popular event. It happened every year with all the normal games and rides you would expect. We got there and played some games and got food. We really did all the normal carnival stuff. We stayed there until night and then started to head back. We went back towards the entrance of the carnival and all said bye to each other. Then we went our separate ways. All the four of us had parked in different places, so after saying bye, I walked back into the carnival to the side where I had parked my car, which was a few blocks away. But as I was walking, I saw a man approach me. He was skinny and had a sort of scraggly beard. He appeared to be sort of young. He asked me if I was leaving and if I could give him a ride. This guy was looking pretty sketchy, and I really didn't want to give a ride to someone I didn't know, so I told the man that I didn't have a car. Of course, that wasn't true, but I just wanted him to leave me alone. The man looked disappointed and nodded his head and walked away. Then I walked to my car, which took me about 15 minutes to get there. I unlocked the doors as I got close to it, but at that same time, I heard rapid footsteps on the street coming out of nowhere. I looked and I saw the man. I had no idea he had been following me, and at this time on the street I was parked on, there was no one else around at all. The man said to me, "Oh, you don't have a car, huh?" in a pretty angry voice. I didn't say anything. I was pretty scared, and I couldn't believe what was happening. I then tried to get in my car quickly, but the man ran at me. He blocked the door to my car
and he demanded the keys. He claimed he could hurt me, so I just tossed the keys at him and ran away. He took the keys and drove off in my car. After he was gone, I called the police and then called one of my friends who drove over and waited until the police arrived. I was pretty shaken up, and the police took down all the information I could give them before my friend Alex gave me a ride home. The car ended up being recovered a few days later, and the man was eventually caught as well.
This happened a few years ago. At the time, this was the summer after I graduated from high school. In the neighborhood that I lived in for most of my life, I remember that there was this one Hardee's restaurant about 5 blocks from our house. It was rumored to be going out of business for what seemed like 10 years in a row. It was in a kind of odd location, and it never seemed to be that busy, but yet it was still there and still open. It was the summer, and one day I walked down to the park that was about a 15-minute walk from my house. I went there to go play some basketball, as it's one of my favorite hobbies. I went to that park all the time, and I don't remember exactly what time I got there, but I pretty much stayed until almost sunset. Then I began to walk home down the sidewalk. It was a Thursday, so that was the night that my parents went to their bowling league. That meant that I would be on my own for dinner, and as I walked past the old Hardee's, I decided to go inside and see what they had. I hadn't been inside this Hardee's in probably 10 years. When I got in, it looked quiet and kind of older. There was nobody else inside, but they were open, and I saw somebody behind the counter. I stood there looking at the menu for a moment, and then I ordered. As I was waiting there, somebody else entered the Hardee's. It was a man, and he walked directly to the back of the restaurant and sat in one of the booths in the back. I continued to wait for my order for about 5 minutes or so. When I got it, I walked out to leave and noticed that the guy sitting in the booth got up. I walked back to the sidewalk to continue my way home, now with my Hardee's bag. As I walked down the sidewalk, I heard the sound of somebody now walking a ways back behind me. It was the guy that I had seen inside the Hardee's. He was a long ways back, but the more that I walked, the more that he continued to walk behind me. Soon, it was my street, and I walked down it to our house. When the guy left the sidewalk and went onto our street as well, I got kind of nervous. Who was this guy? When I reached the driveway and walked up, it sounded like the guy was now getting closer, and I looked behind me. He was on the street, and it now looked like he was starting to walk up my neighbor's driveway across the street. I felt much better seeing this, and I went inside. I sat down on the couch and had some Hardee's while watching TV. It was really good. However, I would say 30 minutes later, as I sat on the couch, I happened to glance over to our front window, which overlooked the front yard. The guy was looking directly in. When I saw him, he ducked down. I ran over to the window to close the blinds, and I was suddenly sweating. After that, I ran around covering every window in our house that I could. Then I called my parents. Luckily, they were on their way home and only about 10 minutes away. I stayed on the phone with them until they came back, and when they did, they told me that they didn't see anybody in the front yard. I was relieved to hear this, and my dad and I went out and checked all around the house, and the man was gone. I wonder to this day, though, why he followed me home and what he wanted.
I'm a security guard. I worked at a number of different places over the years. One of the most bizarre and puzzling experiences I've ever had in my job took place a few years ago. At the time, I was a security guard for a business. They were very careful in their security, and the entire property was to be private, and you needed a pass to enter. I would sit at the entrance and operate the gate during the overnight hours. I couldn't let anybody in unless they gave me the proper credentials. There were people working at all hours, but not nearly as many in the middle of the night, so it was usually pretty quiet for me. On one cold and rainy night, I sat inside my little booth watching the security cameras and ready to operate the gate if anybody came in. At just after 2 a.m., I noticed a car pulling down the drive and making its way over to my gate. I sat up in my chair ready to talk to them. I did not recognize the car as anybody who worked there though, and I was not expecting anybody else, so I was a little bit confused. The car was black with really dark tinted windows. When it pulled up to the gate, I opened the window of my booth and leaned out. The car window did not open. I couldn't see inside because of how dark the tint was. I waited, but nothing happened. I reached out and motioned for the driver to roll down their window or to open the door. Whoever was in there didn't do either. I then knocked on the window, but there was still nothing. I was a little confused, but then the lights inside my booth started to dim, and my screen started bugging out. All of a sudden, the gates opened. I had no clue how this was happening. I radioed in to let the other guys know what was going on. The car then sped inside. There were a couple of other security guards on the inside that should be able to see it now. After the car was out of my sight, I went back and looked at the security footage. The time the car went through the gate though, things went black. Then it came back when the car was already through. About 5 seconds after this, I heard screeching tires and watched a car coming back towards the gate at full speed. To avoid a collision, I raised the gate and the car sped out. It had to be going at least 70 miles per hour on the way out. After that, I never saw the car again. I have no idea who it was or what they were doing. Maybe they had some device that opened the gate and messed up all the electronics or something. Either way, it was pretty creepy. Several years ago, my job had me relocate for about a year. It's something that I've done a few times for work, and each time the company offers to find me a place or gives me the option to find one on my own. I decided to just let them find me a place this time because I was really busy with work and didn't feel like the hassle of looking for a new house. They ended up giving me a pretty nice place in a city type of neighborhood. I liked the house and had no complaints about it at all. I quickly realized, though, that there seemed to be nobody living in the house next door to me. The lights were always off, and there was no cars in the driveway. The grass in the yard was also very overgrown. It was a bit of an eyesore to look at, but other than that, I really didn't care. I pretty much spent my time at work or just relaxing at home. One night, I got into my bedroom and was about to go to sleep when I glanced out my window. The window sort of lined up with the neighbor's window next door, and I noticed a man looking at me. We made eye contact for a split second, and then the man's head disappeared down into the dark room that he was in. This nearly gave me a heart attack because I was sure that nobody lived there. The man appeared to be somewhat old from what I had seen, but I really didn't get a great look at him. I didn't see anybody after that for about another week. But finally one day I saw an older man walk out of the front door to the side of the house. I watched him from my window as the man seemed to kind of just stare at the side of his house for a while, and then return back inside. I realized that I did in fact have a next door neighbor, but he just seemed to be kind of strange. I didn't see him much, but I occasionally saw him here and there over the next several weeks. He always seemed to be doing sort of strange things. One day I saw him go outside and walk into my yard. He appeared to just stare at my house for a couple of minutes. I almost went out and talked to him, but he kind of creeped me out, so I just watched him from the window. Eventually, he went back inside. The next day, I happened to see another one of my neighbors out getting mail, so I decided to go over and ask him about the man who lived next to me. But I was told that nobody lived in that house. My neighbor across the street told me that the house next door to me had been abandoned for almost 2 years. I got the chills when he said this. I told him what I had seen, and we both decided to call the police. They came and searched the property of the house next door, but didn't find anyone. I lived there for the rest of the year, and then I moved again. I never did see the man again, but sometimes I would think I heard noises coming from next door. This story takes place on a Friday night at the movies. I went with my best friend Emily, and the theater that we went to was packed. It's pretty much what you would expect with it being a weekend, and we were seeing a relatively new movie as well. After we got inside and sat down, we saw the theater had almost all the seats taken up already. By the time the movie started, I think there were only a couple of empty seats, like 2 or 3. A short time into the movie, I got really hungry. We had seats on the end, really close to the exit, so I decided to get up and get something. I asked Emily if she wanted anything, and she asked me to get her a popcorn. I left the theater and walked out to the hallway. When I did, I happened to notice that a guy got up and left at the exact same time as me. I walked out to the concessions and got in line. The guy got in line right behind me. After waiting in line for about a minute or two, I got our food and then headed back for the theater. When I did, the same guy who was behind me walked back as well. This is when I thought it was strange. If the guy was in line, why didn't he get anything? He just abandoned his place in line when I left? I got a worried feeling that he was following me for some reason. I didn't want to turn around and look back at him, even though I had the urge to. The guy was also now following me at an uncomfortably close distance. He wasn't like 1 foot behind me, but probably within 4 or 5 feet. It almost felt like he was getting closer, so I did look over my shoulder, and the guy was just looking at the ground as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Once I got back into the theater with the movie playing, I felt a little bit better. There were lots of other people around, and I got back to my seat and gave Emily her popcorn. Then I realized that the guy who had been following me was sitting directly behind us. It made me more uncomfortable. I wanted to tell Emily about the guy, but didn't want the guy to somehow overhear. I tried to just watch the movie and forget about it. And for the most part, I did, until the movie ended, and when I thought about leaving, I remembered how the guy had followed me. I was worried he was going to do it again, and I told Emily about the guy right after the movie ended. We decided to try to leave in the crowd of people and hope the guy wouldn't be able to follow us. We both got up and saw people filing into a line to get out of the door. Of course, as soon as we got up, the guy behind us did too. We walked over and sort of cut in the line right in front of somebody else so that the guy wasn't able to get directly behind us. He actually tried cutting right in line behind us too, but then stopped, probably realizing that it wouldn't work. When we got outside the door, there was a women's restroom literally right there. We both walked inside of it and waited in for a few moments. By the time we left back out into the crowded hallway, we couldn't see the guy at all. It seemed like, thankfully, we had lost him. We could then leave without having to worry about that weirdo. We walked through the lobby of the theater and out the front door to the parking lot. When we had taken just a few steps outside, though, I saw something. I could see my car that we had taken, and the guy was actually standing right next to it. He was standing behind it, but I could still see him. He was sort of just standing around like he was waiting for us. I immediately got the chills. I grabbed Emily's arm and we stopped. He turned around and walked right back into the theater. How on earth did he know that was my car? We ended up going to the counter and telling an employee about it. One of the managers offered to actually drive up my car to the door and tell the guy to leave if he attempted to follow. We watched the manager go outside, and when he got to my car, the guy actually walked away. The manager didn't even have to say anything to him. When we got my car, we drove it home carefully to make sure that we weren't followed, which we weren't. Looking back at that night, what creeps me out the most is how the guy knew which car was mine. Had he been following me before that? I really hope not. I've been a park ranger for many years, but this story I'm about to tell you happened on just my first year of the job. I was young and relatively new to things. I was working at a large state park that also had a campsite nearby. At the time, I worked mainly nights, and I didn't mind it, but it did get a little bit spooky for me at times. On this one night, I was walking near one of the campsites like I often did at that time. I was headed back towards the park. It took me about 20 minutes to get back to the park. About halfway through the walk, I was startled by a noise coming from behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw what appeared to be eyes staring back at me. It was too dark to see anything other than that, though. The eyes appeared to be next to a large tree. I knew it was some kind of animal, so I wasn't that concerned at all. But then I saw the eyes move from next to one tree to another tree that was closer to me. But the way it moved, it was just as if it sort of glided over. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. At that point, I reached for my flashlight without taking my eyes off of what I was seeing. I shined it to the area, and when I did, whatever was there completely disappeared. I saw nothing at all, and I didn't see any leaves or trees move as if something was running away. I suddenly felt pretty spooked. I asked if anyone was there, but I heard nothing. I shook my head and continued to walk back to the park, but at a faster speed. I told myself I was a park ranger and I shouldn't be scared, even though I was new to the job. Another minute later or so, I heard the noises again, this time in the woods beside me. I quickly looked over again, just in time to see a giant log flying directly towards me. The log looked to be huge. I scrambled to get out of the way and fell over trying to avoid it. It hit part of my arm as I fell to the ground, but luckily most of it missed me. It hurt pretty bad because of the size of the log. It had to be a good 5 feet long. I got up and ran to the nearest park building, where I called in to another ranger. We went back and examined the area, but found nothing suspicious. I have no idea what happened that night. I can't imagine anybody who could have the strength or the size to throw that log at me.
This story happened years ago when I was in college. I was planning on buying a used car and had saved up some money. I went to the bank to withdraw $7,000 in cash to potentially make a purchase of a car I had been looking at. There was a car at a nearby used car dealership, and I was really interested. I got to the bank on my way home from work and made it just before they closed. They were really quiet, most likely because of the time, and I was able to get the money with a couple of minutes to spare. As soon as I turned around to leave the bank, I saw a guy sitting down looking at me. He was in a chair kind of near the entrance. I left the bank, and after I did, I noticed that the man left as well. I began walking to my car, and I heard the man start to walk towards me. I looked behind me, but he had now changed directions and was walking to his car. I got inside mine and drove home. I lived pretty close to the bank, so I didn't even notice until I had turned onto the quiet road just before my street that the truck the man had gotten in was behind me. I noticed it even more when it turned onto my quiet road after me. Then, when I got to the driveway of my parents' house, I saw the truck turn in with me. Now I was really confused. What could this guy possibly want with me? I stayed in my car and waited to see if the guy would turn around or something like that. Instead, he drove up and parked extremely close to my back bumper and then just stayed there. After about 30 seconds or so, I watched the man get out of his car and start to approach mine. He walked quickly and got right up to my front driver's window. He then signaled for me to roll my window down. I started to roll it down, but as I did, the man tried to open my door. He then reached inside my window as it got lowered enough and got a hold of my shoulder, then started to find where the door unlocked. I didn't know what else to do, so I put the car into drive and drove forward a few feet before backing up and turning the car around. I basically dragged the man with me as I did, and we struggled for a bit, but he finally let go as I sped up, and I ended up driving away down the street. I quickly called my parents, who were at home at the time, and told them. Then I called the police. The man ran back to his truck and got inside of it. I drove as fast as I could out of the street and in the neighborhood surrounding us so he couldn't find me. When I was told that the police had arrived at our house, I drove back home. By that time, the man and his truck were long gone, and there was nothing really left behind. Unfortunately, I didn't get his license plate, but I was able to give the police a pretty decent description of the guy and his car. Thankfully, I was fine, and the man didn't come back. I think when the man saw me walk out of the bank with all that cash, he wanted to try to rob me. Thankfully, he wasn't able to.
In September of 2022, I got my first job as a bagger at a public supermarket. The first 2 months were a breeze. Nearing the end of October, I started to notice this older white Honda Accord that would sit past closing and leave right after I did. One night, in the middle of November, I had a late break due to low staff. Since this was near winter, it got dark pretty early. At this point, it was around 7:15 p.m. We do have a break room, but I prefer to sit in my car for privacy. I had just gotten dinner and had started walking out of the store to my car in the far corner of the parking lot. As I was getting into my car, the same white Honda that I mentioned earlier pulled into the parking spot directly beside me, practically in my parking space. I don't know why, but I had a gut feeling something was going to go wrong, so I locked my doors. Right as I did so, a tall, skinny man appeared at my passenger side window, cupping his hands to look inside my window. I suddenly got this huge pit in my stomach that was telling me to run, but I just froze. I didn't know what to do. I quickly and firmly told the man to leave me alone or I would call the police. He just stood there, saying that he wanted to eat dinner with me. In shock, I looked around for any older man in the parking lot to help me, as I was a vulnerable 16-year-old girl. Nobody, not even a soul, was in sight. The parking lot was a ghost town. After about a lifetime, it felt like, the man started yanking at my door's handle and banging on my windows and failing miserably. He gave up after about 30 seconds, then got inside of his car and pulled behind the store. Even though I was terrified, I got the courage to open my door and sprint back inside the store in sheer panic. I explained everything to my manager, while one of my coworkers called the police. Our store manager pulled up the CCTV footage as the police arrived. I sat in horror as the video showed the Honda circling the parking lot just minutes before I came out. As I walked out, you could see the sedan with very noticeable red underglow followed me slowly to my car and parked next to me as I got inside of my car. The police made a report and questioned me. A few days later, my dad got a call with some spine-chilling news. We figured out that I had been continuously getting stalked for the past 3 weeks by a 20-year-old man. We had also figured out that the man graduated from the same school I had been attending, and that he had been stalking me through an AirTag that he attached under my rear bumper. To this day, we still don't understand or know what his intentions were, but I'm thankful that my gut feeling was right. Unfortunately, he was only given a few citations and 3 days in jail, but I'm glad to be alive and safe. I no longer take my lunches at night and always have a male coworker walk me to my car. When I was a little bit younger, I used to babysit. I did it for about 1.5 years total, and this happened back in 2017 when I was 18 years old. I would mostly babysit for family friends and people that knew my family well. It wasn't something that I would really go out of my way to do that much, but I enjoyed it for the most part, and it was pretty easy money generally. One day, I happened to go to one of the local grocery stores on my way home after the gym. A man approached me inside who I didn't know, but he said, "Hey, aren't you Ariel?" That is in fact my name, and the man then said he was good friends with the Johnsons. The Johnsons were a family that I would occasionally babysit for, and they were family friends of mine. I told him yes, and the man told me that he was just about to call me because he really needed a babysitter for tonight. The man said his name was Mike, and he was average height, had light brown hair, and wore a vest jacket. He apologized for the short notice, but said that his normal babysitter had canceled, and he had heard about me when asking around. I was free that night, and didn't have any plans yet, but I had an unsure feeling, probably because I had just met this man. But if he knew the Johnsons, I guess it was all right. He then told me how much he would pay, and said that his son was 5 years old and pretty well behaved. I thought for a second, and then agreed to babysit his son that night. I'm not going to lie, the main reason I accepted it was after finding out how much he was going to pay. He gave me the address and told me to be there at 8 p.m. that night. When the time came, I drove to his house. It was about 20 minutes away, and when I got to the neighborhood, it looked pretty rough. The house was run down looking. I parked on the side of the street in front and texted Mike that I was at his house. He replied saying, "Great, come on in," with an exclamation point. I walked up the driveway, which did not have a car in it at all. I went to the front door, but it was locked, so I texted Mike again. He replied almost immediately, saying that he was sorry and he had forgotten to mention to tell me to go in the side door. Then he told me to go down into the basement to meet his son. I walked around to the side door and opened it. When I got inside the house, it looked almost as bad as the outside. There wasn't much inside, but the things that were appeared to be in really bad shape. There was garbage on the floor, an old beat-up table, and dirty shag carpeting in the living room. The only lights were from a couple of dim lamps. I saw the basement doors open with the stairs leading down, and I saw that the basement appeared to be unfinished. I was getting a really bad feeling about this whole situation. Meanwhile, I was just standing inside the house in front of the basement door for about a minute. Then I felt my phone vibrate as if I was receiving another text. I pulled it out of my pocket and looked at it. It was another text from Mike. He said, "What are you waiting for? Come downstairs already." I didn't respond. I just kept standing there. For some reason, I had a strong urge to just leave the house and felt like going into the basement would be a really bad idea. I was trying to decide if I was just being scared for no reason or if I was actually doing the right thing. If Mike's son's bedroom was down there and Mike was downstairs with him, then everything should be fine. But also, why would his bedroom be in an unfinished basement, and why couldn't he meet me upstairs? In these few seconds, I got another text. It said, "Come downstairs. I don't have all night to wait for you." Going against my instincts, I took a few steps and then began to walk down the stairs. I got another text as I was doing so. It said, "Hurry," in all caps. This was just too much. I had a terrible feeling about going down there, and it was getting worse the farther I went. Something was off about Mike for sure. I turned around and walked back up the stairs. When I reached the top, I heard footsteps from the basement, and it sounded like they were starting to go up the stairs. I walked right back to the door and went outside, closing the door behind me. Once I was completely outside, I sprinted for my car and drove all the way home. I made it home, and once inside, I told my parents that I didn't end up taking the babysitting job after all. After that, I finally looked at my phone again. I had several more texts from Mike. One said, "You shouldn't have left." The next one said, "That's right, I don't even have a kid." Then he said, "My name's not even Mike, and I don't live in that house, so don't even try reporting me." I got the chills when reading this. I think there was definitely something wrong with that guy. To think about how close I came to entering his basement, just knowing I was in his house, really creeps me out. I ended up telling my parents all about it, and then we went to the police. It turns out my parents' friends, the Johnsons, did know who the guy was, but they weren't really friends with him. He just used to be their neighbor for a short time. With all the information we did have, he ended up getting caught. What I still don't know is how he found me in the first place. I used to rent out my basement for Airbnb. I own a 2-story house that has a decent-sized finished basement. A few years back, I had the idea to rent out the basement to make some extra money. The house is way more space than I needed at the time, and it was a bit of an investment. I thought that the basement would be a good place to rent because it was separated from the rest of the house. So I did some work and made it pretty nice down there by getting some new carpet and furniture. Down in the basement, there's a bedroom, a bathroom, and then basically like a large living room. I also added a small kitchen in the corner, which has a sink, stove, and refrigerator, as well as a counter. When everything was completed, I took some pictures and listed it on Airbnb. Because I live only about 5 minutes away from a major city, I knew that people would be wanting to stay in the area. And sure enough, I started to get guests. When people would stay there, I wouldn't even really notice them, because I set up a smart lock on the door leading to the basement. They would arrive after check-in time, and after checkout time, I would go down and clean it. I would also restock some of the things I left for guests, like water bottles in the fridge. My basement had really good reviews, and I was happy about it. Most of the people who stayed there were really nice as well. I didn't meet many of them in person at all, but the few that I did were great. So one time, I had a guy rent my basement for a night. Everything started out normal, and it was just like any other person. The next day, after the checkout time passed, I went down to clean like I always did. Normally, cleaning wouldn't take too long. The place had never been left in a really bad shape before. Most people, it's just about as clean as it was before they checked in. Still, I would do stuff like disinfect the countertops and vacuum the carpet. I would usually go down like an hour or two after they checked out, depending on if I had guests coming for the next night. This time, I didn't have anybody staying there the next night, so I went down a little bit later. It was actually nighttime, probably at about 8 p.m. I started cleaning the countertops and stuff. Everything was still clean, and nothing was messed up or out of place that I noticed. Next, I started vacuuming the carpet. All of the floors down there were carpet, except for a little bit in the kitchen and the bathroom. I started in the living room and soon went into the bedroom. As I was vacuuming in there, I got to underneath the bed. The vacuum seemed to hit something that was underneath the bed, but I didn't know what it was. I stopped and started to look underneath it. That's when I saw a man crawling out from underneath the bed. It was the same guy who had been renting the room. I jumped back and asked him what he was doing here. The guy simply ran right past me and then up the stairs and out the door. I went over and made sure that he left. Then I tried to go on Airbnb and contact the guy, but never got a response. I really don't know what the guy was doing hiding under my bed. It was really weird though, and I will never forget it. I remember the date and time the scariest night of my life happened to me. It was between the hours of 9 and 10 at night on Thursday, July 6th, 2020, so this was during the COVID-19 pandemic. This happened in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. At around 9 p.m., I started doing my laundry, starting with the washing machine, which takes around 20 to 30 minutes to wash clothing. With that amount of time to spend, I decided to go outside for a walk around my neighborhood for a nightly breeze while listening to music on my phone wearing earbuds. I was on my way back to the house around 15 minutes before 10. I was walking through a small highway that had no lampposts. It was pretty creepy going through a dark highway with nothing but trees on both sides and hearing the sounds of crickets chirping. I sprinted towards the area with some lampposts that had some lights on. Then I slowed down to walk back to the house. With about a half of a mile to go, I was on the right side of the road when a white car coming the opposite way slowed down. Then, the driver's window lowered and the man yelled at me something involving my wallet. I didn't understand what he had said to me, but then he spoke again, telling me he wanted me to drop my wallet. Not only that, but I also saw he was holding something to me. I couldn't see what it was at first. I have bad eyesight, so I wear contacts, but I wasn't wearing them during my nightly walk. I didn't even think before then to wear my eyeglasses either. Then, it hit me in my mind. The way he was yelling at me to drop my wallet and what he was holding in his hand, I highly believe he pointed a gun at me. I sprinted away back to the house, scared in the back of my mind that he was going to shoot at me or take a sharp U-turn to chase me. I was wearing a white sleeveless shirt, long jeans, and waterproof boots, but I ran without tripping. When I was sprinting, I also looked back every few seconds hoping I wouldn't see the same white car, and I didn't. I made it back to the house, sweating and reflecting on what had just happened to me for the first time, being someone who was never in a situation like that before. Never in my life would I ever think I would be a victim of an attempted robbery. What makes this even scarier is I didn't have my wallet with me. I wish I got the model of the car, the name of the brand, and most importantly, the license plate to report him. But I was too scared to know about that in my fight or flight response, and it would actually be pointless now since I made it back alive and I wasn't followed. This has taught me a lesson, that is, to try and avoid going outside at night, and if you do, to be careful or be with somebody you trust. If you're looking for time to kill during an indoor chore that takes waiting, do something that doesn't involve going outside. Either way, be aware of what happens in situations like this and be safe. Learn from this if you do go out at night. Never go alone. However, I wonder what would have happened if I didn't figure out what was going on longer, or if I told him that I didn't have my wallet. I believe that if I didn't know what was going on any longer, chances are I wouldn't be here.
Lately, I've had a few strange occurrences with a mail truck in my neighborhood. This all started just about 2 weeks ago. I live in what I would say is a pretty average neighborhood. There's a bunch of houses on my street, and I live on the third house from the end. One night, I was up late playing video games, and after finally getting really sleepy, I decided to go to bed. I moved from where I was in the living room to go to my bedroom. When I did this, I turned off the living room lights, and when this happened, I looked out the window to the front yard, which was much more visible now. I saw that right in front of my yard, parked on the side of the street, was a mail truck. It looked just like any typical mail truck used by the post office to deliver the daily mail. The strange part about this was that it was past 1 o'clock in the morning. Plus, my street wasn't all that busy, and cars parked in front of my house were rare. I didn't know anybody who worked at the post office either, so I was confused as to why there was a truck parked outside my house. I stood there, peeking outside the window for at least 10 minutes watching the truck. I couldn't tell at all who was inside from my angle, but eventually, I saw the truck creep forward and drive until it was about even with my mailbox. Then, it stopped for about a minute, and then drove away. I was feeling really curious what the mailman was doing out there, and I decided to go check my mailbox. It looked like maybe he had put something inside of it, so I walked outside down my driveway, checked my street to make sure the mail truck was really gone, and then opened up my mailbox. Inside of it, there was a small package. I took it out and went inside. When I looked at the package, I saw that there was no stamp on it or anything, just a completely blank box. I opened up the box and was really curious to see what was inside of it, but when I did, the box was empty, nothing inside of it at all. I was really weirded out by this, but ended up just going to bed after that. Just a couple of nights later, I was up late once again. This time, I was sitting on my couch when I heard the sound of a car driving on the street in front of my house. I happened to look out at it and see that it was a mail truck. I looked at the clock, and it was almost 2 in the morning this time. I remembered the other night. It had to be the same truck, but why was it out this late? The truck once again slowed down and came to a stop right in front of my house. This time, the lights in my house were already off. I watched from my front window, careful so that I couldn't be seen. The mail truck sat once again for several minutes without anything happening. This time, the engine seemed to shut off. A few seconds later, I watched a driver emerge from the truck. It was a man, and he was not wearing a mail outfit, but instead, a black t-shirt and jeans. He began walking up into my front yard. There was a path from my driveway to the front door, but this guy didn't seem to be walking to my front door, but more right towards the living room window that I was at. I reached over to the light switch and turned on the living room light. When it went on, I watched the guy turn around and then run back to his truck. He then started the engine and drove away. After that, I haven't seen him since. However, that was only a little bit over a week ago. I would really like to know what that guy was doing.
This story takes place many years ago. I was a young man living out in the Northwest, and in those times, I was spending my summers working odd jobs to help pay for college. I would hitchhike occasionally, and it's not something that I did daily or anything like that, but from time to time, I would use it to get from one city to another. There was one night, though, that made me stop forever. I would say it was probably my 5th time or so hitchhiking. I needed to get to a city about 30 minutes away and didn't have a car. I couldn't figure out if a bus was going to come through anytime soon, so I decided to stand near the side of the road and wait for a car. Several passed me by, until finally there was a car that I saw slow down and then stop next to me. It was a gray car, and the driver already had all his windows down. He leaned his head over to the side of the passenger's window and said hi to me. He didn't seem too friendly, but he asked me where I was going. I told the man, and then he told me to hop in and motioned to the back seat. Based on the couple of words that we said to each other, the guy didn't seem very nice, but I had to make a split-second decision, and I elected to get inside the car. I got in the back, and immediately noticed that the man had a type of barrier set up between the front and back seats of the car, so that when you were sitting in the back, you really couldn't see anything in the front. This made me regret my decision, but literally as soon as I was inside, the man began driving. I couldn't see him or anything, and now I had just hoped that he wasn't a total creep. His windows were all down in the car, and as we started driving at a decent speed, he rolled them up. When he did, I saw that they were all painted black, so I couldn't see out of them at all. Now I felt like I was in trouble. I tried to roll my window back down, but the button next to my seat didn't do anything. I called out to the man, telling him that I didn't want to ride anymore, but I didn't hear anything from him. I knocked on the barrier, which appeared to be very solid, and asked the man if he could hear me. I got no response, and the more we drove, the more worried I became. I was basically just sitting there in a box, not being able to see anything. I tried the door as well, but of course it was locked. I didn't know what more I could do other than just sit there and wonder where we were going. We drove for what felt like a really long time. I don't know exactly how long it actually was, but if I had to guess, it was probably about 30 minutes. At last, I felt the car slowing down, and then finally come to a stop. I heard the doors all unlock, and then heard the driver's door open. The man started walking away, and I decided to open up my door and look outside. I slowly opened it up. I saw outside that there was some sort of dirt road, but it appeared to almost be like a driveway of some sort. I looked around. It was very silent, other than the distant sound of crickets in the night. I wondered where I was and where the man had gone. I didn't hear any cars or see any lights to indicate buildings. As I looked outside further, there appeared to be just a woods and a dirt pavement that we were on. I stepped outside the car to see a grass field with a little shed in the distance, but it didn't really seem like anybody would be inside there. Then I suddenly heard footsteps coming from another direction behind the car. I took off and ran into the woods. I didn't stop running and had so much adrenaline that I probably ran for 10 minutes straight in the woods. I was terrified, but after I got too tired to keep running, I slowed down and didn't hear any noises. I had no idea where I was or how to get to safety. I kept on walking through the woods in the same direction, and eventually I made it to a road. This road was paved and not dirt. I figured I could follow it to get to some sort of town, or at least a gas station or something. The road was quiet, and I began walking on it for maybe 10 minutes before hearing a car in the distance. Then I saw the car start to come around the corner. I feared it was the same man and ran back into the woods until I noticed that it was actually a police car. I then ran out of the woods onto the street. The car saw me, and then I saw the flashing lights turn on. I then ran to the officer, who got out of the car and asked me what I was doing. I told him what had happened, and he was able to drive me to a nearby town. I stayed there for the night, and then decided to just wait for a bus and not hitchhike again. I've been working as a security guard for almost 5 years now. For a few months out of the year, I work at a parking lot in the city. Many times, I'm working late at night, which I don't mind because I like to stay up late anyways. Last fall, I was working really late. It was probably like midnight, and I was working security for the parking lot. It's a fenced-in lot in a busier and more populated area. A lot of people would park their car there every day, but later at night, it was pretty quiet for the most part. I was sitting in my booth with really nothing to do for a while. It was a clear and calm night. I worked until 4 a.m. on this particular day, so I had about 4 hours left. As I was sitting there, I heard the sound of a car door opening and shutting in the lot. This was strange because to get into the lot, you had to enter by using your ticket at the walking gate. Nobody had been there in a while though. Still, somebody could have got to their car and then went on their phone for a bit or something like that. I heard the sound of a car door shutting again, and then again. This continued for like 5 minutes. A door would shut and then open and shut again. I had no clue what was going on. I looked over in the direction, but really didn't see anything. It was dark and the parking lot was pretty big. Then I heard the noise of a car horn honking. All of the noises were coming from the same general area, which sounded like it was in the back corner of the parking lot, farthest away from me. I decided to get up and go investigate. It was quiet and we hadn't had any cars come in a while. I thought maybe somebody was having car problems or something like that. Overall, it just seemed like a pretty weird situation. I walked through the dark and quiet parking lot. I kept hearing the car door opening and then closing again as I did. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw the door close of a car in the back corner of the parking lot. Like I said, there wasn't too many cars in there at that time, but there still were a few here and there. I arrived at the car where I thought the noise was coming from. It was a 4-door sedan, white, and appeared to be a Chevy Malibu. I didn't see anybody though. I noticed that the front passenger side door was open. I couldn't really see anybody in the windows either. I walked a little bit closer to the car to look inside and see if somebody was in the driver's seat or what was going on over here. I got within a couple of feet of the car and sort of peered inside. There looked to be somebody hiding behind the driver's seat of the car, but nobody in the actual driver's seat. They didn't see me because their head was facing in the other direction. It didn't give me a good feeling at all, so I took a step back and then asked, "Is everything okay over there?" The guy didn't answer me. I could no longer see him from where I was standing. I took a couple of more steps back. Then I sort of saw an arm reach out and the car's horn honked. I asked again what was going on, but the guy didn't answer me. I really had no clue what he was doing, so I just walked back to my booth at the front of the parking lot. When I got back, luckily nobody was waiting to get inside or anything like that. I was sitting there for no more than 5 minutes, and I didn't hear any more of the doors opening or closing or honking. Then I heard a car driving in my direction. I knew it had to be that guy, whoever he was. The car seemed to be driving a little bit faster than it should, and then I realized that it wasn't going to stop at the gate. He ended up driving right by the side of the gate that was supposed to stop the cars from driving past without paying. Fortunately, it was one of those really short ones, so if you really tried, you could sneak around it. He drove right past it and out of the parking lot back onto the road. To be honest, I was just glad that he was gone. Thankfully, he never came back either. I'm not really sure what he was doing. Maybe he was trying to get me to go inside his car and was planning to harm me or something. Maybe the guy was just crazy. I'm not sure. I am 23 years old and recently graduated from college. I have a job, but I'm still living with my parents until I get a little more money saved up. In the meantime, I've been living in my bedroom in the basement. It's pretty nice and I pretty much have my own space down there and have the whole basement. The basement is finished and has my bedroom along with a spare in the hallway. There's also a bathroom down there and then a large living room area with a TV and such near the stairs to the upper level of the house. One day I had gotten home from work at about 9 p.m. and went down to my room to just relax and watch some Netflix. My parents were gone, so I was alone in the house. I got some food from upstairs and then went down and started a show. I would guess maybe 30 minutes later, I suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking coming from upstairs. I paused my show and listened closely. Could it have been my parents? I listened for their voices, but I didn't hear anything. Then I started to get a horrible feeling. I froze and started to hear footsteps walking around from upstairs. I then heard a voice, but it wasn't the voice of any of my parents. It was a younger sounding man's voice, and then another man's voice. I couldn't make out anything that they were saying, but I could just barely hear the sounds of their voices. At that point, I knew someone had broken into our home. I got out my phone and called the police as quietly as I could, reporting a break-in. I told them to hurry, and they told me they would have the next available police come to our house. Then all I could do was wait. I heard them moving around upstairs, and I was afraid to make a sound. I sat there on my bed, hoping they wouldn't come downstairs, and it sounded like they weren't going to. But then about a minute later, I heard the noise of someone walking down the stairs. Each step that they went down, I panicked more and more. When they had reached the bottom, I realized the possible danger that I was in, and I quietly went to my closet and hid inside of it. I closed the door as quietly as I possibly could. Being in there made it harder for me to hear where the men were, but if I listened really closely, I could sort of tell. I heard them walking around, and eventually they made their way to the hallway. My heart started racing at probably about the fastest rate it ever has. I heard footsteps get to the end of the hall where my bedroom was. Then I heard the door open. I closed my eyes and held my breath. But shortly after it opened, I heard footsteps walking back away. I continued to hear them walk around downstairs for a bit. Then I finally started to hear police sirens. The men then went back upstairs, and I stopped hearing them completely. The police arrived a few minutes later, and I finally left my bedroom. As I got out, the police told me they were in pursuit of the vehicle that the man had been in, and later that day they ended up being caught. They had broken in through an upstairs window and stolen several valuable items we had in our house. I guess they didn't see anything worth taking in my room, because they seemed to just open the door and then walk away. My parents were shocked when they got home, but they were overall just glad that I was all right. This happened at the last apartment that I lived at. The complex was just one building that had about 10 units in it. It wasn't too big and was affordable. I lived by myself in a one-bedroom place, but one of my favorite things about the apartment was the surrounding area. It was near a lot of stores and things like that, but directly behind the apartment was a walking trail. The trail was sort of long and went through the woods, connecting to a nearby park that was popular for people to go to during the summer. When I was bored sometimes or wanted to get some exercise, I would walk on the trail. That's what I was doing one night. It was the early springtime, so the sun set pretty early still. My best friend was coming over to hang out when he got off of work, but until then, I had some free time. I had been busy all day and wanted to get out for some fresh air, so I went to walk on the trail like I had many times before. The path started out going along the back part of the apartment property and then went into long portions of woods. I walked for probably 20 minutes and assumed that I would be the only person out there in the dark, but I soon heard the sound of footsteps moving behind me. They sounded like they were maybe 40 feet back at least, just close enough that I could hear them. After a few steps, I realized it was kind of weird for somebody else to be walking at night, but then again, that's exactly what I was doing. I kept walking, but when the footsteps behind me sounded like they were getting closer, I decided to look back and see who was there. When I looked, I heard some rustling of leaves and then saw nobody was there. It appeared whoever had been walking behind me had gone into the woods to hide. Now, this was very suspicious, and I suddenly felt as though I may be in danger. I decided it would be best to find an opportunity to head back to my place. I couldn't just stop and go back, or I would run into the person, but there was a spot coming up where the path split, and one of the paths connected back. As I walked, I soon heard whoever was there get on the path again. I started walking a bit faster. Finally, I saw the path turn into two paths, and I went left. I walked on this for a minute or so until there was an option to connect back to the other side, so I walked on that and was now headed back to my apartment. Whoever was behind me seemed to be getting closer. I turned around again. Once more, whoever was there jumped into the woods. This time, I barely saw part of them as they disappeared. It appeared to be a man, and all I could tell was that he was wearing a dark gray sweatshirt and brown pants. When he was in the woods, I started suddenly running as fast as I could back to my apartment. I didn't look back the entire time at all. At last, I made it back and quickly used my key fob to get inside my apartment building. Then, I was able to feel safe again in my place. I texted my friend, and he said he would head over to my place because he had just gotten done with work. This meant he would be there in roughly 10 minutes. I began making some food because I was pretty hungry, and I lost track of time a little bit. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it had been over 10 minutes, and I figured that my friend was there. I left my apartment and walked down the hallways and then down the stairs to the side door. The side door was the main door that me and my friends would go to instead of the front one. It was just closer to my unit. I walked up to the door and saw someone standing there who I initially assumed was my friend. When I got close though, I realized it wasn't. It was a man in a gray sweatshirt and brown pants, and I knew that he didn't live here. Then I remembered the man from the woods. This guy was wearing the same thing, and I knew it was probably him. I had never seen him before until tonight. He was right up against the door, looking inside, right at me. I was maybe 5 feet away from him. He then tried opening the door, but it was locked. I ran back upstairs to my room and went for my phone. I called my friend, and when he picked up, he said he was just driving into the parking lot now. I told him about the guy, and he told me that he saw him. He wanted to go and ask the guy what he was doing, but I convinced my friend to wait until the guy left before coming in, and just to be safe, my friend went in the front door. I only went walking out on that path a few more times the rest of the time I lived there, and when I did, I certainly never went at night. I used to work at a grocery store. The store was called Cub Foods, and I worked there for about 6 months. I was mostly a cashier there, but sometimes did other things. The store was pretty large, and had just about every kind of grocery item that you would want. We also had a large parking lot that had a big woods up against the back side of it. One time, I worked until about 10 o'clock at night. Things went by fairly smooth, and I worked as a cashier for the entire time. I helped more customers than I could count, and was kept pretty busy until about 8 o'clock at night. Things then kind of dragged on after that. The final hours were always slow when I worked later shifts. Finally, when it was 10 o'clock, I was done. I clocked out and then left the store and headed for my car. I was parked at the back corner of the parking lot up against the woods. My boss told all of us employees to park towards the back of the parking lot so that customers could have the closer spaces. I walked out to my car in the dark and quiet parking lot, and as I approached my vehicle, I heard some noises coming from the dense woods. I looked, but couldn't see anything. It was very dark, and the noises sounded like they were coming from a ways back inside of it. I figured that it was probably an animal of some kind. I looked to see what it was, but the noises then stopped. A few seconds later, I unlocked my car and then went inside of it. Then I went on my phone. After a long day of work, it was common for me to go on my phone for several minutes before driving. I would catch up on a few texts or Snapchats, and then head home. About a minute later, as I was still sitting inside of my car and on my phone, I suddenly heard a noise. It sounded like somebody was walking outside right next to my car. I looked over, and my front passenger side door suddenly opened up. A man was standing there. When I saw him, I was shocked. He was somewhat short, but wearing a jacket with the hood up. I didn't get a good look at his face because of how dark it was. Plus, my memory of the event is a little bit blurry with how fast everything happened. The man told me to turn my car off. I sat there, not knowing what to do. I remember that he told me it again. This time, his voice was louder and more commanding. I didn't. Instead, I put the car into reverse and slammed on the gas. The car jerked back and out of the parking space that I was in. When it did, the man first started to run after me. When I stopped the car to put it into drive, the man just about caught up to me. The passenger side door was still open. After I changed to drive, I sped away just before the man reached me again. I got out of the parking lot as fast as I could. When I was back onto the road, I called my boss at Cub and told her about what happened in the parking lot. She later called the police, but the man was long gone by then. The next time that I worked, she asked me some questions about the incident and filled out a form. I'm glad that I got away from the guy. I believe that he was the noise that I heard inside of the woods. He must have been hiding out there, waiting for someone. I'm not sure what he was planning to do. We do have security cameras, but unfortunately, didn't have any in that spot of the parking lot. My best guess is the guy was going to try to rob me or steal my car. I'm glad he didn't, though. I used to work the front desk in a hotel. I've always been a night owl, so when I was asked to work the night shift for a while, I didn't mind too much. It was actually pretty easy. People rarely came to the desk in the late night hours or the wee hours of the morning. I still had tasks to do, but without me having to deal with people, it made it a more simple job. On one quiet night, I remember that it was almost 2 a.m. I was behind the front desk, and I heard somebody walking in from the hallway around the corner near where the breakfast area was.
I saw a man approaching the desk. He was tall and thin and wore a black t-shirt and jeans. He had dark brown hair and glasses. When he got to me, I greeted him, and he told me that he had just been locked out of his room. I asked the man if he needed a new key and asked him for his room number, but he interrupted me and said that he had the key, but it wasn't working. He motioned for me to follow him. I got out from the desk and followed the man down the hallway. He led me to a room at the back end of the first floor hallway. He showed me the door and said he thought the key reader wasn't working. I went to the door and began to examine it. I asked him to see the key, when suddenly the door opened right in front of me, and the man behind me shoved me inside. I fell forward into the room, and then the door slammed shut behind me. Suddenly, I was on the ground, and it was pitch black in there. I got up and tried opening the door, but it wouldn't move. I think the guy was holding it shut. I went to my pocket for my phone, but I then remembered that it was still plugged in and charging at the front desk. I was stuck in this room with no light, and for some reason they wouldn't let me out. I remained by the door, but now I heard movement coming from the back of the room. There was somebody else in there with me. It seemed as though they were slowly walking closer and closer to me. I had no idea what I was going to do. I asked who they were and why I was in here. Nobody answered me. I was beginning to panic as whoever was in there got within 10 feet of me. I tried the door again, and this time it actually opened. I burst out the door back into the hallway. The man was nowhere to be seen now. I ran all the way back to the front desk and found my phone. I grabbed it and dialed 911. After that, I stayed hidden behind the front desk, ready for anything. But the entire time, nobody came back. The police arrived and looked around, but nobody was in the room. I decided to look and see who was in that room. But when I did, it showed that nobody had rented that room and it was vacant. Whoever was in there was long gone now. I have no clue how I was able to get away, why the guy left the door, or who was inside the room with me. So many questions, but I guess they don't need to be answered. All I know is that I'm okay.
About 5 years ago, I worked as a high school janitor. It's a job that I had for a little over 6 months. This occurred, I think, in April or May. The high school I worked at was somewhat small, and I worked the overnight shift. My hours were weeknights from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. When I started work, there would usually be nobody there, and when I got off, there would occasionally be some people coming in early, but usually not many. On this night, it was shortly after I started, about 11:30 p.m., and I was mopping some of the floors in one of the west hallways. I was the only person in the entire school, and it was always sort of weird being all by myself in the school. The lights in the hallways were motion-sensing lights, so it was almost all dark other than the area that I was in. As I was right in the middle of mopping the hallway floor, I suddenly heard the sound of a basketball bouncing from inside the gym. For the first second, I thought nothing of it, until I realized that it was almost midnight and nobody else was supposed to be here. I stopped mopping and listened. I could barely hear it, and then it went away. The hallway that I was in was pretty close to the gym. There was another long, narrow hallway, and then some locker rooms were in between. I left my mop and walked down the narrow hallway to the basketball court. It was dark, and when I got to the door and opened it up, I could see that the lights in the gymnasium were all on, and a basketball was sitting on the ground up against a wall, but I didn't see any people in the gym anywhere. Clearly, somebody had just been in there, because the lights were on, and I had for sure heard the ball bouncing. There were a number of places where somebody could go, or be hiding. I knew this was unlikely, but I thought maybe a teacher, coach, or player on the basketball team had stayed late for some reason. If this was the basketball season, that's what I would have thought, but the basketball season had been over for like a month. I called out, asking if anybody was there, but no one responded. I then walked over and checked the coaches' offices that were nearby. All of their lights were out and doors were shut. I then walked down the hall past my mop again to look out into the parking lot. It was completely empty aside from my car. I walked back over to my mop to continue, but as soon as I entered the hallway again, something caught my eye. I looked down to the very far end of the hall where I had seen something. I was just on time to see what appeared to be a man ducking into a room. The room was my janitor's closet. I yelled at the guy, asking what he was doing. I tried to sound loud but friendly, but probably came across as just nervous. To be honest, I was pretty creeped out. It didn't look like a student or a teacher. I asked whoever was there to leave the room, and I stayed all the way back at my end of the hallway, probably a good 150 feet away. After several minutes passed, and whoever was in there was clearly not leaving, I decided to go and confront them. I walked down the hallway to my janitor's room. When I got probably 20 feet away, a terrible nervous feeling came over me. I was almost shaking by the time I reached the door. I really don't know why I felt I had to open the door to tell them to leave looking back. I could have just called the police, but I guess you never know how you're going to react in certain situations, and it's easy to look back at them and point things out. Anyways, I was standing in front of the door for a few seconds before I psyched myself up and opened it. When the door opened, the room was mostly all dark, with my cleaning supplies and tools in their usual places. I didn't see the guy, but less than a second after opening the door, suddenly I saw a large wooden pole headed for my head. I ducked down, narrowly missing it. I backed out and slammed the door shut and sprinted away. It seemed as though whoever was in there swung the top end of a wooden broom right at me. I didn't stop running until I was actually out of the building, and then I called the police. It didn't take long at all for them to get there, maybe like 2 minutes. When they arrived, they entered the school, and no more than 5 minutes later came out with the guy. He was a creepy looking dude, and I honestly don't know when or how he got into the school. I'm also not sure why he tried to attack me, but that was enough to make me start looking for another job. I'm a female and recently graduated from college. This story happened to me last year when I first got my degree and started my real job. I moved into the city and got an apartment that I really liked. It was right near downtown and I could walk to lots of places. The apartment building itself was rather large and had many people living there on several floors, but it was very nice inside and came with furniture. I remember when I first got done moving in, my neighbor from across the hall came over and introduced himself as Carl. Right away, he kind of gave me the creeps. He just seemed a little bit off. He asked me a few questions about myself and then basically asked me out within 5 minutes of meeting. I politely said no, but he didn't seem too happy about it. Over the first few months of living there, he always seemed to leave his apartment at the same time as me. He would always say hi and ask me where I was going. I like when people are friendly, but the way he would say things was just borderline creepy, but I tried to be nice about it overall. Eventually, though, it just became too much, and I would kind of try to avoid him. Then one night, as I was eating in my living room by myself, I heard a small noise outside my door. I quietly got up and walked over to it, trying not to make a sound. I looked out at my people and saw Carl crouched down on the floor looking at my front door. I wasn't really sure what he was trying to do, if he was planning to open the door or if he was trying to eavesdrop on me, but it was very creepy either way. Finally, after about a minute, he left. This had become a little bit too much, and I considered reporting him or even moving. The next day, I had my friend over after work, and we hung out in my apartment for a bit. Then we both went out to the parking garage where we said goodbye. I went back up to my apartment after that. When I got back inside, I was getting some water when I heard a noise coming from the hallway. I couldn't tell exactly where it was coming from, so I walked over to see. I looked around but didn't really see anything at all. I even went into my bedroom and looked around. Then I knew I heard the sound of footsteps coming from inside my living room, so I ran to my bedroom door and shut it. Thankfully, it had a lock on it. I locked the door, then I heard footsteps coming towards it, and Carl's voice asked me to come out. I was silent and dialed 911 on my phone. Carl then tried to open the door, but once he realized it was locked, he called out saying he was strong and he knew he would be able to break the door down, so I should just come out. I didn't doubt that he could because it was a pretty weak door. With 911 on the phone, I opened my window and went for the fire escape. I tried to do it as quietly as I could. Once I got the window open and was going out, I heard Carl start shouting and banging on the door. I climbed out and was able to make it down. Then I ran across the street to a local supermarket. I waited there until the police showed up and arrested Carl. He had been able to sneak into my apartment because I had forgot to lock it when I went to the parking garage. I went to the movies with my girlfriend. It was a weeknight, and the theater was not very busy, but neither of us worked the next day, so we could stay up as late as we wanted. We went to one of the latest movies playing at the theater. I think it started at like 10 p.m. or so. When we got there, we saw immediately how quiet the theater was, which was nice. After getting to our seats, we realized that we were the only people at this particular movie. That was pretty cool, and it's something that's never happened to me before. We could sit any place we wanted to, and we chose towards the top and in the exact middle for the best view. As we watched the previews, we thought maybe somebody else would come into the movie, but nobody did. The movie started, and about an hour went by. When it was more than half over, I saw out of the corner of my eye somebody entering the auditorium. I looked over and saw a man walking in. It struck me as really strange, because the movie was more than half over by now. Why was he just getting here now? The guy looked around the theater and seemed to look at me for a second, then he walked up to the front, and I think he went in either the very first row or the second row. He seemed to have sort of long hair, and within seconds I no longer saw him. He kind of sat back in his seat so far that he was completely out of view. After that brief distraction, my girlfriend and I were whispering to each other about how strange it was for the guy to get there so late, and then we went back to watching the movie. About 10 minutes later is when I noticed him again. He turned around and then stuck his head up from his seat. He was looking right at us and slowly making himself taller and taller so that he was towering over his chair and getting in the way of the screen. In the dark theater, I couldn't tell much details of the man aside from his sort of long hair and what appeared to be a small beard. I whispered to my girlfriend, "Is this guy serious?" We laughed a little, but after about 15 seconds, it was really unfunny. The guy finally lowered back down and disappeared behind his seat again. After about 5 more minutes, he was at it again. This time, we observed him crawling out of the aisle that he was in and into another one a few rows behind. Then he just sat there facing us, staring at us. It was starting to get creepy, and we were getting uncomfortable with this guy in there. I considered walking over to the man and asking him what he was doing, but I really didn't want to. The movie had maybe 30 minutes left, and so we decided to just try our best to ignore him. Then he stood up and just like that walked away towards the exits. My girlfriend looked at me and whispered, "Finally." I replied, "I know, right?" After that, we watched the ending of the movie. When it was over, we got up to leave. We both walked to the side where the stairs were that led down to the exit. After going down a few steps, I'm really not sure why, but I just decided to lean over the railing and look down to the other side. When I did, I saw the weird guy. He had never even left the theater. He was up against the wall, as if he was hiding from us and just waiting for us to walk around the corner. I told my girlfriend to stop. She was ahead of me, like 5 steps further than I was, maybe 5 more from the bottom. She stopped and looked back at me. I waved her to come back to me, and as I was doing this, I saw the guy look up and notice me. We made eye contact, and I just asked the guy what he was doing. He got up and went around the corner and started walking fast up the stairs toward us without saying a word. My girlfriend and I both ran across to the other side of the seats. When we did, the man sped up and started to run. I didn't think we would be able to make it back around to the exit, so I found an emergency exit door that went right to the outside, and I ran to it and went out. We came out on the side of the building and both ran all the way back to my car. I was just happy we were both back in the car and safe and could drive home. I think something might have been wrong with that guy. I'm really glad I spotted him, because I don't know what he was planning to do. Last fall, I went to the first concert of my life. I'm a female and in college, and at the time of the concert, I was a sophomore. I went with a few of my college friends who asked me to go with them. They couldn't believe I had never been to a concert before, and they were excited for me to go with. To be honest, I wasn't all that interested in going at first, but after my friends convinced me, I figured it would be a lot of fun. When we got there, it was at a basketball arena, but it was set up for the concert, and we had tickets that were really close, sort of up by the stage. I remember that a few hours in, the crowd was getting really into it, and my friends and I got up and started dancing. In the midst of all of this, something caught my eye. There was a guy standing there among the crowd wearing a really creepy mask. The mask covered his whole head, and it had a really exaggerated smile on it. The guy seemed to be locked onto me and staring right at me. Of course, there's a lot of wild people at concerts, and I wouldn't have cared at all aside from the fact that wherever I seemed to move, he would keep staring at me. I ignored it. I knew he was probably just some weirdo trying to scare people or annoy them. Several more times over the next hour or so, he caught my eye and was staring at me every single time, but he would be in different locations. This guy was creepy for sure, but I wasn't going to let him ruin my experience of going to my first ever concert. When it ended, it was late at night and everyone left. The venue was right in downtown of the city, and we parked several blocks away. It took like 20 minutes to walk back to the car that our friend Jordan had driven. When we finally got to the street that we had parked on, it was much quieter and nobody else was really over there. We were walking down the street and I heard footsteps behind me. I looked back and saw the guy in the mask again. Was it a coincidence that he was walking down this street, or was he following me? He was still staring, and when my friends saw me looking back, they looked as well. We all thought this guy was really creepy, how he was right behind us, staring at me. The guy was like 40 feet back, and when we went forward, he would do the same, but when we stood still, he did the same thing as well. My friends and I asked the guy what he wanted, but he didn't answer and instead just kept staring. We kept walking and eventually made it back to our car. As we were about to get inside, a car pulled up on the street out of nowhere and stopped right next to the guy in the mask. He got inside of it, and then the car parked behind us a ways down the street. We sat there and waited because we were afraid the car was going to follow us. We both sat there for probably about 10 minutes, I would say, and eventually the other car just pulled away and left.
A few years ago, I went on a trip to California to visit friends. I lived a few states away and was going to fly in, but I needed a place to stay while I was there. First, I looked at hotels, and they were difficult to find, so I decided to check out Airbnbs as well. Those were also hard to find. After a long time of searching, I finally found an Airbnb that seemed to be a really good deal. It was certainly cheaper than any hotels, and seemed like it would work just fine for me. But from the start, the owner of the room seemed a little bit sketchy. The way the ad was written was a little bit odd. There were some spelling errors, and the pictures were sort of weird. The place also didn't have any reviews yet. So when I first saw it, I kept looking. But after not finding anything with nearly as cheap of a price, I considered it again. It was a very small house, and I would have the whole place to myself. The value just seemed way better than any other place that I had looked at. Everybody was most likely scared off by the less than ideal photos and description. After all, most of the listings you see on Airbnb look to be professionally photographed and well written. Plus, there was no reviews yet, so I decided to just go for it. Having a whole place to myself would be really nice, as opposed to just having a small room or staying in somebody's basement. I reserved the place and was slightly nervous for it, but more excited to go to California and visit my friends. When the time came, after my flight, I took a Lyft to the location. It was towards the end of a quieter street and seemed to have a decent-sized yard. I had instructions on where the key was, which was hidden in the backyard. After I got it, I went inside the house. It was pretty much just how it looked online, and I was feeling good about it. The place was very small, but good enough for me, and I was proud of myself for getting such a great deal. It was one level and didn't have an upstairs or basement. There was just a kitchen, a living room, one bedroom, and a bathroom. I was in the house for a little bit and then left to meet up with my friends. I hung out with them for basically the rest of the night. Later that evening, I returned to my small Airbnb at probably about 10 p.m. When I got inside, I started to get ready for bed. I was really tired, and within maybe 10 minutes, I was about to get into the bed. I turned out all of the lights in the small house and was making my way over to the bedroom. That's when I saw what looked like somebody walking past the window in the backyard. It really took me by surprise, and I stopped walking and looked. But by that time, the person was now out of my view. In the backyard, it was very dark. The only reason that I had seen the person at all was because I had turned all the lights inside off. I didn't get a good look at them, but it seemed to be a man. I walked over to the window and looked out, but by now saw nobody. After that, I went over a couple of other windows and looked out, but also saw nothing. I decided to try to go to bed now, although I wasn't quite as tired anymore. When I got into the bedroom, though, I saw the man again. Once more, I didn't get a good look at him at all. He briefly moved past the window, which wasn't very big. Now I knew somebody was prowling around out there, and I was really concerned. I went back into the living room and looked out of that window. When I didn't see anything, I went all around to the other windows. There were no shades or blinds for the windows at all, which was too bad. I wanted to cover them. The windows were not very big, but I just didn't want whoever was walking around to be able to get in or see inside. I made sure the door was locked and then stayed up for a little while. When I didn't see anything for like 30 minutes, I finally got tired again and went back to the bedroom. I got in bed and tried to just ignore the bad feeling that I had. I really wanted to get some sleep.
Whoever was out there didn't try to get in or anything, so I was telling myself that I would be okay. I laid in bed for no more than 5 minutes before I started to feel very paranoid. I opened my eyes and looked up. When I did, I saw there was a man staring right in the window. This time, I got a good look at his face. When he saw me, he ducked straight down after like a second. He looked really familiar to me though. For a few seconds, I didn't know where I had seen him. Then I remembered. I ran into the small hallway, which was the only area with no windows. I went on my phone and onto the Airbnb app. That's when I realized that the man in the window was the owner of the Airbnb. He had been staring into the window, watching me try to sleep. I wanted to get out of there. I knew that he likely had keys. After all, he owned the place. I packed up all of my things right then and there and left. When I left the house, I ran for my car, but didn't see or hear the guy. Then I drove to a random parking lot and tried to find a hotel for the night. I had to drive a ways away and also pay more than I wanted to, but I got lucky and was able to find a hotel room. I also reported the man to Airbnb. When I sent him a message about it, he completely denied everything. After that, I never used Airbnb again.
I used to work at Applebee's as a waitress a couple of years back when I was younger. I worked there in total for about 6 months. For the most part, I liked the job right up until the end, and I would make decent money in tips. The reason that I quit, though, has caused me to not want to work at a restaurant again. During the time that I worked there, I lived in a small apartment which had a door that opened right up to the outside. Out of nowhere, I woke up one night to hear somebody knocking on my front door at 3 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, this couldn't be anything good. The knock was a fast and steady knock, which lasted for about 20 seconds before it stopped. I got out of bed and walked over to look out the peephole. By the time I got there, though, whoever had been there was now gone. I was a little creeped out by this, but after a while, I was able to go back to bed. Several nights later, though, the same thing happened again. Once more, by the time I looked outside, whoever had been there was gone. This ended up happening several more times. Each time, I would get a knocking on my door at 3 a.m., and by the time I would look outside, nobody would be there. It would happen at very random nights too, so I never knew when to expect it. Then, one night, as I was working at Applebee's, it was like any other. It was maybe 10 p.m. when a man came in by himself and was sitting at a booth in the corner. I ended up being his waitress, and he was just like any other customer for the most part. He was quiet, but nothing stuck out to me. But when he left, I went to clean his table, and I saw on the receipt he left at the table something was written on it. It had written that he knew where I lived and he was watching me. I immediately showed the note to coworkers, and I had to believe it was the same person who had been knocking on my door late at nights. I made sure to leave with a coworker in case the guy was watching me in the parking lot or something. I went to the police that same night with the note, but after that, the man never knocked on my door at night again. There wasn't really anything that the police could do. I quit shortly after that. Looking back, I have a lot of questions. I don't know why the man left me that note, and I don't know why he stopped knocking on my door. Maybe he knew I had gone to the police somehow, and I'm just glad I haven't seen him again. This happened roughly 5 years ago. I was at Baskin-Robbins one night and went inside to get a shake. The location was about 10 minutes away from my house, in a little shopping area where I went all the time. I would guess it was about 8 p.m. or so. I know that it was nighttime, and not really anybody else was there. I ordered and was standing inside waiting when I noticed a man through the side of the window of the building. It looked like he was walking on the sidewalk and towards the front doors. I remember expecting him to come inside the doors, but instead, he just stopped and kind of pressed his head up against the window for a second and looked inside. Then he walked away. I thought it was a little bit weird. I could see that the guy had a long beard and wore sunglasses and kind of beat up clothes. It looked like he was homeless to me. I went on my phone after that for a minute or so. When I looked over again, the guy was gone completely. My shake was done within the next minute, and I picked it up and left. I walked out the door and was headed to my car, but immediately after exiting the building, I saw the homeless guy again. He was standing next to the building on the sidewalk, but farther down. He said hey to me and started walking in my direction. I looked over and waved, but really didn't want to talk to the guy. I just wanted to get to my car. The guy came up to me and I could see that he was limping. I kept on walking to my car and didn't stop. He basically followed me all the way over there. He said hi to me again and asked if he could talk to me for a minute. I asked him how I could help him, and he told me that he was homeless and had just sprained his ankle earlier that day. I said sorry and thought maybe he was going to ask me for money or something. Instead, the man asked if I would be nice enough to drive him to the McDonald's down the road. I looked and saw the McDonald's. It wasn't too far down the street at all. It was just across a busier street and then like 3 businesses down from where we were. I had a bad feeling about it, and I didn't know this guy. I just really didn't want to give him a ride. I wanted to help people, but something about this guy just seemed way too sketchy. I told him sorry, but no, I was really in a hurry and was going in the opposite direction. Of course, I made up the second part. I wasn't in a hurry, but I felt like I needed to give the man a good reason. He asked again, and I just told him no and I couldn't do it. Then I got inside my car. I felt really bad, but I didn't want the guy getting in my car with me. He just seemed sort of creepy. The guy stood there right next to my driver's door for a few seconds, and then slowly walked away. I got inside of my car and locked the doors. I felt much safer now, but I also felt bad at the same time. Was I a bad person for not giving him such a short ride? I looked in my mirror and noticed the guy walking away still. He was going to the parking lot of the business next to Baskin-Robbins, which was a Chipotle. When he got to the Chipotle, I saw him suddenly speed up his walking and start to walk at a really fast speed. He was no longer limping. I then saw him walk up to a car, pull out some keys, unlock the car, and get inside. Once inside, I watched him pull his beard right off his face. My jaw dropped as I saw this. He then backed out and drove away.
This happened when I was a kid. At the time, I was probably about 12 years old. I remember that occasionally we would go to Carl's Jr. because there were several in the area. I was with my mom, and I think we were shopping or something during the day. On the way home, we were picking up food for us, as well as my brother and dad who were at home. When we got to Carl's Jr., my mom parked in the parking lot and asked if I wanted to come inside with her. I told her that I just wanted the California burger meal and I would wait. I didn't feel like going in and standing in line with her and would rather wait out in the car. My mom left and went inside. As I sat there, I just sort of looked around the parking lot. I watched a couple of people go in and out of the restaurant. It had just gotten dark outside, and there were maybe 7 or 8 other cars in the parking lot if I had to guess. A couple of minutes after my mom went in, I saw a man walk out of the Carl's Jr. The guy started walking over towards me. My mom's car was a white SUV, and we were parked on the back side of the parking lot, not right up against the building. There wasn't a car next to us, so I was a little bit confused when the guy seemed to be headed straight for me. I honestly didn't think he would reach my mom's car. I thought he would turn and go to his car, whatever one that was, but he didn't. Eventually, he reached me. He didn't go to the window or try to open the door though. Instead, he just kind of paced around at the back side of the car where I couldn't really see him. He was kind of in the blind spot, and I had no clue as to what he was doing. I just remember that he was wearing a reddish colored jacket and a baseball cap. I also remember he had sort of a beard. He seemed to go around the back of the car to the other side. I was getting uncomfortable and was hoping that my mom would come back out soon. I looked back to the door of the Carl's Jr., hoping to see my mom, but she wasn't coming out yet. In fact, the parking lot all around was pretty quiet at that moment. Suddenly, I heard the back passenger side door open up. I was seated in the front passenger seat, and it really caught me off guard. I guess I had forgotten to lock the car doors. Without thinking, I jumped over the center console to the driver's seat of the car and went for the door. I'm not sure why exactly I didn't go out my door. I think it was because I was trying to get as far away from this guy as I could. Luckily for me, I was pretty small and flexible back then, and going over to the other seat like that was fairly easy. But as I was crossing over, I felt a hand on my back, which was from the guy in the back seat. He didn't say anything, or at least I don't remember him saying anything. I was just desperate to get away from him. When I had made it across to the other seat, I opened up the door and ran outside. I sprinted across the parking lot and into the Carl's Jr. restaurant. When I made it inside, I looked around for my mom, who was standing on the side waiting for the order. I ran to her and told her that some guy had gotten into the car. She went out to the parking lot and I followed her. By the time we had gotten back to the car, the guy was gone, but the back door was wide open. I have no idea where the man went. Looking back at that experience, though, I wonder what he was trying to do. More than likely, I think he was going to try to abduct me. I believe he was inside the restaurant looking outside, and when he saw my mom leave me in the car, he left. That gives me the chills to think about.
About a year ago, my wife and I were having a fire in our backyard with a few friends. It was something that we occasionally did on weekends or whenever, really. When it got to be sort of late and our friends left, we put out the fire and went inside for the night. I was pretty exhausted, so I fell asleep really quickly. However, I was woken up in the night by something. I didn't know exactly what it was that woke me up, so I sat up and looked around. Everything seemed to be just fine and I didn't hear anything, so I decided to go back to bed. But as soon as I laid down, I heard the noise of something falling coming from the living room. This made me sit up in bed and be completely silent. I heard my wife wake up and she asked me what that noise was. I told her it was probably nothing and I would go check it out, but I was actually pretty concerned because we didn't really have anything that would just fall over randomly. I slowly walked to the bedroom door and opened it. As soon as I opened the door, I was looking directly at a man who was in our house. He was wearing an orange ski mask and I slammed the door shut as soon as I saw him. He had probably been just about 10 feet away. I ran over to the phone and called the police. Things got really quiet in the rest of the house, so I thought the man had run away, and I told the police that I thought they had ran off. But after I was done talking to the police on the phone, I heard another noise in my house. This creeped me out pretty badly. I hoped whoever it was would not come in the bedroom. My wife and I stayed in the room, armed with whatever heavy objects we could get our hands on. It was some pretty tense moments waiting for the police to arrive, hoping that the door to the bedroom wouldn't open. I knew the man was still in the house because we had heard movements, but thankfully they weren't coming from near our bedroom. Finally, the police arrived, and I saw flashing lights coming down the street. The police made entrance to the house and eventually got to the bedroom. I assumed they had caught the man, but then they asked me where I thought he went. I told them I had heard noises from the living room, and they ended up searching the entire house, but the man was never found. It turns out I had left the back door open from the fire we had had, and the man just walked right in. I suppose that's the same way he left too, but it just scares me that he was never caught. It's also a little strange that he didn't appear to take anything either.
This is my scariest story from when I worked as a night janitor. I've since quit the job, and this was a couple of years ago. I worked cleaning an office building at night, and it was my job to vacuum, sweep, and sanitize certain areas, as well as clean bathrooms. Pretty much what you would expect. The office building was a pretty typical one. Several floors, cubicles, and offices all around. It wasn't crazy big, enough that I could keep it clean during my overnight shift. One night, I was working and was a few hours in. Usually, it would just be me by myself and a security guard who worked on the first floor. We were the only two people in the building in the overnight hours. As I was cleaning in the office, I was near the stairs and suddenly heard someone walking near, and then open up the door from the stairwell. It was not the security guard, but another man. I did recognize him though. When I worked, my last hour would sometimes overlap with some of the guys who were getting into work on Fridays early. This office started work at like 6 or 7 a.m. on some Fridays and then ended at 10 a.m. It was like a half-day thing, which I never knew too many details about. But the point is, I did recognize this guy as someone who I had seen working in the office. I didn't know his name or anything, just his face. I asked him what he was doing here at this hour, which was like 1 a.m. The man said to me that he had forgotten something at his office and apologized and then just walked right past me. This was a little strange. I knew he worked there, but he seemed to be in a big hurry, so I just went back to work. I cleaned around the area for the next 30 minutes or so. It wasn't until then that I realized I never saw the man leaving. There was another exit, but it was way at the other end. I hadn't seen or heard the guy at all. I walked back over to where I had seen him walking to. I didn't see anybody or anything different. Something about it just seemed strange and I had a bad feeling, so I went down to talk to the overnight security guard on the first floor. When I got down there and spoke with him, he said he hadn't let anybody in the building at all since his shift started, and he hadn't seen anybody leave either. Now I was really confused.
There was only one entrance or exit to the building where people would enter, other than some emergency exits. We both went upstairs to see if the man was still there. We searched up and down through the cubicles and other areas on the second floor. The man was nowhere to be found. There were some offices for the higher-ups in the company where we hadn't looked yet. There was no reason really for the guy to be in there, but just out of precaution, we decided to give it a shot. When we entered the first office and turned on the lights, suddenly I saw something move. It was under the desk, and sure enough, it turned out to be the same guy from before. We asked him what on earth he was doing hiding under the desk. This wasn't even his office either. The security guard asked the man for his company ID card or any kind of identification, but the man refused. We were forced to call the police then. The man kept complaining that he worked here, saying that he was going to have us fired if we didn't let him go. When the police arrived, we let them handle the situation for the most part. I found out some crazy details afterwards. The guy did used to work for the company, but had been fired almost a month prior. He had entered the building during business hours and hid inside a bathroom, somehow going undetected until 1 a.m. when he came up and I saw him. He went to his old boss's office and was planning to confront him when he got in for work that morning. I'm not sure if he wanted to fight him or what, but thankfully he didn't have any weapons on him. This was by far the weirdest and creepiest thing that ever happened in my time working there.
I remember that when I was a kid, Toys R Us was my favorite store to go to. I wouldn't get to go there all that often, but when I did, it was just amazing how there was an entire big store just for toys. When I was probably like 10 years old, I went with my mother one day. It was my sister's birthday later that week, and my mother was looking to get her some presents. Of course, I was happy to go with, but when we got there, we went over to the girls section, which didn't really interest me. I wanted to go over to the race cars and the action figures and stuff like that, or better yet, the video games. I knew where my mother would be, and I didn't see a big deal in going to the other end of the store while she looked. However, I only had to go a few aisles over to find some things that interested me more. Like most times I was there, I saw so many things that I wanted, and I felt like I could spend hours in the store. I came across the Lego aisle, and I saw some of the cool displays they had. That was another thing that I really liked about Toys R Us, is how they would have little displays everywhere throughout the store. Anyways, I was just looking around, and picked up a couple of the Lego people in the display just to look at them, when suddenly I was grabbed from behind out of nowhere. I hardly noticed anybody else in the area at all that I had been there. I was really startled and looked up to see a guy with grayish hair and a blue jacket on. I then noticed his Toys R Us employee tag. He told me I wasn't supposed to touch the display and that I was in big trouble. I told the guy sorry, and he asked me where my mother was. I said she was a few aisles over and pointed. I expected the man to walk me back over to her, but instead, the guy started walking in the opposite direction, all while gripping onto my arm tightly. I told the guy I was sorry and I wouldn't do it again, but he said that it was too late. We walked up to the front area of the store, and now I was getting nervous. I thought I was in some serious trouble, and I didn't know it was really that bad. I hadn't broken anything. Then, we walked past the registers and headed out of the store for the parking lot. When we started to leave, that's when I got a really bad feeling. It wasn't until that point that it occurred to me that maybe this guy didn't work at Toys R Us at all. The problem was, now we were out of the store, and my mother was still inside. His grip got tighter on my arm as we walked through the parking lot. The store wasn't too busy, and there really weren't that many cars in the parking lot. When we reached what appeared to be the man's car, I noticed there was a car parked a few rows across with a mother and another kid getting out. I waved to the kid out of kind of desperation and said hi to him. The kid waved at me, and I remember the mom seemed to look over and saw how the guy was sort of pulling on my arm. The guy must have noticed this, and to look less suspicious, let my arm go, and he now pushed on my arm instead of grabbing it. He was trying to lead me into his car, and as soon as his grip was gone, though, I took off running over to the store as fast as I could. No doubt I was much faster than that guy. At first, he tried running after me, and I was really scared, but once I had made it about 20 feet, I knew he wouldn't be able to catch up with me. I had a great feeling of relief as I crossed the doorway back inside the store, and then ran to find my mother, who was now standing near the front end. She looked concerned and asked me where I had gone. I told her, and it led to a whole big thing. The police came down to the store, and the manager and several other employees gathered around. I didn't realize just how big of a deal it was at the time, and how lucky I was to have gotten away from the man, but now I'll never forget it. Last summer, I was traveling with my wife. We were going home from a wedding we attended about 4 states away from where we lived. The drive was too long to make it one day, so we would have to stay in a hotel for one night. On the way there, we stayed in a pretty decent hotel, roughly halfway. We were hoping to stay there on the way back as well, but when we looked, the prices were much higher, and it had a lot less availability. I figured it wasn't a big deal, and there would be plenty of other nice hotels we could stay at on the way back. My wife and I took turns driving on the way back. I drove for a while, and then let my wife drive the next few hours. Then I returned to driving that night. At about 10 p.m., I started to get really sleepy. I looked over and saw that my wife was already fast asleep. I wasn't quite sure exactly where we were, so I pulled off the highway at the next exit to stop and look. I went into a gas station and filled up my tank. When I was done, I got on my phone and searched hotels near me. The search came up with about 3 of them that seemed to be in the area, and there wasn't very many in the surrounding area. I clicked on the first one I saw, and the rates were pretty cheap. I then looked at the other 2. Unfortunately, none of them seemed all that nice, but it was late, and I really just wanted a place to sleep because I was getting more and more tired. I chose one and drove to it, which was only about 5 minutes away. When we arrived, my wife woke up. I asked her if this place looked alright to stay for the night, and she said yes, it seemed good enough. The place had an upper and lower level of rooms, and they all opened right up to the outside parking lot. There didn't seem to be many people there, because there wasn't very many cars in the parking lot. However, based on some of the older, rusty cars around the parking lot, I could tell it wasn't the nicest place in town. I got outside and went into the office. I got a room, and then went back to our car, grabbed my suitcase, and then my wife and I went to our room, which was on the ground level. Once we got into the room, we weren't all too impressed, even after our expectations had been set low. The TV was still a box version, and the bathroom mirror had several noticeable smears on it. We were too tired to care though, and got to bed and fell asleep rather quickly. However, we were woken up not too long after that. I heard loud bangs coming from the door of our hotel. Our blinds were shut, so I couldn't see who was there when I woke up. I looked at the clock, and it was 2 a.m. Who could this be? I got up out of bed slowly, and the knocks continued. I got to the door, and was going to open it, but decided to check the people instead. There were 2 large men standing outside the door. They both wore black jackets, and did not look very friendly at all. They seemed to be angry for some reason. I watched the guy bang loudly on the door, just inches from where my eyes were looking at him on the other side. I did not want to open the door for him. I had a bad feeling about this. As they kept knocking, I was wondering what I should do. I kept looking out the people, and saw the other man who was standing at the door walk over towards the window. He then started knocking on the window. This continued for several minutes, before finally it stopped. I watched the men seemingly walk away down the sidewalk in front of the hotel. My wife asked me what that was all about. I told her that I had no idea. At this point, I decided to go outside and look around. I opened the door and looked. I didn't see anyone or anything, but I really didn't feel like going out any further. I didn't feel safe. I went back inside and decided to just go back to sleep. It took a while, but eventually we were able to. When we woke up the next morning, we were pretty much ready to leave right away. The hotel didn't have breakfast or anything like that, and we hadn't brought much inside. I showered, got dressed, and then we left. It was about 7 a.m. when we left the hotel room and brought our things out to the car. When we got to our car and were getting inside, I noticed another car parked against the back side of the parking lot facing us. I saw the 2 guys I had seen in the people the previous night. They were sitting in the front 2 seats of the car, and I recognized them as the ones who had been knocking on our door. I pointed them out to my wife. She was confused at first, until I explained to her those were the men that were knocking. As I was putting my suitcase in the trunk of our car, I saw the doors to the car that the men were in open up, and they began to walk towards us. We hurried to get inside the car, and as soon as I was able to, I started the engine. The men were parked pretty far away, so they were only about halfway to us by the time I started to drive away. We left and didn't look back. Luckily, we weren't followed or anything like that. To this day, I'm not sure what those men wanted or why they were watching us.
When I was a kid, my family used to go to Costco almost every Saturday. It was kind of a routine for us, and we would typically go in the morning. We would get most of our groceries for the week, so it would take us about an hour to do so, but for some reason, I always had a good time going. One day, I think my sister was at her friend's house or something, and my dad was working on his car, so it was just my mom and I who went to Costco that week. I think I was maybe 8 years old, so part of the memories are a little bit blurry. I do remember that after we got there, we first went to get cereal, and then some snacks. After that, the rest of the items that we got didn't interest me as much. We shopped for close to an hour, and after filling the cart almost all the way full, we were almost done. My mom was still looking at a few things though. I was bored, and I wandered off a little bit to look at more interesting things. I never really went that far away from my mom. I usually just stayed in the same aisle as her. This aisle, however, started to get really busy, as I was at one end and my mom the other. By the time I made it back to where I thought my mom was, she was now gone. I walked to the next aisle over, but she wasn't there either. I decided to go out of the aisles towards the front of the store where you could see more. When I walked over there, the store was really busy, and with all the people, I had no idea where she was. Just then, I saw a man walk up to me and tell me that my mom was looking for me. I remember that I asked him where she was, and he told me she was leaving and I'd better hurry. I suddenly got really nervous and began walking to the front of the store. The guy told me to follow him, and we both started walking pretty quickly towards the exits. I was 100% convinced for some reason that my mom had left the store without me. Looking back, I can't believe how stupid I was, but the guy seemed really convincing. Plus, I was just 8 years old. I remember we made it to the exit doors, and we were right about to leave, when I suddenly heard my mom's voice. She was yelling, and it sounded like she was still inside the store. I looked behind me and saw her running towards me. She was just passing by the check lanes. I looked back to the man, but he had now disappeared. He must have left when I looked back. I ran to my mom, and she asked me what on earth I was doing. I told her how I thought she had left, and the man told me she was in the parking lot. My mom told me that she would never leave without me, and that she had been looking for me in the store for the last 5 minutes. My mom then went and found a manager and reported what had happened. The police ended up coming as well, and we had to talk to them for a while before we could finally go home. My mom didn't leave me out of her sights for a while after that. I always get creeped out thinking about that day. I'm a big sports fan. I often go to games, and last summer I was at a Major League Baseball game in the city near where I live. I went with my friend Sean, who is also a big fan, and our seats were on the first level, sort of down by the first baseline. They were really nice, and the stadium was pretty full with it being a nice summer night. I remember it was about the 7th inning when I checked my phone after I felt it vibrate in my pocket. It was an airdrop request from another iPhone. The name of the phone just said iPhone. I was curious of what it could be, and I chose to accept the airdrop. It was a photo, and the photo turned out to be me. The photo looked really zoomed in, and it looked like it had been taken from the upper deck near the third base line. I thought it was funny, and I showed it to Sean, who also got a laugh out of it. We were wondering if someone who knew us was at the game and just joking around with us. I looked over to the upper deck area, but really couldn't see the people well with them being so far away. I went on Snapchat and looked at my snap maps, but nobody else that I knew was at the game. As the game went on, the next inning, I received another airdrop. This time, it was once again a photo of me zoomed in, but now there was a red X drawn over my face. I thought it was funny again, but also a little bit strange. The next inning, which was the 9th and the last inning of the game, I got another airdrop. It was a video of somebody zooming into me. This time, however, it appeared to be filmed from the same section that I was in and behind me, just about 20 feet or so. I looked around, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It could have been anyone, and with as many people at the game as there was no way of knowing. The game ended shortly after, and Sean and I walked through the dense crowd back to my car, which was in a nearby parking garage a few blocks away. When we got back to my car and got inside, I was starting up the engine when I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. I grabbed it and looked to see another airdrop. It was from the same person, and I accepted it to see that now there appeared to be a note entry. The entry had my name with my address and then had in all caps, "I will get you." I knew that to send an airdrop you had to be close by to the iPhone, and Sean and I looked all around the parking garage. Now this was really creepy. We didn't see anybody, but all of a sudden we saw a car that was parked sort of behind us start to drive away, and the tires screeched as it did. It was a black car with tinted windows, and I didn't recognize it. After it sped away, Sean and I sat in the car for several minutes talking about who it could be that kept airdropping us. We really didn't know of anybody who would pull a prank like that. I didn't end up telling anybody else about it. Luckily for me though, nothing else happened, but I still want to know who that was taking those pictures of me.
I currently work as a janitor for a college near where I live. The campus is about a 10-minute drive away, and I typically work from 7 p.m. until about midnight. It's not too long, and I'm a part-time worker. This is a job I'm working to get some extra money while I save up for grad school. I work in the school's athletics building. All in all, it's a pretty easy job. Just typical cleaning of bathrooms, locker rooms, changing garbage cans, mopping, all that stuff. The building is nice, but the school is pretty small, only about 1,500 students, so it's nothing massive or anything like that. This was just this past spring, and the building, which closed at 11, was now empty aside from me. I was changing garbage down at one end of the building, near the south entrance. As I was doing this, I noticed the window right next to the doors. There was a man standing there looking in, right at me. This guy was smiling in the creepiest possible smile that he could have. I almost jumped back when I saw him. I looked at the guy, and his eyes were locked onto mine. I had to look away. The building was closed, and I don't know if this guy was wanting to get inside or just weird. He remained there, and I went back to work, trying to ignore him, as hard as that was to do. A few moments later, I looked back, and he was now gone. I was happy to see that. I continued with my work, and about 20 minutes later, when I was on the complete opposite end of the building, I saw the man again. His head was peeking in the window, and he had that same creepy smile on his face. I knew this guy had to be playing some kind of creepy joke on me. He had grayish hair and a slight beard, but other than that, all I noticed was how insane and creepy he looked. Then, he suddenly disappeared, only to reappear again at another window a few minutes later. The guy was starting to annoy me, and I was tired of him doing this. I saw him again a little bit later near one of the large windows at the other side of the building. It's like he followed me wherever I went in the building and went to a window nearby just to stare at me. This time, I had it and began walking over to the door to ask this guy what his problem was. As soon as I started to walk over there, though, he ran away. I stopped and figured that it wasn't worth my time. I should just do my job and ignore this creepy guy. He was probably harmless. But just as I was returning to my work, I heard the sound of glass breaking behind me. I turned around to see what appeared to be a large rock crashing through the window and glass going everywhere. After things settled, the only thing I heard was an insane and creepy sounding laugh from the man. I got out my phone and called the police right away. I was hoping this guy wouldn't enter the building, but he seemed content to just stand by it and laugh. The police got there in like 5 minutes, where the guy was still standing outside. He was caught by the police, who found that the man appeared to be high on several drugs, which explained his bizarre behavior. As for me, I was just glad he was gone, but the building had to have the window replaced.
This story took place last summer. I live by myself in a small house, and it's in a pretty big neighborhood where the houses are sort of close together, so I get to know most of my neighbors. The house next door to me to the west was for sale, and finally somebody bought it. I saw that a middle-aged guy moved into the house, but beyond that, I didn't know much. As the time went by after that, the guy seemed sort of creepy and elusive. He always had an angry look on his face and rarely came outside. When he did, he would just sort of stand outside and look around or get his mail. I tried to have conversations with him a couple of times to be friendly, but they were quickly shut down. For the most part, I just tried to give the guy his privacy and figured he just liked to be alone. Then one night, I woke up at 3 a.m. and was very thirsty. I went into my kitchen to get some water. As I did, I noticed that the neighbor was outside, sort of between my house and his, and seemed to be pacing back and forth. This was strange to see, as it was the middle of the night. The guy then went back inside and came out less than a minute later. He then looked up at me, and we made eye contact. The man looked really surprised and then walked quickly back inside. It felt really awkward to me that he had seen me staring at him. I went back to bed, but by the next day I had forgotten all about it. I didn't see the man at all that day. The next night, I once again awoke at 3 o'clock in the morning. This time, I wasn't as thirsty though. I sat up in bed and looked at the time, then I rolled back over to my other side to get some more sleep. But as soon as I laid down, I heard a noise. It was a very small noise of something touching my window. and sat back up again. I listened closely, and it sounded like there was a light tapping coming from my bedroom window. Then came a noise which was much louder than the others. I reached for my light switch and turned my light on. It revealed a silhouette of a man coming from behind the blinds outside my bedroom window. Whoever it was quickly ran away and went out of sight. I got up and walked around the house after that and looked out of all of my windows, but I didn't see anything strange. Then I went back up to my bedroom, and it took a while before I was able to fall back asleep. The next day, I went all around my yard and looked for any evidence if it was there the night before. Couldn't really find anything though. After that day though, I never saw my next door neighbor again. He must have left without anybody noticing, because a couple of months later, we just saw a for sale sign on the house and learned that the guy who lived there hadn't been there at all for months. I think it was him who I saw outside my bedroom window, but I don't know why he was there or what he was doing.
This is one of the most bizarre things to ever happen to me. I live out west, and there are Carl's Jr.'s all over the place near my house. It's become a popular stop for me to get food late at night, and I also think that they have a great breakfast. One night, about 6 months ago, I worked a little bit late, and I felt lazy, so I pulled into the Carl's Jr. drive-thru on my way home. When I got there, nobody else was in the drive-thru, and I drove right up to the speaker. I remember that shortly after stopping, I noticed a car pulling up right behind me though. As I was ordering at the intercom, the car behind me started honking. I was perplexed. I hadn't been ordering for a long time or anything. I hadn't even been at the intercom for more than 30 seconds. When I placed my order, I drove up and the car drove behind me. I don't even think that they had ordered. I went to the next window and was there for a while longer waiting. The car honked at me once again. I looked back to him, but it was night and I couldn't tell who was driving the car. There was a space for them to drive around me if they wanted to leave or something, but they didn't. Within a couple of minutes, I had paid and got my order, and then I left. I was glad to get away from there with that weirdo honking at me. I drove home, which took maybe 10 more minutes total. When I got back, I pulled into the driveway and was really hungry and tired from work. As I got out of my car, I saw another car driving right up to the front of my house onto the street. The car then honked several times loudly and then sped away. It must have been the same car that was behind me in the Carl's Jr. drive-thru. I wasn't sure why they would have followed me home though. I was just glad that they had left. I went inside and finally got to eat. I was able to relax for a few hours before realizing that I had meant to go shopping that night on my way home from work. I had run out of many things, most of them foods, but some other things like toothpaste and toilet paper. The late workday must have caused me to forget. I thought about just going the next day, but there was a store right down the street like 2 or 3 minutes away, and it was only 9 p.m., so I decided to go. I went to the local supermarket and was there for probably about 10 minutes. When I was there, I was pretty quick to get all the basic stuff that I needed. After that, I drove back home and returned. When I got back, I parked my car in the driveway and began walking up to my front door. When I reached the front step, I realized something. The window next to the front door was broken. It was sort of tough to see because it was mostly covered by a bush, but I saw it. I knew that it hadn't been like that earlier when I had gotten home. Somebody had broken into my house and was probably still there. I turned around and ran back to my car. Once I was there, I called the police and waited inside my car for them. When they got there, they searched my entire house and property. Unfortunately, though, they never found anybody inside. Whoever had been there had left. When I finally got inside my house, nothing was missing. The only evidence was that broken window, and the back door was unlocked, indicating whoever broke in left that way. I never did find out who had been inside of my house, or who was honking in the car. Luckily, since then, nothing else strange has happened, but I have to think that the strange car that kept honking at me and the break-in were connected.
About a year ago, one of my best friends from back in high school was in town. He lived far away, and me and him met up at Applebee's just like old times. We would always go to half-price apps when we were younger, and that's what we were doing on this night. Once we got there, we sat down in a booth and began catching up. It was great to see him again, but shortly after we had ordered, I noticed he was looking out the window, and then he pointed. He said, "Hey, isn't that your car?"
I looked out the window to where he was pointing at. From where we were sitting, you could see out into the parking lot, which didn't have too many cars in it. I noticed that there appeared to be a man standing on the other side of my car doing something to it. It looked as though maybe he was trying to break in, so I said I would be right back, and I got up. I then ran outside to the parking lot. By the time I got outside, I didn't see the man anymore. I walked over to my car and examined it. It was still locked, and nothing seemed to be different about it at all. I looked around the whole parking lot and the nearby surroundings. The man was definitely gone now. I went back inside the restaurant to my friend. He told me that as I was going out the door, which was at an angle that I couldn't see the parking lot really, the man looked over to the window and then ran off. It sort of creeped me out to hear that, but I was glad that he was now gone and my car was okay. Over time, I forgot all about it as we were talking and eating. Afterwards, we went back to our cars and went our separate ways. I drove back home, which was about a 10-minute drive to my little house I lived by myself in. I pulled into my driveway on a quiet street and my car came to a stop. As soon as I did, I was about to go inside when I suddenly saw bright lights of headlights behind me. I looked to see 3 separate cars suddenly pulling up from around the corner and all screeching to a stop, blocking my driveway. I was basically halfway outside my car door, and I scrambled to run inside my house. The cars must have had their brights on, because I was nearly blinded as I ran to my front step. I got to my front door, unlocked it, and then went inside. I then locked the doors right behind me. I didn't hear anybody get out of the cars, but I started to hear almost constant honking. This went on for more than a minute straight before I heard a car door open and shut. I got out my phone to call the police, but before I even placed the call, I heard a door shut again, and then screeching tires and cars speeding away. I went upstairs, which had a good view of outside, and I looked out the window. I saw that all of the cars were now gone, and the street was now quiet like usual again. The cars never came back after that. I think they might have been connected with the guy that was messing with my car in the parking lot earlier. But what was going on there, I have no idea.
I work at Domino's Pizza, and this is something that happened to me just a few months ago. Many times, I work late into the night. Being a popular pizza place, we stay open until 1 a.m. on weeknights and 3 a.m. on weekends. However, we are only open for deliveries during the last 2 hours, so nobody can come inside to order, and there are no carryout orders during those hours. I work until close all the time, and I don't really mind it because the pay is good. Normally, I work inside the building making pizzas or helping customers. I don't really do deliveries. On this night in particular, it was a Friday night, so I was working until 3 a.m. Generally, we're pretty busy for most of the night on weekends, but things quiet down around midnight significantly. At least at my location, they do. During the last couple of hours, it was just me and 2 other coworkers. We handled a few orders, and when it was just after 2 a.m., things got even quieter. I was hanging out in the back with them, and I happened to go to the front of the store to get something, and noticed that there was a man standing right outside, looking in the window. That window led to a small parking lot outside. This man was sort of thin, tall, and was just staring. I thought maybe he had tried to come inside, but our door was locked. The guy kept staring in, but then when he saw me, he started banging on the window. And I don't mean just knocking on the window. He was banging on it. One of my coworkers came over and saw the guy. I told him that I would handle the situation and tell the guy that we were only open for deliveries. At that moment, I think we had gotten an order, and my coworker went back to start it. I walked over to the front door. The front door was around the corner to the window that the guy was banging on. I opened the door and then leaned around the corner. I told the guy that we were only open for deliveries and our store was not open. He looked at me and then just walked away. He didn't say anything, but I guess that he got the picture. I went back to help with the order that we had gotten. After it was complete, a driver took it out for delivery. Some more time went by, and it was probably about 2:45 a.m. We were going to be closing very soon, and wouldn't take any more orders. That's when I saw the guy again. I saw that he was once again just staring in the window. He didn't bang on the window this time, but he was just staring at me. Wherever I went, he wouldn't take his eyes off me. I walked back to the front door and opened it a crack. I yelled out asking if the guy needed something. He didn't respond. He just kept staring at me. I asked if he was okay, but still got no reply. The guy was acting very strange, and I asked him to stop staring in our windows. The whole time, though, he just stood there looking at me. As I closed the door and went back inside, he kept his eyes on me the whole time. I decided to just ignore him then. He wasn't banging on the glass anymore, and we would be closing now, so I figured he would just go away. I went into the back and helped clean some things up. We closed, and my coworkers left. I was the last person there to finish some things up and then leave. I then left the store maybe 10 minutes after my other coworkers, not that much later at all. I did one last look at the front of the store, and the man was no longer there. Then I left. As I walked out the back door of the Domino's to the parking lot, I got halfway to my car before I heard footsteps. The parking lot was very dark at this time, so I couldn't really see much. I looked over though and saw a figure walking towards me. I squinted and realized that it was the same guy who had been staring in the window of the store. He then started to run towards me. We were maybe about 30 feet apart. I then ran for my car and got inside just before the guy reached me. I drove out of there as fast as I could. The guy banged on my car with his fists as I did. I left him standing there in the parking lot, and luckily, after that I didn't see him again. I have no clue who he was or what he wanted with me.
This story happened just a couple of months ago. It was summertime, and I went to a music festival with my friend Robin one Friday. It was a pretty large event, and they had all kinds of performers on different stages around the area. It was in a sort of big park in the city, and after getting there, we went to several different stages and went all around the whole venue. We spent a decent amount of time at a few different stages, and by the time we went home, it was around midnight. Where the story really starts, though, is the next day. When I woke up in the morning, I saw that I had several missed calls and voicemails on my phone from a number that I did not recognize. It seemed really strange, and I decided to play the messages. At first, I couldn't make them out at all, and I had no idea what was going on. I thought somebody must have called me by complete accident, but the fact that there were 4 messages seemed odd. After playing the messages again, I was putting my phone right up to my ear, and I was able to make out music in the background. I could hear crowd noise as well as music, and I realized that the music playing was the same music as the performers I had seen the night before. There were 5 messages, and each message was from a song that I had heard, but 3 of them were at completely different stages. The crazy thing is, they were each stages that I had been to when songs were played that I had also been to. I found this really freaky, and I had to tell Robin all about it. I hadn't given my number to anybody who was there, so this was just really bizarre. All of the phone calls had taken place between 5 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. when I was asleep. I just didn't know how to explain it, but I did my best to just shrug it off. It was that night when I was by myself watching a movie in my bedroom when I received another phone call. It was about 11 p.m. and I thought about answering the call, but ultimately decided not to because I was too nervous. I had no idea who this was that was calling, and I didn't know what I would say or anything like that. I let it go to voicemail, and whoever it was left another one. I was nervous and waited a few minutes, but then I played it, expecting to maybe hear another song, but instead I heard something else. I put it up to my ear once again, and it was quieter this time, but it sounded like a movie. Then I realized what it was. It was the same movie I was watching. I remembered that my bedroom window was open. It was summer, so I'd have it open a lot at night. I looked over, but thankfully nobody was there when I looked. It was sort of behind me and out of my vision, so I ran, closed it immediately. I didn't know if the guy was still on my property somewhere, but I didn't want to stay there and find out, so I called my parents and told them about it, and then left my house and drove all the way to my parents' house, 15 minutes away, and spent the night there. There was absolutely no chance I was going to stay in my house that night. I spent a few nights back at my parents', and we went back to my place to look around a few times, but since then, there has been nothing. I'm hoping whoever it is never bothers me again. This story occurred many years ago when I was a kid. I was probably about 8 years old, and I remember that one day I went with my mother to go to the post office. She had to send something in the mail, and I don't remember what it was exactly, but I think it was a bigger package, so we had to go to the post office to mail it. It was pretty rare for us to go to the post office, and I always thought it was kind of interesting. When we got there, I remembered that it was really busy.
We lived in the city, so the local post office usually had a line of people, and my mother and I got in the end of the line and began waiting. I waited in line with my mother for a while, but I got bored the longer we waited. Eventually, it was my mother's turn, and she began to talk with somebody at the front counter. It took a little longer than I thought it would, and I wandered off to look at some of the things around the post office. It was a pretty interesting one. They had sort of displays and a lot of posters on the wall of information and things like that, probably because it was so large and busy all the time. I went over to look at a cool stamp collection poster thing that they had. It was something that really interested me at the time. I was there for maybe 2 minutes when all of a sudden my wrist was grabbed and I was pulled away. I looked up and saw a woman who I did not know leading me towards the doorway of the post office. I had no idea who she was, and I was so confused I thought maybe she worked at the post office. But after looking at her, she clearly didn't. She wasn't even looking at me, but just walking towards the exit, grabbing my wrist. The place was pretty crowded, so nobody really seemed to notice. She had a tight grip around my wrist, and as we were almost at the door, I remember finally another woman asked her what she was doing. The woman then stopped and said that she was leaving with her son. The other woman turned to me and asked me if this was my mom, and I said no. The woman must have seen how suspicious this situation looked. The woman who had a hold of my arm then said that I was just being difficult and laughed a little. My mother was still over at the counter at the time, and the post office was so big and crowded that I could barely see her from where I was, and I'm sure she had no idea what was going on. After the woman who I was with claimed I was in fact her son, she began walking quickly out the doors. I heard the other woman say to wait, but we went out the doors without stopping. After we made it outside, the woman led me directly around to the side of the building and onto the sidewalk. We were walking along the street, and the further we got away from the post office, the more worried I became. We walked for probably about a minute, until I started to hear a little shouting coming from behind us. I could hear the woman who had been questioning me at the post office, and then I heard my mother's voice as well. The woman that I was with began running and telling me to run as well. We were being chased, but I didn't want to run. The woman tried picking me up, but in the process of running, tripped a little, and I fell to the ground. The woman stumbled after bumping into me and nearly fell. She ended up letting go of me at that point and running away while I stayed on the ground. My mother and the other woman from the post office caught up to me quickly and brought me back. The police got called to the post office after that. I remember being told a while later that the lady who had tried to kidnap me was caught. I'm really grateful to the other woman who saw what was going on and questioned it, or I don't know what would have happened. This story takes place several years ago. I was driving back home one night, and it was really bad weather. It was the winter time, and we were getting a lot of snow. As I was driving along a quieter road in the more rural area, I suddenly saw that there was a man standing on the side of the road up ahead. He was waving at me, and I looked around and saw that there wasn't a car near him or anything like that. I wondered what he was doing there, especially in this terrible weather. He hadn't been there because his car is broken down, because there was no car. I slowed down and lowered my window. I asked the man if he was all right. The man walked up to my window and was visibly shivering. He seemed desperate and told me he just needed a ride up to the gas station. He seemed really sad and wasn't wearing a proper coat. I felt bad for him and I told him to hop in. After the man got inside my car, he shut the door and I began driving. I could feel, though, that the man was staring at me the entire time. But not just looking at me, but really staring at me. I looked over and saw his eyes locked onto mine. It was really creepy and I had to look away. As I drove, he eventually looked away, but I could feel him look back over at me quite a bit. It made me really uncomfortable, and I was hoping that we would find a gas station soon. The roads were getting really bad and slippery, and there were basically no other cars out there. I tried making basic conversation with the man to ease the awkwardness, but he seemed to be focused on something else and never really answered me. Then I got a phone call. I looked at my cell phone and saw it was one of my friends calling me. Normally, I wouldn't answer in this kind of a situation, but the car ride had been so awkward that I decided to take the call. It was my friend Ben, and I don't even really remember why he called me or what he was talking about, but I felt so much better talking to him when the random guy was in my car. About a minute later, the guy in my car said something. I put down the phone and looked at him. The guy seemed disappointed, and he said I could just drop him off right there and pull over. I looked at where we were.
It was the same quiet road with no businesses nearby and just woods, really. We definitely weren't near a gas station, and it was still snowing badly. I asked the man if he was sure, and he sighed and said yes. I then pulled over, and he got out. I was so relieved to have him out of my car, because he had seriously been giving me the creeps. I was curious where this guy was going, though, and why he wanted me to let him out here, so I watched him. He appeared to walk a little ways up the road, and then look at me. He waved his arms as if he wanted me to drive away, so I did. But as I looked out my back mirror. I noticed two men appeared to come out of the woods and meet the guy. They appeared to get into a car that was parked along the side of the road that I hadn't even noticed. I was driving very slow, and I don't know if they saw me or not after that, but I drove the rest of the way home wondering what exactly happened there.
I used to work at a Baskin-Robbins ice cream shop a few years ago. I was in high school at the time, and it was one of my first jobs. The scariest thing to ever happen to me there took place on like my third or fourth week working. I was still pretty new, and one night I was working with one other coworker, a girl named Caitlin. Our shop closed at 9 p.m., and at this time, I remember it was like 8:30 and not very many people were coming in at all. Caitlin and I were just standing around behind the counter talking and not really doing much. Soon it would be time to start cleaning and then close the place up, but for the moment we were just waiting around to see if any more customers would come in. As we were talking there, we started to hear a small thud. It sounded like it was coming from outside and behind us. The noise started to happen repeatedly, and it seemed like there was someone or something hitting against the building. Both of us walked to the back behind the counter and closer to where the noise was. It got louder and louder the farther back we went, and it was confirmed to us that the sound was coming from outside. Caitlin and I decided to go outside and see exactly what it was making the noise. We walked outside and could see that the parking lot was empty of cars, aside from ours that were parked next to each other in the corner. We went around the side to the back of the building, but couldn't see anyone. There was a door back there and a few bushes, but we figured if someone was hiding from us in the bushes or something, it would not be a good idea to approach them. We decided to just go back inside and finish up our shift. We agreed that I would do some cleaning around the small seating area that we had, and Caitlin would stay behind the counter in case we got any final customers. When not 1 minute after getting back inside, we heard noise again coming from the back, but this time, it sounded like it was coming from inside. We both decided to walk back and look. When we got back there, we didn't see anything at first. My eyes scanned the room a few times, and then I noticed something. I could see an arm sticking out from behind a box. I pointed at it and whispered to Caitlin. Somebody was definitely hiding back there. We both immediately ran away and out the doors. We went back to our cars and saw that whoever was in there did not follow us out. They were inside somewhere, and I called the police while sitting in my car. We waited in our cars the whole time until the police arrived, and we watched them enter the building. We had kept our eyes on the entrance and never saw anybody leave. No customers came in that time either. And when the police got there, they went inside and looked around. They ended up not finding anybody, but said that the door in the back was open. We went back to work after that, and the police stayed in the parking lot until we had finished cleaning and left. I'm a female in my 20s, and I used to work at Costco a couple of years back. What I mostly did while working there was to be a cashier at the checkout lanes. It was a pretty typical job. I had experience as a cashier before, so right away it was really easy for me. I had been working there for a few months, when one night it made me want to quit. It was nighttime, and I was working at the check lanes like usual. It was about 8 p.m., and we closed at 8:30, so there really weren't many people shopping anymore. I had a little bit of downtime to just kind of stand near my register and wait for people to come check out. That's what I was doing when I was just casually looking around the store. I saw one of the aisles at the end of the store. There was a guy standing right in front of it, staring at me. He then started waving at me, and an extremely creepy smile appeared on his face. It was one of the creepiest things I had ever seen, and I immediately had to look away. A few moments later, I looked back again to confirm what I had seen. The man was still staring at me with wide eyes and a creepy, huge grin, and was waving.
He couldn't have been any more of a creep. I walked to the other end of my check lane and stood there where he wouldn't have as good of a view of me, and I didn't look back to him. Eventually, other customers came and I scanned their items. When I was done, without really thinking, I looked back around the store. The man was still there, he was still staring at me, and when he saw me, he began to smile and wave once more. I made a little gesture for him to stop, but when I did, he seemed to just laugh and then keep doing it. I walked over and found a coworker and told them about the guy. I went to go point him out, but the guy was now gone. I helped some more customers after that, and when I looked back to the guy again, he was still gone. I was relieved to see that, and hoped that he had finally left. I really did not want to see this guy again. We closed a short time after that, and thankfully, the guy was not in the store anymore, and I left and drove home. I lived with my parents at the time, and when I got home, I mostly just relaxed in my room and watched TV. Eventually, I got tired and got ready to go to sleep, turned out all the lights, and got in bed. I was laying down in my bed, which faced my bedroom window with a view of the backyard. As I was laying there, just looking straight ahead, about to close my eyes, I suddenly saw something come into the view of my window. It was a man, and the same man that had been waving at me in Costco. He had the same creepy smile on his face and was waving at me once again. I thought for a second that I had to be imagining this or hallucinating, but I then realized that it was in fact real. I sat up and screamed and then ran out of my room. My parents, who were still up, heard me and came over to see what had happened. We all went back into my bedroom, but the man was now gone. After going outside and examining all around the yard, we didn't see anyone and realized that the guy must have left. He never came back after that, and I quit Costco a short time later as well.
I used to work as an overnight security guard for a company that had some land not too far from where I lived. The company had a nice little campus and was secured by fences and a gate. I worked as a security guard for the main building and would sit at a desk right inside the front door. It was a nice job and I had a good view of the outside, so I could see whoever was driving up from the front gate. One night, it was a Thursday and 1 o'clock in the morning. For overnight, I basically just sat there and watched some security cameras. I also monitored the front of the building, but nobody really ever came inside the building or even the entire campus during these hours. I was at my desk and just on my phone when I saw something outside the window. I looked up from my phone and noticed that there was a guy now standing on the sidewalk out front and walking towards the door. He was wearing a gray sweater and dress pants and had dark brown hair. He walked right up to the front door and then came inside. When he got inside, I noticed that he looked sort of confused, but he started to walk right past me until I asked him for some credentials. I was caught a little bit off guard because I hadn't seen the guy driving up through the gates or anything like that. In fact, I had no clue where this guy had came from. He stopped and took a few steps towards me at my desk. The door that he was headed for wouldn't open anyways because I had to give access for it to open. When he was looking at me, he asked why he needed to give me credentials. I told the man nobody was permitted to go further into the building without them. I then told the guy that I hadn't even seen him coming up and asked him where he had came from. The man didn't answer my question. He just looked away and around the room for a few seconds. I asked the man if anybody was expecting him, and he said no. Then I asked him if he was all right or if he needed help or anything. I asked this because the guy seemed a little bit off and confused. I'm not sure if he was drunk or what, but he didn't seem to be in his right mind. He turned and sprinted towards the door and ran back outside. I watched him run away, through the parking lot and out of sight, but not in the direction of the front gate. I contacted the security guard at the front gate and let him know of the situation. I asked him if he had seen the man enter, to which he responded no. I figured that he hadn't, because I also would have seen the guy enter if he did. That meant he must have jumped one of the fences somehow. I turned to look at my security cameras at all areas of the campus. At first, I didn't see the man in any of them. Then I did. I noticed that he entered view on my camera of one of the fences at the west end. He was there, and sure enough, he was climbing over the fence. When he got to the top, I saw somebody else helping him up and pulling him over to the other side. Then, they were gone. This wasn't just some chain link fence either. It was a 12-foot tall fence. I'm not really sure what the purpose of him going over it at 1 o'clock in the morning was, or who was helping him, but it was sure weird.
I own a 3-year-old lab named Brian. I walk Brian almost every day. He's a dog with a lot of energy and loves to go to the park and run around. What I'm about to tell you took place about 3 months ago. I was walking Brian one night after I got home from work. I had some things to do after work, so I got home a little bit later than usual. Still, I wanted to make sure that I gave Brian his walk. We left the house and went on the normal route that we would take. It was down our street and then left to a connecting street, which went to a park. Inside the park, there was a little field and then a path through the woods. When we got to the park, I ran around with Brian a little. I kept jogging into the path that went into the woods, and we went a ways until there was a bench on the side of the path. Then I stopped for a couple of minutes to catch my breath. Brian was panting as well. As I was sitting on the bench, I looked at my phone and saw that one of my friends was texting me. I went to respond, but as I was typing, Brian suddenly started barking and tugging at his leash. At first, I assumed it was just a squirrel or something. Although Brian is usually very well behaved, sometimes he will get really excited when seeing a squirrel or another animal. I finished sending my text, then looked at what Brian was barking at. I didn't see a squirrel, and I told Brian to calm down. I figured whatever animal he was after had ran into the woods. There were thick woods on both sides of the path, and just a few feet behind the bench I was sitting on. Brian kept barking though, and it seemed as though he was barking in the direction of a large tree just inside the woods. I stood up and walked over to it. I looked around the woods and listened. It was strange because it was very quiet and I didn't see or hear anything. I tried to help Brian calm down, but as I bent down to the ground and got to a lower angle, I now saw something. It was coming from the tree right in front of my face. There was a man ducked down, mostly behind the tree, looking at me. We were only about 5 feet away, and a creepy grin started to slowly fill his face. I jumped back and quickly stood up. Brian and I started walking away. When we did, I heard the trees and bushes at the edge of the woods start moving. It seemed as though the man was following us in our direction. I went back to a jog with Brian, and we ran all the way through the rest of the woods back to the park. The sun was almost completely set now, and it was getting dark. I didn't want to stop back and look at all to see if the guy was following us. On the rest of the way home, I didn't hear anything more behind us and was feeling better about things. It wasn't until we had reached our street that I stopped and looked back. When I did, there was the guy again, standing in the middle of the road about 100 feet back. He began walking towards us and was still smiling. I ran with Brian back home and got inside quickly. When we got inside, I locked all the doors and closed all the windows and blinds. It was less than 10 minutes later that I started to hear somebody banging loudly on the back door of the house. Brian started barking, and the banging continued on for a good 10 minutes or so. I didn't answer it, and I brought Brian into my room with me. Eventually, the knocking stopped, and I think the guy left. After that, I never saw him again, but it creeps me out knowing that he knows where I live.
This happened last year when I was on a road trip. I traveled quite a bit and was going on a 1.5 week long trip to see some friends that live out west. It would take me 3 days to drive there and 3 days to drive back. As I was driving there, I liked to stop at cool parks along the way for hiking. It was a good way to stretch my legs after driving all day and get some fresh air. There were also some really cool spots along the way. I did that a couple of times on the way down. There's so many cool parks, especially when you get out west. I remember that after visiting with my friends for a few days, I was driving back home. On the third and final day of my road trip driving home, I stopped at a park that had a hiking trail. I got there by taking an exit and driving a little ways down a road. This park seemed pretty quiet, but it did have a parking lot. After I parked my car, I started walking down the path. It was a really good trail. It went uphill and then through a little bit of woods, and then down another hill. I was taking my time because I had left my hotel early that morning and was well on pace to get home at a decent time. This was one of my favorite walking paths that I had been on in the entire trip as well. About 30 minutes in though, I heard a noise. It was coming from way off the path, and I had to look around some trees and tall grass to figure out where the noise was coming from. It sounded like a man was yelling. I stopped and listened closely. The yelling was getting louder and louder. Then I realized whoever it was getting closer. It was a man, and he was yelling at me. Finally, I saw him emerge. He had white hair and a white beard and sunglasses on. He said that I was on his property and I needed to get out of there.
I was really surprised. I had been 100% sure that I was walking on public land on a hiking trail. This man seemed really angry, and I told him that I didn't know this was his land and I thought it was public. The guy said that I was just BSing him, and then he started running at me. I told him sorry and basically started running back the way I came with the guy chasing after me and yelling. I ran all the way back to the parking lot where my car was. The man was not nearly as fast as me, so I got away from him really quick, and when I got back, I looked around the parking lot. I was the only car in it, but it had several signs as if it were a public area. I thought for some reason the park trail must go into people's yards, although the entire time I was on the path, I never saw one sign saying private property or anything like that. As I was sitting in my car and about to leave, I saw a truck enter the parking lot. It drove wildly and then went right next to my car. When it parked, I saw the driver's window was rolled down and the same guy was already yelling at me through it. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but I knew that it would be best to leave, and I backed out and drove away. I drove back down to the street, and the guy in the truck started following me the whole way. I really didn't know what I had done to make him so angry. I can understand if it were his property for him to be angry over somebody being on it, but he should know that it was an honest mistake and just be happy that I left. I hadn't argued with him or anything like that. There certainly was no need to follow me back out to the freeway. I assumed that once I exited and got back onto the freeway, he would stop following me, but I was wrong. When I merged on, his red truck remained right behind me. I kept driving the way home, which would take me about 4 more hours until I was back. It was about 10 a.m. at this time. An hour went by, and the guy was still behind me. When I changed lanes, he did. When I slowed down or sped up, he did as well. I was in disbelief, and I thought about what I could do. My gas tank was starting to get low, and I knew I would need to stop. I really didn't want to have to confront this guy again. Then I had the idea to call the police. I didn't know what they would say, but I figured it was worth a try. I dialed 911 on my cell phone and told them the whole situation. I let them know the road I was on and the area, and I was told they would have someone investigate. About 10 minutes later, I saw a police car sitting on the side of the road. When me and the red truck behind me passed it, the police car pulled out and flashed its lights. The red truck pulled over, and the police car did as well. I kept on driving. I had a follow-up phone call with the police a short time later. They told me that the guy in the truck had now turned around and was no longer going to follow me, and I was free to keep driving home. This made me feel better, and I arrived home a few hours later. When I got home, I researched the exact area that I had been and looked it up. I even ended up calling somebody from that city the next day to find out if I was on public land. What I learned was that I was in fact on a public trail and there was no private property in that vicinity. This means that I was never on the guy's property. It kind of creeped me out when I realized that. I don't know who that guy was or why he was claiming that I was on his property. I also don't know what he planned to do by following me for such a long time. Luckily for me though, I never have to find out. This happened last fall. I live in a pretty normal neighborhood. Each house has about a half-acre lot, and most of the houses are 2 stories. One night, I was inside watching a show on Netflix. I got really into it and ended up staying up until almost 3 in the morning. Anyways, at some point, I went into the kitchen to get something to drink. I knew it was really late at this hour, and I casually looked out my window. As I did, I thought I saw my next-door neighbor Dan in his backyard. I looked closer and saw it was in fact Dan, and he was in his backyard digging. It wasn't a great angle, but that looked like it's what he was doing. It seemed strange all right, and I really didn't know Dan all that well. We had only spoken a handful of times briefly, but he seemed like a really nice guy, and I knew there was an explanation for it, so I just went back to my show. The next day, I happened to see Dan as I was leaving for work. I waved at him and he waved back at me. Me being the friendly, talkative guy that I am, I told Dan I had seen him digging in his yard overnight, and I asked him what he buried. I said it and meant it in a joking way and expected Dan to laugh it off, then explain some logical reason for the digging. But instead, Dan's smile disappeared off his face, and he told me he wasn't digging. He paused and then said he had thought he saw a fox in his yard, so he went out to investigate. I knew I had seen him digging for a fact, and I don't know why he would try to hide it like that. I left and went to work, feeling more suspicious about Dan. The next night, I once again got addicted to another show on Netflix. It was something that happened to me often. As I was watching this show very late, I suddenly heard the sound of my back door being opened from downstairs. Unfortunately, it was a door that I rarely locked. I got up, not sure which way to run. After a couple of seconds, I saw Dan in my house. He was making his way up the staircase. He said to me I needed to forget what I saw. I tried to reason with him, asking him what exactly it was he was doing, and I really didn't see anything. Dan told me he wanted to know everything that I saw. I immediately suspected the worst and was afraid he had killed someone or something. I told him I didn't know a thing. Dan then just took off and ran back down my stairs. He left, and once he was gone, I ran down and locked the door. I then called the police, of course. I heard a car screeching away and figured it had to be Dan leaving. When the police showed up, I told them everything. It wasn't until several days later that I got an explanation from police. Dan hadn't killed anybody, but he had stolen some really expensive software from a company he had been fired from. He'd taken it out to his yard and apparently was burying it. The whole thing still confuses me and creeps me out.
Last year, I ordered a pizza from Domino's to my house. I rent the house with one other person, but at the time, she was gone. It was nighttime, about 8 p.m. I had ordered online, and about 20 minutes later, there was a knock at my front door. I got up from the couch and answered it. It was the Domino's delivery driver, and he had the pizza in his hand. I took the pizza, gave the guy a tip, and then shut the door. After that, I went back to the couch and turned on a movie. I had a relaxing night of eating pizza and watching movies. When I finally got sleepy, I moved to my bedroom at about midnight. It was a weekend, so I didn't have to be up early the next day or anything. I was just on my phone scrolling through Instagram and snapping some of my friends when I heard some noise from the front of the house. I assumed it was Carly, who was my roommate. Carly and I were not all that close of friends or anything, but we got along well. However, I was never really in the loop of her schedule. She would sometimes spend the night at her family's or get back really late. The sound sounded like a rattling around at the door. This went on for an unusual length of time, though. I thought maybe she had lost her key or something like that, so I got up to go let her in the house. When I got to the front door, though, I looked out just to be sure, and Carly wasn't there. Nobody was there any longer. I did happen to see what appeared to be a man walking through our front yard. I only saw him from the back, but he appeared to be going into our next-door neighbor's front yard now. It seemed pretty strange, but I just shook my head and then went back to my room. I continued doing what I had been, and planned to get some sleep pretty soon. When I finally turned off my phone a few minutes later and laid down, I almost immediately heard another noise again. This time, though, it wasn't coming from my front door, but instead sounded like the back of the house. We did have a back door, which led into the kitchen. I immediately remembered the man who had seemingly tried to get inside our house earlier. I had a feeling that he was back. But I then heard the sound of our back door opening. I couldn't believe it. The door probably wasn't even locked. I heard footsteps enter the house. My bedroom door was closed, but not locked. I ran over and locked it as quickly as I could. The guy was still walking around in the kitchen at this point. Then I heard him start to get closer. I finally came to my senses and realized that I needed to call the police. I grabbed my phone, turned it on, and dialed 911. By the time I had done this, the footsteps were now in the hallway and getting closer. I didn't want the guy to hear me speak, and I tried to whisper as quietly as I could that there was somebody in my house. I didn't bother to listen to anything that the 911 operator had to say, but I gave my address and said somebody was in my house, and then I hung up. I was too concerned about not making any noise. The footsteps were walking around the hallway area and might have gone into Carly's bedroom. Then they got louder and got right outside my bedroom door. The knob then turned, but then stopped. At that point, there was a soft knocking on the door. I didn't know what to do. I was all the way in the back of my bedroom, hiding behind my dresser. After knocking several times, whoever was there paused and then knocked again. I then heard him walk out of the hallway. I heard the footsteps in the kitchen, and then the sound of the back door opening and closing. It sounded like the guy had left. I felt some relief, and I knew that I needed to go lock the back door now in case he were to come back. I unlocked my bedroom door and left the room. When I walked into the kitchen, the first thing I saw, though, was the man standing right there. I realized that it was the Domino's delivery driver who had delivered my pizza earlier that night. He was maybe 20 feet away. I ran back from my bedroom, and he followed me. It was the fastest I probably ever moved in my life. I made it back in my room and slammed the door and locked it. He got to the door maybe 2 or 3 seconds later. I was yelling for him to please go away, and he didn't say anything. I believe that he was just standing there right outside my bedroom. Then, I heard police sirens. I thought I heard the guy walking away, but it was harder to hear than before because I think he had taken his shoes off. The police got there, but the man was gone. Fortunately, they caught up to him a short time later. It was all very shocking. I realized that the guy made me think he had left by opening and closing the back door so that I would let my guard down. He also took off his shoes so I couldn't hear him walking. I just can't believe that after delivering one pizza to my house, he decided to come back and break in.
This story happened a couple of years ago. At the time, I was driving home from work, sort of later at night. I needed to pick up a couple of things, and the only place I noticed that would still be open was a Walgreens. They were usually open later, and the stores never seemed to be busy, so I would occasionally stop there. I went inside the store, and sure enough, I didn't see any other customers and only saw one employee who was working. When I got inside, I realized that I really had to use the bathroom. I wandered around to the back, searching for where they were, and I finally found them. They were in the back side of the store, but the way to get there was a little strange. You had to go through the doors to the back of the store, which led to a little hallway. Through the hallway, I noticed employee lockers and a really dusty floor. Then to the left was the bathrooms. I walked inside and into one of the 2 bathroom stalls that were in there. I was inside for maybe a minute. When I was about to get up and leave, I heard a couple of knocks on the stall door right in front of me. I was super startled by this. I hadn't heard the bathroom door open at all, and I didn't know there was anybody else in there. Besides, there were 2 stalls in this bathroom, so why would somebody be knocking on mine? I could barely see clothing through the crack of the stall door, and I had no idea who the person was. It caught me off guard, and I was speechless for a few seconds before finally answering with, "I'm in here." Nobody answered that, and the knocking stopped. I saw the person leave the front of the stall that I was in, but they didn't exit the bathroom. I used this opportunity to quickly get up, leave the stall, and go to the bathroom sink. As I was washing my hands, I looked in the bathroom mirror to see who else was in there with me. Whoever had been in there, I couldn't see, and the other stall door was open. However, I started to hear a slow and creepy laugh coming from the corner of the bathroom to inside where the other stall was. It gave me the creeps how they just laughed like that, as if they were trying to scare me. I quickly finished washing my hands and then opened the bathroom door. I was so happy to be out of there. I then made my way down the employee hallway back towards the store. I made it just about to the door, maybe 5 feet away, when I suddenly got a tap on my shoulder from behind. I turned around and didn't see anybody, but I did see the door to the bathroom just barely shutting. I left there in a hurry and didn't even bother to buy the things I had meant to get. I just left the place. It was an extremely creepy experience. Even when I tell the story, it doesn't quite do it justice just how creepy it was to be in that moment. This happened many years ago when I was in high school. At the time, my younger brother was about 14 years old and played in a soccer league. One night, he was playing at a park less than 10 minutes from where we lived, and I went with my parents to watch his game. They had a small bleachers set up, and some other parents brought their own chairs to sit on and watch the game. I went to most of my brother's games because my parents did, and I enjoyed it for the most part, but at times it would get a little bit boring for me. On this night, it was nice out and the sun was setting. I was sort of bored with the game and got up to walk around. I went around to the other side of the field, which had some trees and a really thick woods nearby. There was an open area around the corner from the woods, and I went there and was just sort of walking around. I was kind of just wandering around the park and was going to head back to watch the rest of the game in a couple of minutes, but I then heard a noise coming from seemingly the middle of the woods. I stopped and looked to see what it could be, assuming it was some kind of animal. It seemed way too dense of woods to really see in there. Plus the sun had just set, and it was getting pretty dark out. I kept looking in the woods, and then started to walk back, and that's when I saw it. There was a guy about 20 feet into the woods, sort of ducking behind a tree. It was not what I was expecting, and my heart started to race when I saw him. I couldn't tell if he saw me looking at him or not, but I decided to just head back to the game now. I I was walking back and made it about 20 feet when suddenly I felt somebody grab me by the shoulder and yank me backwards. The next thing I knew, I was facing the woods and could see someone grabbing my head and covering my eyes. I struggled and tugged away as fast as I could. I was able to break free just from my first sudden movement, and then ran all the way back to the soccer field, which wasn't very far at all. When I got back to my parents, I was out of breath and told them what was going on. My dad decided to walk to the woods and look around, but he returned several minutes later and said that he didn't see or hear anybody, and the guy was probably long gone. This was a very scary experience for me, and not something I expected at all. That area had always been known as very safe, but ever since then, I tried to stay away from it. I'm a female, and last year I took my dog to the dog park. I have a little terrier named Zoe. We live just a few blocks away from a dog park, so I often walk over there with her and let her run around. I remember one day, it was a Saturday morning, and we left my apartment complex and went over to the dog park. I was going somewhere later that day, so I wanted Zoe to be able to get out and get some exercise. When we arrived, I saw that it was pretty busy, being a weekend and all. We got inside, and Zoe started running around. I sat down and watched her. The dog park was pretty big, and it was like one massive fenced-in area with some trees. I was just looking around enjoying the morning, and I took notice of some of the other dogs there, as well as owners. The longer I sat there, the more I noticed this one guy who was sitting at a bench a ways away from me. Every time I looked over in that direction, he was looking at me. At one point, he stood up and moved sort of out of my view. A few minutes went by, and not long after that, I all of a sudden saw the man approaching me. He sat down right next to me on the bench I was sitting on. He didn't say hi or anything, he was just sitting there. He was also wearing an almost winter jacket and a hat, even though it was very warm and sunny. I certainly didn't know him, and as we were both just sitting there looking around, things started to feel very awkward. I decided to try to make some friendly conversation with the man, and I turned and said hi. He said hi back to me, and I asked him which dog was his. The man paused for a few seconds, and then said it was running around somewhere. He seemed sort of sketchy to me, and I was wondering if he even had a dog here. We both kept sitting there in silence for a few more minutes. Out of the corner of my vision, it seemed like the man kept looking over at me and staring. It got too uncomfortable for me, and I got up and went over to get Zoe. As I walked over, I could sense the man staring at me still. I picked up Zoe, and we walked out of the dog park. As soon as I left, I saw the man walking out behind me. I was becoming more and more concerned about this guy. I didn't know who he was, but he was just really sketching me out. I walked through the parking lot they had in the entrance, and when I did, I noticed the guy get into a car. Sure enough, he didn't have a dog with him. I then left the parking lot and went to the sidewalk that I would take back to my apartment. I was hoping the guy would just drive away and leave, but when I was walking, I noticed his car start to approach us. He pulled over slightly in front and rolled down his window. Then he asked if I needed a ride. I told him no, I was fine and I didn't need one. He asked me where I was going, and I started walking away, pretending like I didn't hear the guy. As we walked on, I noticed he was driving his car slowly down the road at the same speed that I was walking. It was super creepy. At one point, he sped up a little bit and then pulled over again, but this time he was a good 50 feet ahead. When I saw this, I really didn't want to walk past him again, and I decided to just cross the road right then and there. Luckily, no other cars were coming at the exact moment, and I was able to. When I crossed the street, I immediately went around another corner, and from there, I was out of the man's sight. I quickly went back to my apartment after that. In the days that followed, I soon forgot all about the sketchy guy at the dog park. But less than a week later, I read on the internet that there had been an attempted abduction in the neighborhood, and when I read more into it, it was a short ways from the dog park, very close to where the man had been following me. I got the chills when reading about it. I realized how lucky I was, and that it was most likely the same guy. This happened about 5 years ago. I've always liked fishing. I'm not the greatest in the world at it, but I've caught some fish that I'm proud of over the years. I really enjoy getting out to different lakes and fishing, but I like fishing on my property the most. I have a really big yard with the woods that connects to a lake on the back side of it. It's only about a 5 to 10 minute walk through the woods on my property to the lake that's connected to it. One day, I went out early in the morning before the sun was up to do a little bit of fishing. I had a little dock on the lake, and I did have a boat, but on this day, I was just sitting at the end of the dock fishing in the little chair I had out there. It was a very relaxing morning, and the sun would be coming up shortly. I wasn't getting many bites, and suddenly, I heard a splash of water in front of me. I looked, but I didn't see anything. I really couldn't tell what it was. I looked into the water, but nothing seemed to be there. I kept on fishing, but less than a minute later, I heard another loud splash in the water. But this time, I saw something. It looked like a rock had gone whizzing past me into the lake. I looked behind me towards the woods. It was still pretty dark outside, and I didn't see anything. I remained looking there for several minutes, and even called out asking if anybody was there. Nobody responded, and I didn't hear any more noises. Still, I wondered how a rock would seemingly be thrown in my direction. I just shook my head and went back to fishing once more. My property was pretty large, and I didn't have any neighbors close by, or a park or anything like that. There was really no reason why anybody else should be out here other than me. Then, once again, I heard a noise, but this time, just after hearing it, something actually hit me on the back of my left arm. It fell to the ground on the dock and then into the water. It appeared to be a stick. It wasn't just like a twig though, it was a thicker stick, but it was short. It hurt, but it wasn't like a rock or anything. I turned around and this time screamed at whoever was there. I told them they were on private property and they needed to get out of there now. I heard a small movement in the woods, but it was still too dark to see. After that, things were silent for a few minutes. I figured I scared off whoever was there. Maybe it was some kid or something. I didn't know, but it was sort of creepy either way. I figured I should probably leave, so I started to get up, but just then, I got a bite on my line. I tried reeling it in, and just as I thought I was going to catch a fish, I suddenly felt myself getting pushed from behind. I fell to the ground and was about 1 foot away from falling off my dock and into the water. If I hadn't been standing up and taken a couple of steps back to try to reel in the fish, I would have fallen right in. It was a cheap shot, and I didn't see it coming. When I was on the ground, I looked back. I just barely saw somebody disappearing back into the woods. I couldn't tell any details of them. I got up after this and packed up all my stuff, then headed back. I wasn't going to stay out there any longer with someone seemingly trying to kill me. As I walked back through the woods, I would occasionally hear noises throughout. They seemed to be in different locations every time. I finally made it back to my house and went back inside. I didn't go back out to the lake for a few days after that. I have no idea who was out there or why they were trying to hurt me. Like I said, it's a private property, and luckily, I haven't had any problems since that day. This happened about 5 years ago. I lived by myself at the time in the lower level of a 1-bedroom townhouse. I'd been living there for a few months at the time. One night, like any other, after getting home from work, I had a pretty relaxing night at home and eventually fell asleep. The next morning when I woke up, the first thing I did was check my phone like I typically did. I saw right away that I had a bunch of missed calls. They all seemed to be from a number that I did not recognize. The calls had been between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m., and whoever it was didn't leave any voicemails. I had been fast asleep and was completely unaware. There had to be at least 7 or 8 calls. It seemed strange to me as to why some random number had called me so many times, but there were a number of fine and logical reasons. For the most part, I ignored it and went on with my day. I went to work once again and then returned after. I had forgotten all about the phone calls until it was nearly midnight. I was staying up later tonight because it was a Friday and I didn't have work the next day. I was watching TV on my couch when I felt my phone vibrating on the couch next to me. My phone was usually always on vibrate instead of having a ringtone, and I picked it up and looked. I didn't recognize the number, but instantly remembered the previous night and the phone calls from then. I figured it was a wrong number, and I decided to answer the phone to let whoever was calling know that they had the wrong person. I picked up and said hello. On the other end of the phone, though, I didn't hear anybody. I heard some movement and static, as if there was somebody there, but they weren't speaking. Maybe whoever this was kept calling me by accident or something. I said hello to them once again, but this time louder. Still, there was no response. I waited a little bit, and then said in a loud voice that I think they had called me by accident or had the wrong number, but still, I didn't hear anything. just the small noises from the other end. I decided to turn my phone onto speaker and turn the volume all the way up so that I could hear better. I listened closely. I could hear some breathing, and it sounded like whoever was there was maybe driving or something. I remained on the phone for several minutes, really curious as to who this was. Eventually, I figured this was a little bit ridiculous, and I decided I would just hang up on them. But literally right before I was about to press the red end call button, I heard somebody speak. They said, "I'm here," in a whispery voice that honestly gave me the creeps immediately. I was confused for a second, but then whoever was on the other end just hung up. I then heard a noise coming from outside, the sound of a car door shutting. Immediately I got the chills. I turned off my TV and looked out the window. It was dark, and there wasn't much lighting out there, but I did see the figure of a man walking up to my front door. That was followed by a small couple of knocks on my front door, and then the door trying to be opened without giving me any time to answer. Obviously, I wasn't going to, and instead, I grabbed my phone and got ready to call the police. I waited and listened, but didn't hear whoever was there for a while. However, I hadn't seen them walk away. From where I was sitting in my living room, I couldn't actually see the door from that angle. I waited and watched to see if they would walk away, and I was careful to try to stay hidden from them seeing me. As time went by, I was extremely nervous, but still wasn't seeing or hearing anything else. After probably about 15 minutes or so of this, I got up the courage to get up and go over to the door, or at least the window near the door where I could see out. When I went there and looked, I was expecting to see the guy standing there, but nobody was there. It was like he was completely gone. I went around after that, making sure that all the windows were closed and looking around outside, but I didn't see the guy again. It was hard to get to sleep, but I did eventually. The next morning, I hadn't received any more calls, and I didn't see any sign of somebody trying to break in. With it being daytime now, and I was feeling much more brave, out of curiosity, I decided to call the number again. When I did though, it was as if the number didn't exist, just the recording message that I would have to hang up and dial again because the number was not in use.
This is something that happened 2 months ago. I live in a quiet neighborhood and often go on night walks. I've always been a night owl, and the warmer climate that I live in makes it uncomfortable to go on walks in the heat, especially during that time of year. Other times, it's okay. It might seem a little bit strange to go walking late at night, but those are my reasons, and I've been doing it for a long time. So anyways, I usually just walk the neighborhood, and I'm out for maybe 30 minutes to an hour at most. There's a sidewalk that I walk on that goes down all the streets in my neighborhood. I usually also never see anybody else outside, obviously because of how late it is. I didn't walk every single night, but probably 3 or 4 times a week. One night, I went out walking at probably 10 p.m. I walked to the end of my street where it intersects with another. Then I walked down that street. Both of them are residential and really quiet, especially at night. I walked down this street for a while, and maybe 10 minutes later, was coming to the end of it, and then probably going to turn around and go back. That's when I heard what sounded like a car coming from behind me. I turned around and saw a car with no headlights on approaching. The car was driving extremely slow. I kept walking, not thinking all that much of it. I expected it to pass me by, but after a few seconds, it didn't. I looked back again, and the car was a little bit closer to me, but still behind me. The area on the sidewalk that I was walking was now not very well lit. The streetlights were less frequent here, and I was starting to get a bad feeling about this situation. About another minute went by, and I was still walking on the sidewalk, and the car hadn't passed me, but it was getting closer, very slowly. It must have been driving less than 5 miles per hour, because I was walking sort of fast, but not that fast. Soon, though, the car finally made it even with me. I hesitated to look over, but I did. The car was a 4-door sedan, somewhat old-looking and dark gray in color. When I looked over, I also saw that there appeared to be only one person in the car, and it was a man driving. He looked over at me, and I saw that the guy was wearing a black ski mask. Now I was even more suspicious. I kept walking, and he maintained speed with me. After about 30 more seconds of that, I came to a stop. I decided to turn around and go back home. When I stopped, the car stopped as well. Then I started walking back, and I watched the car start to turn around. When it did, I knew that I needed to get away. I wouldn't be able to outrun the car either. It quickly got back up to even with me again, and it looked like the car was starting to pull over. I was walking in front of somebody's house, so I turned and walked right up their driveway to the front door. The car stopped and was parked out front. I knocked on the front door to whoever's house this was. I didn't even know who lived here, but I was hoping that they would answer. Even though it was a little bit late, luckily, they did. A woman answered the door and asked what it was that I wanted. I turned around to show her the car that was following me and started to tell her what was going on. When I did, the car on the side of the street suddenly sped off, screeching its tires in the process. We talked about it briefly, and I felt better now that the car was gone and I was talking to somebody else. I said that I should be able to make it home all right now, and then left the woman's house. I got back onto the sidewalk and carefully looked around. I didn't see the car anywhere. I started walking back home as fast as I possibly could. I was also looking around the whole time to make sure that I didn't see the car anymore. Eventually, I was able to make it back to my street, and soon was just a short ways from my house. When I was maybe 100 feet from my own driveway, I looked to the very end of the street and saw the car coming. It was really far away and driving slow. I started running as fast as I possibly could, cutting through my front yard to make it to the door faster. I made it there, unlocked the door as quickly as possible, and then went inside the house. I slammed the door shut behind me and then looked out the window. The car drove by at an extremely slow speed. It passed by my house though and drove away. It felt so much better to be safe inside. I don't think whoever was driving the car watched me go inside, or at least knew that I lived there. At least I hope not. I haven't seen that car since. I also have stopped walking outside late at night after that experience. I'm not sure who that person was or what they wanted, but I'm glad that I got away from them.
I used to work at a CVS a couple of years ago. I remember that I had been working there for a few months, and one night I was working a later shift at night. I was working at the counter, ringing up customers and basically just chilling or doing small tasks in between them. We were never really that busy, but especially when it got a little bit later, it would be really quiet. At one point, a man came up and bought something and left. After that, we didn't get any customers for at least 30 minutes. The store was as quiet as it could be, and I wasn't bothered because we closed in less than an hour. I was still behind the counter by the cash register when I heard a noise inside the store a ways away. This got my attention because of how quiet the store had been for the last half hour or so. I hadn't heard or seen anyone at all, so this was strange. I looked out and scanned around the store for who could be there. Then I noticed movement just past the aisle that was farthest from me. I kept my eye on it, waiting to see who was there. Then suddenly, a man jumped out and stood facing me. The man was wearing a type of face mask with sunglasses. The sunglasses I could tell were from inside our store because they still had a big tag on them. After staring at me for a good 5 seconds, the man pulled off the glasses and the mask as well. It revealed that he had an insane smile on his face. The man looked to be out of his mind and was smiling with an extremely large smile, and at the same time, he had his eyes about as wide open as they could go. It was a terrifying sight. He just stood there, and I broke the silence by saying hi to him, but in a very nervous voice. The man didn't reply to me, but with the same big smile and wide eyes, he slowly took a couple of steps in my direction. He wasn't holding anything, so it didn't look like he planned on buying something. He continued to take very slow steps and walk closer to me, while the whole time he kept that creepy smile on his face. I asked him if I could help him, but that didn't faze him a bit, and he continued. I watched him walk all the way over to me, but instead of going to the front of the counter where most customers do, he walked over to the side where the employees enter to go behind. When the man started to go there, I told him that was for employees only. He ignored me still and kept slowly walking. At this point, I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't know what to do, but I wanted to get out of there. I turned and moved to the far end of the counter and looked around in a panic. I was considering my options. Do I jump over the counter? Do I turn and face him? Or do I look for something to use as a weapon in case he attacks me? I decided to turn back around and see where he was now, but when I looked back, the man was gone. I guessed maybe he had ducked behind the end of the counter and was hiding or something. I'm not sure how the man got away, but I know he was only about 15 feet away from me before I turned my back, and after I had turned my back for maybe 10 seconds, the man was now gone.
I stood there looking around for a few minutes. The place was completely silent. I finally was able to move and look all around the counter. The man was nowhere to be seen now. We closed soon, and I ended up searching all around the store. The man wasn't anywhere inside. I looked really good and ended up just closing up and leaving after that. Still to this day, I have no idea what happened.
This story takes place about 5 years ago when I used to work at a hotel near where I live. It's sort of a smaller hotel, and I was able to get the job because my parents are good friends with the owners. What I did was pretty much work behind the front desk and help people check in and check out. Of course, I did some other things too, but that was my main job. When I first got the job, I was working overnights, which were generally pretty quiet, especially in the middle of the night, and I had some free time. I didn't really like working in the middle of the night, but I did like that it was usually really easy. There would rarely be people checking in or needing anything from me super late at night. One night, I was working, and it was about 1 a.m. It was really quiet, and it had been for quite some time. I heard the front door to the hotel open and shut, and looked behind the front desk to see who was coming in. I saw a man walking in, and he was walking towards me at the front desk. When he arrived, I said hi to him, and he told me he was interested in getting a room. I started saying what I always say to people checking in, and the man's phone started to ring. He suddenly put his hand up and told me sorry, but he had to take the call. He then walked past me towards the hallway where the rooms were and disappeared. I heard him talking on the phone as he seemingly walked down the hallway. I remained at my desk waiting for the man to return and didn't think too much of it, but several minutes went by and he didn't come back. I also didn't hear anything more of the man. I didn't hear him talking or walking around nearby. I turned and looked to the monitors we had behind the front desk that I could watch. They basically had every hallway in the hotel under surveillance. I scanned around them, and I wasn't seeing the man at all. Then, I noticed one of the cameras seemed to be out of order. On one of the floor-level hallways, the camera had gone completely black. I thought this was strange, especially since the man had gone down in that direction. I decided to leave my front desk and see what was going on down there. The place was completely silent, and I couldn't hear anything. I walked out and went around the corner to go down the hallway where the man had gone. It was a hallway where we had some vending machines and a couple of meeting rooms, but no guest rooms. That led to an area where we had stairs, an exit, and other hallways going to the left with guest rooms. As I looked down the long hallway, I didn't see anything at first, but as I slowly walked down, I heard some noise. I kept walking closer to it, and once I reached about halfway down the end of the hall, I noticed the door to the stairs and exit of the building open up. I froze where I was, and watched two men dressed in all black with ski masks included walk out and down the hall where the guest rooms were. One of the men looked over at me and immediately noticed me. The other guy did as well. I was halfway down the hallway and had nowhere to hide. All I could do was turn to go back to my front desk. When I did, I saw one of the men start to run after me. I sprinted back to the desk. The front desk was in a sort of enclosed area for our own safety, and I knew if I could make it back there, I'd be a lot safer. Once I got back, I closed the door and locked it, then called for the police. The man arrived and tried opening the door to the area that I was in. He then went towards the front of the desk. I ducked down under it as far as I could to be out of sight in case he had a weapon or something. I heard a few bangs on the window, and then a few bangs on the door. After that, it was silent for a while. I waited there, hoping that the police would arrive soon. After it was silent for several minutes, I stood back up and looked at the security cameras. There was one that was still all black, but now another one was as well. I looked around from behind the desk and didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. Less than a minute later, the police arrived at the hotel and walked in the front door. I told them what was going on, and they ended up searching the entire building. Unfortunately, the men that had been there were gone. After looking at the security tapes and examining the hotel, it was determined that the guy who had walked in the hotel and received the phone call had walked down the hall and left out the exit of the stairwell, letting the masked men into the hotel and covering the camera with black tape in the process. I think all the men had planned the job to rob one of our guests at the hotel or something. Either way, it gives me the creeps to think about.
I'm a 21-year-old guy and in college. Recently, over the past couple of years or so, I've gotten really into weightlifting and bodybuilding. When I started getting on a diet, I got a Costco membership so I could buy lots of food at a time and save money. One day, a couple of months ago, I was shopping one night. I was buying all the usual items that I would get, and maybe 10 minutes into my shopping trip, as I was picking something off the shelf, a woman made a comment to me about how much food I was getting. We chatted very briefly, just kind of joking around, and then we went our separate ways. I shopped for maybe 20 more minutes or so, and then checked out. It didn't take me too long, because the store really wasn't that busy. When I was done, I took my groceries out to my car in the quiet parking lot. I loaded them in, and when I was done, I heard a familiar voice calling out to me. I looked behind me and saw about 50 feet away in the parking lot the same woman who I had been talking to inside the Costco. She was smiling and waving at me. She was maybe in her 40s and seemed pretty friendly. I waved at her, and she waved at me to come over. I walked over and saw that she had a bigger box on the bottom of her cart. She told me she had strained her back not long ago and asked if I could put it in her car for her. I told her sure, and I was happy to help out. She opened up the side door of her car, which looked to be around a 2015 Chevy Suburban. She asked me if I could place it in the back seat, and then apologized for it being a little bit bulky. I said sure, and I had to get inside the car to do so. As I was placing it in the back seat, I suddenly noticed that there was a man sitting in the back seat, almost hiding from me. Just as I was noticing him, and still had the box in my hands, he reached out and grabbed my arm. This man looked to be very large and had a strong grip. However, I myself am somewhat strong and was able to pull away from him. But when I had broken free from the man, I saw the woman slam the side door shut that I had gone in. The man then began to come near me, and I saw the woman standing in front of the side door as if to hold it shut. There was another box blocking the other door, so I went to the side door the woman was in front of and opened it anyways, just as the man was about to reach me. I flung the door open, and the force of it opening sent the woman back, and she nearly fell to the ground. The man then grabbed at me one more time, but I was able to make it out, and then rushed back to my car as fast as I could. There was no way that they were able to catch up to me running, and I saw the woman run to the driver's seat. When I got back to my car, I saw the Suburban start up and then screech away. I didn't get a license plate or anything, but I decided to go into the Costco and report what had happened. Since then, I've shopped at that same Costco several times, and luckily, never saw the woman or the man again.
For some background of this story, I'm a female and 26 years old. I live by myself and have an apartment a ways outside of the city. There's a grocery store that's pretty close to my place that I go to a lot, probably about once a week on average. One time, I went grocery shopping at night. I got there at probably like 8:30 p.m. The store was not very busy, and I got a cart and started in the produce section. I slowly made my way through the aisles after that, and pretty soon had quite a few items in my cart. I was in one of the middle aisles when a man started to approach me. I wasn't exactly sure where he had come from, but there were a number of other shoppers around. He stopped next to me and pointed to something in my cart. It was a box of Frosted Mini Wheat cereal. He asked me where I got it. The man said that he was looking all over for it. This guy was about 6 feet tall, fairly thin, and had long blonde hair. I told him that it was in the middle of the cereal aisle, about 2 aisles back. He asked me if I could show him specifically and said that he's really bad with directions. I didn't mind helping and said okay. He followed me as I walked out of the aisle and over to the cereal. It was just 2 aisles over, just like I thought, and they were about halfway down on one of the higher shelves. I'm not really sure how he missed it. When he saw them, he laughed and said, "Man, I'm so stupid. How did I not see this?" I told him it was okay. I remember that the guy took one off the shelf and then put it into my cart and then took my box. He jokingly said, "Let's trade." It was slightly weird, to be honest. I told him that I better get back to my shopping. He seemed a little bit disappointed, but then said okay. I left and returned to the aisle that I had been in. Then I finished up my shopping, which really didn't take too much longer. I didn't notice the guy for the rest of the time that I was in the store. After I checked out, I left and drove home. Now everything went normal for the rest of the night. But that night, later on, as I was about to go to sleep, I heard the doorknob to my apartment turning. The door was thankfully locked, but I didn't know why anybody would be trying to enter my place.
I walked over to the front door and checked out the peephole. When I did, it appeared as though the same guy from the store was there. I was really surprised. He was just kind of looking around. Then I watched him slowly walk out of sight down the hallway. I remained watching him out of the peephole for the next few minutes, and he didn't return. I wondered how and why he was there. I felt like I would have noticed if he had followed me home. Maybe it was possible, I guess. I stayed up much later than I wanted to because of this event. I didn't know what to do and considered calling the police. I should have, but didn't. The man did not return for the rest of the night, and I figured that he was gone now. At probably 2 o'clock in the morning, I was finally able to fall asleep. The next morning, I got up and didn't have to go to work that day. It was at that time that I got a call on my cell phone. I picked it up and answered it. Looking back, I don't really know why. I didn't recognize the number, and normally when I don't know the number, I don't answer the phone. I really don't know what I was thinking, but when I did, I heard a voice on the other end that sounded a little bit familiar. When I asked who it was that was calling me, the man said, "Remember me from the grocery store last night?" I couldn't believe it. Somehow, he had my number. I immediately hung up on him, not knowing what else to do. I then blocked his number. After that, I went straight to the police. I told them everything, about my encounter with the man at the grocery store and about how he tried to enter my apartment the previous night. I gave him his number from my phone after I blocked it. The police were actually able to locate the man and let me know that they talked with him and told him not to bother me again. Since that happened, I haven't heard from him at all, and I'm hoping that I never do.
During a time when I was done with college and wasn't able to find a job right away, I took a job at a 7-Eleven because I needed money. I worked mostly late night and overnight shifts. What I liked about this was that there wasn't many people that came in, and I would have a lot of free time by myself to play on my phone or listen to podcasts. I was always a night owl, but I didn't really like staying up all night when I would have to work those hours. Anyways, I'd been working there for maybe about 2 months, and one night I was working by myself very late. It was probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, but I don't remember the exact time. The location that our 7-Eleven is at is on a road just off the highway, and we're really busy during the day, but not so much at night. We got several customers early on, and for the first few hours, I had quite a bit to do actually. But now, we would get only like one person every 20 minutes or so, and I started to get bored. I noticed that in the back corner of the store where we had the soda machine and icy machines, there was a spill on the floor. Seeing as though we didn't have any customers, I decided to go over and mop it up. I left the counter and walked over to the back near the bathrooms where we kept the mop, then over to the corner where the spill was. I saw the spill. Looked like Coca-Cola. Thankfully, the floor hadn't gotten all gross and sticky yet, and the mop was working well. As I was mopping, I suddenly heard the sound of the front door opening and somebody walk inside. Realizing I wasn't at my counter, I rested the mop against the wall and looked over to see who had entered our store. Where I was, you couldn't see the front door, and whoever was in the front door couldn't see me either. I could, however, just see the front counter. I saw somebody standing at the front counter with their back to me. They seemed to be looking around as though they were looking for someone who worked there. Realizing I needed to go back there, I took a couple of steps over to them, and as I did, I noticed them turn and their head went to the side. They hadn't noticed me, but I did see them looking to the side, revealing that they were wearing some sort of mask. It appeared to be a really creepy-looking clown mask. I then noticed that he was wearing a dark blue jacket, and his right hand was in his pocket. Immediately I got a bad feeling, as if he was up to no good, and possibly looking to rob the place. I froze in place, telling myself to stop being scared for no reason, and to just go. I thought, what are the odds he's trying to rob the store? It had never happened before. But as I was standing there, I watched the man then go around and behind the counter himself. As a pure reaction to this, I jumped behind the nearest aisle and hid. I could hear the man messing with stuff behind the counter, and it sounded like he was going through the cash register. I figured he was in fact robbing the place, and as I was hiding back there, I decided to call the police. I got up my phone and dialed, but as soon as I heard the 911 operator answer the phone, I suddenly heard the man go quiet from whatever he was doing and say something. Out of fear, I quickly hung up the phone and held my breath. I
heard the man shout from behind the counter, asking who was inside and to come out now. He spoke in a loud and demanding tone. I wasn't going to, though. I was way too scared to move. At this point, I just wanted to get out of there. I knew our store was being robbed, but they didn't pay me enough to try to stop this guy. I just wanted to call the police again, but obviously the man could hear me if I did. I heard his footsteps moving out from behind the counter and get a little bit closer to me. But then they stopped, and I didn't hear anything. I was not moving a muscle, and I was being as quiet as I possibly could be. Then I heard the door to the building open and shut. I guessed that the guy was leaving, because I didn't hear anything else for about a minute after that. Finally, I got up and slowly took a few steps out. I still heard nothing, and knew this had to mean that the guy was gone. I walked over to the counter to examine what exactly the man had done, and how much he had took. When I got there, though, I passed by the front of the counter where I could see clearly outside. I saw that the man was standing right in front of the door, looking inside, with his creepy clown mask still on. I jumped back when I saw this, and the man started to walk inside. I ran back towards the end of the store where I had hid before, and I heard the man come in and shout at me to come out and stop hiding like a baby. His footsteps were fast approaching mine, and I knew I probably wouldn't be able to hide from him this time. I was ducking down and quietly moving through aisles to try to hide from the man. This continued for probably a minute, and I knew I couldn't keep this up for much longer. I could hear where the man was, but suddenly I heard the man yell a curse word and then run back to the front and leave the building again. I was confused, but this time decided to stay hiding. Out of curiosity, though, I took a quick peek outside. This time I saw a police car in the parking lot, and it turned its flashing lights on as I saw another car starting to drive away. I stayed hidden until I saw the police stopping the man, and I knew it was safe. I guess my call to the police had gone through, even though I hadn't been able to speak with them. Luckily, the man was caught, and after this night, I decided I didn't want to work overnights again. I still worked there for another few months, even working late shifts, but didn't have to work by myself again. About a year ago, I was at home one rainy day. At the time, I was working from home remotely, so I would be at a desk in the corner of my living room to do all of my work. It was probably like 11 a.m. when I heard a knock coming from my front door. I got up from my desk and walked over to the window looking out to my front door. I looked outside of it and saw that there was a man standing there. He was wearing a postal service uniform and had a large package on the ground next to him and a notepad in his arm. It looked like I had received a rather large package, and I walked to go open the door. But just as I was opening the door, I realized that I didn't think I had ordered anything at all. Maybe this guy had the wrong address. I opened up the door, but not all the way, and saw that it was raining relatively hard outside. The man standing in front of me said he had my package, and I needed to sign for it. I told the man that I didn't think I had ordered anything. I questioned if he had the right address. The man confirmed that yes, it was the right address, and asked if he could come inside out of the rain for me to sign it so the paper wouldn't get wet. He picked up the large box from the ground next to him and started to walk into my house. I told the man that I really didn't think I had ordered anything and asked him what company this package was from. The man started to look annoyed. He said he didn't know what the package was or where it was from. He was just delivering it. For some reason, I just had a bad feeling about it. I didn't want to let the man in my house, and I told him that I knew I didn't order anything, and until I knew what this was, I wouldn't be signing for it. The man started getting upset. He told me that I was causing a great inconvenience, and then started to push my door open to walk inside. I told him to stop, and I basically slammed the door shut in his face, and then locked it. I watched the man then turn and walk away through the pouring rain down to the end of my driveway. That's when I realized that I hadn't seen any sort of mail truck in my driveway or on the street. I kept watching the man through my window and saw him walk up to a car parked a little ways down the street. He then tossed the package in the back seat and got inside the car. The car was just a regular gray sedan and not any kind of mail delivery truck. I'm quite confident that if I had let the man inside my house, something bad would have happened, and I'm glad that I trusted my instincts. My name is Anna. A couple of years ago, I was looking to move out of my apartment and finally get my own house. I didn't really know where to begin, and after looking online a little bit, I was able to find a realtor who could help me out with my search. I was looking for a house a little bit outside of the city, preferably to the west, and I only needed like a 2-bedroom and 2-bath. I met with a realtor named Michael, and he showed me some options, and we chose a few to look at. The first house that I was really interested in was a smaller 2-floor house. We were able to look at it later that week, and I met up with Michael at the house on Friday morning. We got inside the house, and I looked around with Michael telling me information about the house. It seemed pretty nice, and a little bit outdated in some areas, but for the most part, I was enjoying it. Michael was great. He gave a lot of information on the house, and was very friendly. But when the tour came to an end, he started to act a little bit strange. He asked me if I wanted to hang out with him after, and when I said no, he was fine with it, but I just found it a little weird. The next day, he texted me, first about another house listing, but then started asking questions like what I was doing, and once again asking me to hang out. I tried to always talk about the houses and keep it professional, but I felt that Michael was being less and less professional every day. He showed me another house, and was basically just chit-chatting me the entire time, and barely talking about the house that we were looking at. I decided after that I needed to get a new realtor and work with somebody else. When I went home that day, I texted Michael to let him know that I would not be needing his help anymore. He didn't take it very well, and he asked me why. I explained to him how he had been making me uncomfortable with him asking me to hang out multiple times, and even when I said no. He was basically trying to flirt with me when we were looking at houses. Michael then tried calling me, but I didn't want to talk to him over the phone, and I would rather just keep it to a text conversation, so I didn't answer his call. He then texted me after that. Michael said that it was just a misunderstanding and apologized. He asked me to give him one more chance, but I really didn't want to deal with him anymore, and I began to search for somebody else. As the next few days went by, I searched for more houses, and I got repeated texts from Michael asking me why I was ignoring him. I was surprised by just how crazy he was seeming. He had been so normal in the beginning, and had only gotten more and more strange. I decided to block his number, and I thought then it was all taken care of, until the next day when I got a knock on my apartment door. I looked at my peephole to see Michael standing there. I really didn't want to talk to him, so I didn't answer. Why would he show up at my front door when he clearly knew that I did not want to talk to him? I watched from the other side of the door through the peephole as Michael just stood there waiting, and eventually he tried knocking again. I was hoping he didn't hear me on the other side of the door. Michael kept standing there and eventually tried opening the door, which thankfully was locked. He banged it again and then stormed off in the other direction. I was even more creeped out by this guy now, especially after he had tried to enter my apartment. I didn't sleep well that night at all. I figured there was a good chance he would probably come back again, so I decided to try one last thing to get him to leave me alone. The next day, when I got home from work, I decided to unblock Michael's number and give him a call to let him know that I knew he was at my apartment the day before, and if he didn't leave me alone, I would be going to the police immediately. I sat in my living room and dialed his number. But then I started to hear a phone ringing off in the distance. It sounded like it was coming from inside my apartment. I walked closer to the sound, and it suddenly stopped. I heard it for maybe 5 seconds, and then I got a terrible feeling. I saw that my call to Michael had been declined, and then I knew what was going on. I started to hear noise coming from my bedroom, which was just down the hall. I turned and ran to my front door, and then left my apartment as fast as I could. I went all the way outside and ran to my car. I called the police for my car. They arrived at my apartment to find that Michael had messed up my place and damaged some things, but had ultimately left. However, I knew who he was, and I had his phone number and information, so it wasn't long before the police tracked him down. I still don't know how he got in my apartment. Maybe I left it unlocked, but I was much more careful when looking for a new realtor. This happened just a couple of weeks ago. I recently graduated from college last year, and I now live about 3 hours away from where I went to school. I had a lot of friends who still go to school there, and a few weeks back I drove up for a weekend to visit with them and catch up. 4 of us went to Buffalo Wild Wings on the last night that I was there before I made my drive back home. We sat at a booth on the far side of the restaurant. Not too long after sitting down, though, there
There was another booth about 30 feet away or so, and I noticed a man was sticking his head above the wall of it and staring at me. He had his eyes wide open and a really creepy face. I looked around to make sure he was looking at me. I figured he was joking around and I laughed, but about 10 minutes later, he did it again. He was just staring at me with really wide eyes and almost a crazy look on his face. Then he would slowly duck back down so I couldn't see him. This went on several more times. It went from being a possibly funny joke to just weird and annoying. My friends noticed it as well, but they mostly just thought it was funny. We all wondered who this guy was and why he was staring at me, and why he was doing it to me and nobody else. We also realized that he appeared to be alone and not with anybody. Time went by and we ended up just ignoring him. Eventually, we all left. I said my goodbyes to everybody and then had to make the drive back because it was already almost 9 p.m. As we were leaving the restaurant, I watched the guy stare me down one more time and wave at me as I walked by. He still had wide eyes and a creepy smile on his face. I got to my car and started to drive the 3 hours back home. About an hour into the drive, though, I pulled off the freeway and got some gas. After I had filled up my tank, I was driving back to the freeway and stopped at a red light just before the exit. A car then pulled up next to me at the stoplight. I casually looked over to see the same guy driving the car next to me staring at me with his wide eyes and slowly waving. I got completely creeped out and took off, even though the light hadn't turned green yet. Thankfully, there weren't really any other cars out and it wasn't a problem. The guy stayed there and then didn't even follow me. I was sure of this because I was looking behind myself basically the whole rest of the drive home. It always creeps me out thinking about how the man was next to me an hour away from the Buffalo Wild Wings where we both were. Was the guy following me, or was it just a coincidence? And why was he staring at me with such a creepy face? I guess I will never know these answers. I'm a female, and I used to go to Applebee's all the time with my friend group. It was sort of our hangout spot to go to, especially late at night. I remember that for a while we were going on pretty much a weekly basis, and sometimes even more than that. I probably had just about everything on the menu. When we would go there, we would always seem to have the same server, which was a guy with blonde hair and glasses. He would often make small conversation with me, and my friends would always give me a hard time that he liked me. To me, though, he came off as a bit of a creep, and I'm not sure if it was the things that he said or what, but he gave me a bad feeling for sure. After a while, we didn't go to the Applebee's for a length of time. There was no particular reason why, other than some of my friends were just really busy at the time, and we didn't hang out as much. One day, I was shopping at the store when a guy came up to me. I turned around and looked, and saw it was the same guy who worked at Applebee's. I didn't recognize him at first in this setting, but he said hi to me and explained who he was. He then said it was funny to run into me here. He told me that he hadn't seen me at Applebee's in a while, and asked why. I told him that we haven't been there much recently, and that my friends were busy and stuff. He then asked me if I would like to join him in his shopping. I told him no, I was just leaving, and then I left the store. But as I walked out to my car, I was almost there when I happened to look behind me. I saw that the guy was leaving the store too. After I got to my car and got inside, I watched the man get to his car and then sit inside of it. He was way on the other side of the parking lot, but I could still see the car pretty clearly, and I could just barely see him inside of it. He seemed to be just sitting in the car and looking in my direction. This went on for about 5 minutes, and I thought it was really weird. I thought he had a lot of shopping to do, and he was now just sitting in his car watching me. I was getting even more creeped out by this guy, and I backed out and left the store. As I reached the end of the parking lot, I looked in my mirror, and I saw that he was leaving too. For the whole drive back home, I was looking behind me to make sure he wasn't following me. I never saw him, so thankfully I don't believe he did. Fast forward a couple of days after that, though. I was leaving my house to go to the gym when I walked outside. I happened to see a car parked on the side of the road with someone inside of it. The same guy was sitting inside his car and looking at me. As soon as he saw me, he started up his engine and drove away. Since then, I haven't seen him. But I do believe that that man had been stalking me, and stalking me for a while at that. I think he didn't follow me home that day because he already knew where I lived. It really creeps me out, and I hope he hasn't still been stalking me. We haven't been back to that Applebee's lately because of this, and instead go to one on the other side of town.
A couple of years ago, I went to a carnival with my wife. It was a pretty big one that took place every year, sort of close to where we live. Lots of people would go to it every year, and it became a tradition for my wife and I to go. We went on a Saturday, which obviously was the busiest day to go, but I didn't mind. I found the buzz of all the people to be sort of fun. I remember walking through the large crowd of people with my wife, and noticed a really creepy-looking clown walking among the people. I didn't think anything of it other than it looked creepy because it was a clown at a carnival and seemed really normal to me. Later in the day, a few hours later, I noticed the same clown once again walking, but from then on, I didn't see it. It was a fun day with my wife, and we stayed there until about 10 p.m. Then things started to get quieter, and we both got tired and decided to head back home. We made the walk back to our car that was parked in the parking lot a couple of blocks away. As we walked down the road outside the carnival, though, we noticed someone behind us. I looked and saw it was the clown walking down the street. This was the first time that I had found it strange at all. I mentioned to my wife, and she looked over and saw the clown as well. It was really just an observation, and we continued to walk to our car. But as we got to the car in the parking lot, I saw the clown had entered the parking lot as well. He was really tall and skinny looking, and quite honestly looked pretty creepy. Us and the clown were the only people in the parking lot at the time, and as my wife and I got into our car, the clown began waving at us frantically. Then he started running towards us. I quickly started the engine and began to drive away. The clown then ran to a car that was a little bit away from ours and got inside of it. He then began to follow us as we drove away. I couldn't imagine why a man dressed as a clown had begun to follow us in his car, but whatever reason it may have been, it had us pretty spooked. I drove down the street with him behind me, and I could see that the way the clown was driving was somewhat reckless. His car was a beater, and he was swerving all around the road, and on a few occasions seemed as though he was going to pass us, only to fall back behind. Every turn that we made, he would make as well. I was driving home, but I wasn't going to go all the way back home if the clown was going to follow us the entire way. He continued to swerve all around and changed his speeds, until I suddenly saw flashing police lights behind us. The clown pulled to the side of the road, and the police did as well. It was a great relief to see, and my wife and I were able to make it home safely. I really don't know what that guy's deal was, and it's kind of been a mystery to my wife and I ever since.
I'm a female. When I was in college, I worked at a Baskin-Robbins. It was a summer job for me to make as much money as I could. I only worked there for one summer, but for the most part, I liked it. I would work all sorts of hours for my shifts, but usually on weekends, I worked earlier. Shortly after getting the job, though, some sort of strange things started happening to me. One day, there was a note on my car when I was done working. The note sounded like something a creepy stalker would write. At the time, I thought it was a joke from one of my friends, but none of them admitted it. Still, I had a feeling it might have been one of them, so I just shook it off. But later, things got worse. I was at home sleeping one night, and woke up in the middle of the night to hear the sound of a knock on my window. I freaked out and turned my light on, then pulled the cover back from my window, but nobody was there. After this, I was afraid somebody might have actually been stalking me. I talked with my coworkers about it. We suspected maybe it was a creepy customer. I couldn't be sure, but I kept my eyes out for anybody weird after that. We did get a lot of regular customers, so I guess it could have been just about anyone. On one Saturday, I worked from the time we opened at 6 a.m. until 12 p.m. It was just the morning, but this was one of the busiest times for us, especially on weekends. I was working most of the time that day with my coworkers Kevin and Amanda. I didn't know either of them all that well, and they were both older than me, but we got along good at work and could get things done. After a really busy morning of work, 12 o'clock finally came, and I clocked out and went home. It was really great to be done that early, and I was able to do a lot that day. I went out shopping and got food with some friends. That night, I was back at my parents' house, hanging out in my bedroom watching a movie. It was probably pretty close to midnight. I was tired, but I didn't work the next day, so I didn't mind staying up late. I was feeling really relaxed, until suddenly, I heard a sound coming from my window. Right away, I felt my heart start to race, and I got really nervous. I remembered the last time it had happened. and I looked over to the window, hoping that it was nothing. The window was partially covered with window covers, but they had a gap in the middle of them. I got up from my bed and pulled them back, but all of a sudden, I saw my coworker Kevin. He was standing there looking right at me. We made eye contact for a second, and then he suddenly ducked down and ran away. I screamed and immediately went to call the police. They ended up getting there only a few minutes later. That gave Kevin plenty of time to run away, but I knew exactly who he was and told everything to the police. He ended up getting caught and admitted to everything. I take my dog for a walk on most days. He's a golden retriever and always likes getting out of the house. Whenever I mention the word walk, he gets all excited, and I remember a few months ago, I left my house one early evening to go for a walk with him. We live in a pretty crowded but typical neighborhood with lots of houses. Because of this, my dog doesn't have a whole lot of space to run around in the yard, so I try to walk him as much as I can. When I left that night, it was sort of getting dark out, but I didn't really care. I knew the neighborhood well, and it wasn't dangerous or anything like that. In the whole time I had been living there, I didn't know of anything strange that had ever happened, and it was generally pretty quiet. I walked my dog around the block. It usually took about 30 minutes or so if I had to guess, and when I was arriving back in front of my house, I noticed that it looked like there was somebody standing at my front door. I was still a ways away, so I couldn't tell who they were, but at this hour, I didn't know why anybody would be there. I didn't get a whole lot of people at my front door anyways, so this was really strange. I stopped where I was and watched. The person was just standing there at my front door with his back to me. I was hoping my dog wouldn't see the guy and start barking. I backed up just a little bit, but kept watching the man. Eventually, I saw him walk down the steps, and I thought he was going to walk away, but instead, he walked back around the side of my house towards the backyard. I kept watching, but he didn't come back. A few minutes went by, and I decided to go inside. I figured that maybe the guy was going to the street behind my house, but I did have a bad feeling about it. I got inside my house and went into the kitchen to cook some food. I was planning on making some tacos and was starting to prepare my cooking area. When I was doing so, I had to open my pantry door to get some ingredients. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the man standing there right inside, staring at me. I slammed it back shut and immediately ran out of the room. I grabbed my dog by the collar as I ran through the living room, and we went into the bathroom down the hall. When we got inside, I locked the door immediately. I listened and heard the guy walking around the house. I wanted to call the police, but I didn't have my phone. I had left it laying on the countertop. I felt horrible when I realized that. I had no idea what I was going to do and just hoped that this guy wasn't dangerous. I heard him walk around and occasionally make some noises. Eventually, his footsteps got closer. He ended up walking past the bathroom I was in the hallway and going to where my bedroom was. When he did, I picked up my dog and ran out to the kitchen area. When I got there, I realized the guy had taken my phone though, because it was gone. I opened the back door and ran out with my dog all the way to my neighbor's house. I knocked on their door, and thankfully they answered. I told them everything, and they were nice enough to call the police for me. We waited on their front porch, and when the police arrived, they searched my house, but never found the guy anywhere. When I went back in, a few things were missing, including my phone. I had to buy a new one after that, but all in all, my dog and I were just fine.
I often used to do work in a coffee shop around the corner from where I lived. It was a small place, but nice, and I could focus better there than at home. So I would go there whenever and bring my laptop with, as well as some other work stuff. I would usually find a nice spot in the corner or against the wall, and then work for several hours. Every time that I went there, I would also get a coffee or something. Well, this is something that happened after I had been going to the place for about 6 months or so. I remember that I went there at night. The coffee shop was open pretty late. I don't remember exactly how late, but I had been there for a few hours, and I think I was the only person inside other than the employee. I wasn't really paying the greatest attention to my surroundings because I was focused on work. At one point though, seemingly out of nowhere, I got this AirDrop request on my laptop. I use an Apple MacBook, and on Apple devices you can AirDrop things like pictures and stuff to other Apple devices. This was strange, and I looked up from my screen. After looking around the coffee shop, I couldn't tell who this could be from. Now, I couldn't see the entire place from where I was, but I certainly didn't see anybody else. I had thought that it was empty, or at least almost empty inside. Out of curiosity, though, I decided to accept the airdrop. When I did, I saw that it was a photo. After clicking on it, the photo was a very creepy image of a man's face. He appeared to be in a mostly dark room and looking right at the camera. He was making a strange face, and I was wondering if whoever sent this to me was trying to scare me. I looked around and listened. I didn't see or hear anyone, and the employee working did not seem like the type of person to send random airdrops. I went back to my work on my laptop, moving on from the strange picture. I was very focused for the next 30 minutes or so, but the next time that I looked up, I noticed something. There was a man sitting at a table about 30 feet away and facing me. It was the same man that was in the airdrop picture, and he was making a similar creepy face to the one in the photo. The man stared at me in a way that made me want to run out of the building. I looked back at my computer screen and tried to ignore him, but the more that I did, the more I could sense him just staring at me. I hadn't ever noticed this man here before. I guess it was possible that he could have been, but I certainly hadn't noticed. After a couple minutes, I couldn't focus on my work anymore, so I decided to just leave. I packed up my stuff and tried not to look at the guy while doing so. Then, when I started to leave, I did look over at him. He was still staring at me. I hoped that he wouldn't get up and follow me out or anything, and thankfully he didn't, so I left the coffee shop and went home. I tried my best to forget all about the crazy situation. Several days after this, I went to the coffee shop again. It was another typical time of getting work done. I also went there a little bit later this time and stayed there into the night again. I was getting a lot done and working on my laptop like usual. Well, this time, after being there for maybe an hour, I saw the man again. I was sitting in a different spot this time than before. The man was sitting at a table about the same distance away from me as before, though. I don't know when he got there, because I certainly hadn't seen him when I arrived. He was staring at me again. I was so creeped out that I just got my things together instantly and then walked out. I went back home, and since then, I haven't gone back to that coffee shop. I still don't know who the guy was. He certainly seemed like a total creep, though. I'm just glad that since then, I haven't seen him.
This happened roughly 4 years ago. At the time, my friend Brandon took a trip out of town, and I had made the agreement to pick him up from the airport when he returned. I had drove him to the airport after all, and we were good friends, going all the way back to high school. When I got to the airport, his flight had gotten delayed by an hour, and it ended up being a pretty late night. Eventually, he finally did arrive, and I gave him a ride home. I wouldn't do this for probably any other person than Brandon. Plus, he paid me some cash, so it wasn't too bad. When I dropped him off at his place, I started driving back to mine, but quickly saw how I was low on gas. I pulled into the next gas station on the side of the road, which was a 7-Eleven. My experience at 7-Elevens were always good. In fact, it was my favorite gas station and convenience store. I stopped at the pump and prepaid. As I was filling my car's tank with gas, I realized that I really had to use the restroom. So when I was done fueling, I walked into the store. As I walked inside, things seemed quiet. After all, no other cars had been at the pumps, and I barely saw someone working behind the counter. I walked straight towards the back corner of the store where they had the small bathroom. I did my business and began washing my hands. I wasn't even in the bathroom for more than probably 30 seconds total. Suddenly, all the power in the store went out and things were pitch black. This was really strange because it hadn't been raining or storming or anything like that. I finished washing my hands and reached into my pocket to pull out my phone. But when I did, my phone wasn't there. I quickly realized that my phone had to still be in my car. It must have fallen out of my pocket, which is something that happened quite a bit. I really couldn't see anything at all, so I felt my way over to the door and left the bathroom. Once outside, into the 7-Eleven, everything was still dark, except now I could just see a tiny bit more from the windows on the far end of the store. Everything was silent. I began trying to walk to the front of the store without hitting anything. As I was slowly walking, I heard footsteps from the next aisle over, about 20 feet away. I said out loud something about the power being out, trying to make conversation with the person. But whoever was there didn't say anything back to me. I already felt a little creeped out from being in the dark late at night, but now with a person in there who wasn't talking to me just made it a little weirder. I kept moving and eventually found the front counter. I looked over it and could see a little bit over due to the moonlight shining through the window next to it. It appeared as though nobody was behind the counter at all. In fact, I said hi and didn't get a response. After this, I went back and started towards the front door. I could actually see it and went a couple of steps over to it when suddenly I felt somebody grab my right arm and yank me back. I fell to the ground after losing my balance. Then, I felt myself start to be dragged backwards. It was terrifying and I was desperate. I rolled over a little and then swung my body around, and as I did, kicked as hard as I could to whoever had me. I definitely hit them because I felt solid contact, but again, couldn't see anything. I was let free momentarily and got up to run outside. Due to it being so dark though, I ran into some type of display that they had at the front of the store. I heard whoever was running behind me close in, and they reached me once again. My arm was grabbed once more, but this time, I didn't allow it to pull me back or down to the ground. I kicked backwards and felt myself hit whoever's leg was there. I heard a man's voice yell a little bit, and this time I was able to get away again and make it all the way outside the door. I got out and ran to my car, seeing all the lights outside to the gas station were off as well. When I finally made it back to my car, I didn't see the man exit the store. I still got inside as fast as I could though, locked my door, and started my engine. As I began to drive away, I felt somebody grab my back passenger side door handle and try to open it, and then heard a loud bang against my back door. This caused me to hit the gas even harder than I already was, and I sped away from there. I was able to make it back home all right, and I was pretty shook up for the rest of the day. I haven't gone back to that 7-Eleven since then, but I have drove by it several times. I always wonder what exactly was going on inside there. Last year, when I was on my way home traveling back from California, I stayed at several hotels. The second one I stayed at was a Holiday Inn. It was my last night on the road for my trip, and I was going to be getting back the next day. I was traveling by myself and had booked a hotel earlier that day. I arrived at about 9 p.m. and got all checked in. When I got there, the place seemed pretty average, not too busy and not too quiet either. I had a room on the second floor and walked down the hall and up the stairs. I was tired from a long day of driving, but not too sleepy yet. I got into my room, and the first thing I did was take a shower, change, then turn on the TV. I was getting really relaxed, having a snack and watching TV as I was on the bed. Maybe about an hour or an hour and a half of this went by, and as I stared at the TV, I thought I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Next to the front door, just barely in my vision, was a small coat closet. It appeared to slowly open up. My eyes darted over to it and I looked. What I saw was the door open about 2 inches and a hand sticking out. The door then closed back up. I was shocked. I stared at the door for several minutes straight, wondering if I had really seen that. Then the door opened up again. This time, it opened wider. I saw a man inside the closet staring right at me. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't leave the room because he was standing right in front of the doorway. He stepped out from the closet and slowly took several steps toward me. I panicked, not knowing what to do, and started screaming and calling for help as loud as I could. It was the loudest I had ever been in my life. The man stopped where he was. After a few moments, he turned and ran to the door and then left. After the man was gone, I ran over to the door and locked it. I then ran back to my phone and called the front desk. I told them what was going on. When I did, someone who worked at the hotel came to my room and I showed them what had happened. They ended up calling the police, and after a long time of talking with police and hotel employees, I finally felt safe enough to sleep in my hotel room. The man, however, was gone. It's crazy to me how he had been hiding in my coat closet the whole time I was in there. I'll never forget seeing him when the door opened. This story took place about 15 years ago when I was a little kid. I'd guess I was like 10 at the time, and I went to a carnival with my parents and older sister. It was always really fun when we went to the carnivals as a kid, because I loved to play all the games, such as the ring toss and the basketball game. On this day, we all walked around and looked at some of the animals they had, as well as all the other fun stuff. Once it got to be nighttime, my parents bought me a bunch of tickets that were used to play the carnival games. My parents and sister had to use the bathroom, but I didn't, so I waited outside for them. It was next to the area where the games were played, and I was really impatient, so I thought I would just play one while I waited. I walked over to the game on the end, which was where you try to throw a football at different targets. Nobody was really playing the game, and the guy who worked at it called me over. I gave him my tickets and then played the game. As it turns out, I ended up winning a small prize. The game was pretty easy. The man congratulated me, but said unfortunately they had run out of prizes. This really bummed me out, because I was all about winning prizes no matter what it was. And whenever I would win, I would think of it as a big trophy. The man told me they had some more prizes in the back, so I should follow him. Without even giving it a second thought, I went with him. We walked behind the game booth that was set up, and into a gravel parking lot where there were lots of trucks and several RVs scattered around as well. The man led me to a white van and opened up the back seat. Then he motioned with his hand for me to go in. I can't believe how dumb I was looking back, but the only thought on my mind at the time was that I really wanted to get my prize. When I got to the van, I did see a pile of stuffed animals, so I went in and began looking at them. I noticed the man start to walk in front of the doorway and block it, but just at that time, I started to hear my mom's voice yelling off in the distance. The man sprinted to the front seat of the vehicle, and I jumped out the side door. My mom was running to me and yelling at me to go to her, and I got out and ran as fast as I could. The man started the engine to the van and began driving away as I was running. I saw my mom, followed by my dad and sister, running towards me. The man in the van drove away, and I got a lecture about walking away from my parents as my dad called the police and started asking the other people running the carnival games who that man was. After a long night, we found out the man didn't actually work for the carnival, and he had set up the game without permission on the end. Somehow it had gone unnoticed to that point, probably because it was just the first day of the carnival. I didn't get a license plate or anything from the van, but I gave the description as best as I could. I don't know to this day if he was ever caught.
Last year, I worked at a gas station for a few months. I worked inside the convenience store as a cashier and worked the night shift just about every weekday for the few months I was there. I knew the job was going to be temporary for me, and I didn't have much interest in working there too long. However, I figured it would be pretty easy working overnight hours. It wasn't that busy or populated of an area, so there was never many people coming in for gas or anything. The station was sort of off a highway, but not really in a town. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere. I lived almost 15 minutes away myself. This story takes place on one of my last nights working there, actually. I had already been there a couple of months and was familiar with the job. I mainly worked 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and it would never really be that busy during my hours, but most of the people would come in early in my shift and then at the end. The middle hours would be pretty dead. I also worked by myself for basically the entire time, which was nice. All in all, it was a pretty easy job. It was maybe midnight, and things were really quiet when I saw a car pulling into the gas station. The road the gas station was on was also very quiet and wouldn't get many cars in the overnight hours. The car drove past all of our gas pumps and appeared to park on the side of the building, which was not visible to me. About a minute later, I saw the man walking up and enter the store. From what I saw, he was tall, wore dark clothing, and had his jacket hood up, so I couldn't really make out his face. He seemed to be looking in my direction, and then immediately walked to the back end of the store where I couldn't really see him. I figured he was going to use the bathroom or whatever. A short time later, he emerged in one of the closer aisles to me, and then went out of sight again. Over time, the man just seemed to be walking around the store slowly, but he didn't have anything in his hands and didn't really seem to be looking at anything. Now, I wasn't just watching him the whole time, but he was the only person in the store, and it was hard not to notice. He was sort of lingering around the store, and before long, he was starting to look suspicious to me. I had seen many different types of people come in the store at all hours, But this guy, I just didn't have a good feeling about. The longer he was in the store, the weirder it was seeming. He kept sort of looking over at me here and there. I was kind of getting a little bit nervous. Then, thankfully, I saw another car pull up into the gas station. It made me feel just a little bit better. After the person outside got fuel, they came inside to enter the store. I helped them at the counter for a minute or two. It was another guy, and when he left, I forgot all about the other guy, and it wasn't until a couple of minutes later that I realized he must have left. I looked around and walked around the store just a little bit. I was really happy that he was gone, because that guy just gave me the creeps. I went back to what I usually did overnight. A little bit of cleaning, but mainly just sitting behind the counter, playing games on my phone and drinking coffee. The store was quiet over the next 3 hours, and nobody came in at all. Just 2 cars stopped for gas, then left. It was about 3 a.m., and I was still behind the counter when I heard a small noise from inside the store. I looked out into the aisles that I had a view of. I saw a small movement. Then I realized what it was. I could barely see, but that same creepy guy from before was still inside. I was sure that he had left, but he didn't. I guess I never did see him leave, but I just assumed he did. But what was he doing here? It was 3 hours later, and it appeared he had been hiding in the store. He was crouched down and hiding behind one of the aisles now. I ignored him and just hoped the guy would actually leave soon. Several minutes later, I saw him again. This time, he was closer. It appeared as though he was moving very slowly from aisle to aisle and sort of crawling to avoid making noise and being seen. I should mention that we only had 2 security cameras, one that showed the front door and another outside, so I couldn't see certain areas of the store no matter what. I'm not sure if the guy knew I realized he was there or not. I just barely saw him moving into the aisle that was the closest one from the counter. I decided to speak up and ask the guy what he was doing. When I did, I instantly regretted my decision. The man suddenly stood up and I could see him over the aisle. He then began to yell and pushed over an entire display of chips that we had. It was as if I had set him off into a rampage. The man was throwing things off the shelves and screaming. He then started towards me. I wasn't taking any chances, and I ran out from behind the counter and left the store entirely. The man remained inside, continuing to destroy things. I called the police from outside the building and was ready to run to my car if I had to. I did end up going inside my car to wait, and when the police arrived, the man was still inside. I didn't get out of my car until they had the man and it was safe again. There was quite a bit of damage done to the inside of the store, and we were closed for the next day. That experience was enough to make me quit the job a little earlier than I had planned to, and I certainly didn't miss it. The story I'm about to tell you is my scariest fishing experience I've ever had. Fishing is one of my hobbies, and I've done it for years. To me, it's really relaxing to be out at the lake, and I've been fishing since I was a kid. One time, I drove down to a lake about 10 minutes from my house one afternoon. I planned on fishing until around sunset and then going back. I didn't really care if I caught anything or not this time. I really just wanted to relax after a long day of work. I took my fishing pole, chair, and cooler and found a nice little area where nobody else was. There weren't many people at the lake anyways, but when I got there was a couple of people at one end, so I went pretty far down to the other end. I sat there and fished for a while. I didn't catch anything, but I was pretty relaxed just listening to the water and sitting there. It was starting to get dark out, and the sun was starting to set. Pretty much everyone had left by now, and I guessed I should get going too, but wanted to stay for a little bit longer. I got up to put my fishing pole away, and heard a noise from up in a tree a ways down the lake and to my left. I looked behind me over to the tree. It looked like up in the tree there was a man. He was sort of far away, but it looked like there was a guy looking at me with binoculars. I had remembered this particular tree because there was an area with a large branch that connected to another tree. It would have been pretty easy to climb up there, but it was still a good 20 or 30 feet above ground. Nobody had been there not long ago at all though when I had looked, but now for some reason there was a man in the tree watching me. When he saw that I was looking right at him, he backed away behind another branch so that I couldn't see him anymore. I got up, packed my stuff, and started heading back. I was kind of creeped out that that guy had been watching me like that. I walked down the path back to the parking area, which took me about 10 minutes. When I got back to my car, I saw that my tires had been slashed. My car was the only one left in the parking lot, and I got a bad feeling, so I took out my phone. I had a good friend who lived less than 5 minutes from this particular lake, so I called her and told her what had happened. She offered to come pick me up, which I was more than happy to hear. I waited by my car as it was getting darker and darker by the minute. The parking lot was mainly surrounded by woods and a path, and then had a quiet road that connected to the little parking lot. As I stood there next to my car, I started to hear noises in the woods, as if somebody was walking through it, but not on the path. They were coming from the opposite direction, and they were getting closer and closer. The way they were walking, I could tell that it was a person and not just an animal. Finally, I saw my friend's car pulling up on the road and coming to a stop. I quickly walked over to her car, threw my stuff in the back seat, and then got inside the passenger seat. As I got inside, I looked back to my car. I saw that next to it, a man emerged from the woods. He appeared to be the same guy who was up in the tree, and he looked to have a knife in his hand. My friend drove off quickly, and then we called the police. After we went back later that night with the police, the man was now gone, but I gave as best of a description as I could. Of course, it was dark out, and I couldn't give great details. I just know I'm extremely lucky that my friend arrived there when she did. This story takes place about 5 years ago. At the time, I was a senior in high school. It was the spring semester, and it had finally gotten warm outside after the winter. I played basketball in high school, but our season was over by now. One of my favorite things to do was just hang out by the basketball hoop and practice. I would spend hours at a time by myself just playing basketball. The place I would usually practice at was the basketball courts they had at a park near my school. I lived really close to school and could walk there, so I'd often stop at this park on my way home and just hang out there until I felt like leaving. Usually, there wasn't any people there at all, and I would have the whole place to myself. One day after school, I stopped at the basketball courts with my basketball and started shooting around. I was there for maybe 20 minutes and by myself the whole time when I saw a car pulling up. I didn't think anything of it at all, but the car pulled up right to the closest parking space next to the basketball courts, which was only a few feet away from the three-point line at the court that I was at. I did find this strange, because the entire small parking lot was empty, and it annoyed me that they parked there. I kept playing and ignored them. I couldn't see the driver because of the angle. I would only be able to see if I had walked to the very end of the court and looked, which would have been obvious. I was wondering who it was or if they would get out, but they remained in the car for a good 10 minutes or so. Then I saw another car pulling into the parking lot, and this car parked next to the other one. But the way it parked was on the side of the car that was actually on the basketball court, which wasn't even a real parking space. Now this really annoyed me, and I went to the other end of the basketball court to shoot at the other hoop. I was over there for maybe a minute or two, when I heard doors to the cars open and shut. I didn't stop to look until I heard footsteps, and they seemed to be getting closer to me. Now I turned around and looked. I saw that there were two guys standing about 10 feet away from me. They both had longer hair and sunglasses on. As soon as I was facing them, they said to me that I needed to come with them. I asked them why, and then asked them who they were. One of the men replied by saying they did not want to have to hurt me. I knew then that I was in trouble. I knew they weren't police or anything like that, and I had no idea what they wanted from me. I had my basketball in my hand, and I threw it directly in the middle of the two guys as hard as I could. As I had released the ball, I immediately turned and began sprinting away from the men. My basketball missed them overall and sort of grazed one of the guy's arms. What it really did was give me just a moment to get a head start on running. They took off running after me, and I could tell they were not far behind. They seemed like pretty fast guys. However, being the athlete that I was able to quickly pull ahead a little bit and outrun the men. I made it to the end of the park and then to a residential street. From there, I turned to another block and then kept running. Soon, I had completely lost them. I was able to run for a long time without being tired, and kept going even after I had lost the men. Then I stopped and I walked home after that, but was very careful to check all of my surroundings. After that, I never went back to that park again, and I also never saw those men again. I bought a house earlier this year after a few months of looking. During the time that I was trying to find a new house, I looked at many of them. Because I'm a licensed real estate agent, I'm able to look at homes by myself and relatively easily. I also feel like it makes me really picky when looking for a house. One house in particular I went to look at one evening. It was an older house that was not in the best shape. There was some damage to it, and the interior was very outdated. However, the location was good, and the price was really low, so I viewed it as something I could fix up and either sell for a profit or make the changes that I would like to. When I arrived at the house, I looked at the first level first. There was a living room, kitchen, pantry, and bathroom. After that, I went upstairs and saw several bedrooms and a bathroom. As I was upstairs, I thought I heard a strange noise, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like floors creaking, and I knew the house was older, so I didn't think too much of it. Then I went back downstairs and decided to check out the basement. As I walked down the stairs, I noticed that it was very dark down there, and the basement seemed to be unfinished. However, there looked to be a lot of space. It was mostly empty, but there was a few random boxes, and I saw a few old appliances, such as a fridge and a washing machine. They were far in the back corner, and I walked around down there examining the space. I was thinking of what I could possibly do to the basement if I finished it. I got to the back corner, and then went to head back upstairs. But then I heard a noise again. I could now tell that it was coming from down here in the basement where I was. I looked, and suddenly saw something move out from under the stairs. It was pretty dark down there, but it appeared to be a man. He stood and faced me, just standing there. We were maybe 30 feet away, and I said hi to the man, not knowing what else to say. I then asked him who he was, but he just stood there in silence. It was really dark down there, and I couldn't make out much details of him at all. I then noticed him start to walk closer to me. As he got closer, I saw the man was wearing old, raggedy-looking clothes. He was slowly walking closer and closer to me, and as he got about 10 feet away, I saw he had a really angry look on his face. I wanted to leave immediately, but the man was blocking my way to the upstairs. He then suddenly started sprinting towards me, and as he did, I ran to the left and then changed my direction to the right, purely out of reaction as the man got really close to me. I was able to make it around him and then ran for the stairs as fast as I could and made my way up. When I reached the top, I saw the man hadn't followed me. Nevertheless, I left the house, and then I had no intentions of going back. I'm not sure what the man was doing down there or what he planned to do to me, but I'm glad I got away from him.
This story is something that happened a couple of years ago. I live by myself in a smaller house. I have almost an acre yard though, so there's a little bit of space in the backyard. I also have a pet dog who's a beagle named Charlie. Charlie likes to go on walks around the neighborhood, and I also take him outside to go to the bathroom. There's a small area in the backyard that I kind of dedicated to him, and I take him out on a leash whenever he asks. On this night, it was getting late, and I was in the living room when I saw Charlie go over by the door. When I noticed him, he looked at me and then scratched at the back door, signaling to me that he had to go to the bathroom. I would often take him out late at night before going to bed, so I went over and got on my shoes. He got very excited as I got his leash and put it on him. Then we exited out the back door and went into the backyard. My backyard had a few thick trees in it and some bushes and plants near the back of the house. Charlie and I walked to his area, which wasn't that far away at all. I would usually stand outside with him for maybe a couple of minutes at most. When we were out there, he suddenly started barking and wanted to go over to the right where some bushes were. I assumed that there was maybe a squirrel there or something, and I tried to get Charlie to calm down. I looked over, but didn't see anything at all at first. A few seconds later, Charlie started barking again. I looked over once more, but this time saw that there was a man crouched down, hiding behind one of the bushes. I didn't think that the man saw me, but I now knew why Charlie was barking so much. I tried to remain calm and told Charlie to calm down again. Then I walked with him to the back door. He was tugging on the leash the entire time. We made it to the back door, which was only like 20 feet from where we had been. As I was opening it up, I started to hear movement behind us. Charlie tried running in that direction and was tugging on the leash. I pulled him inside quickly and we went in. As I was doing that, I turned around and saw a man now standing about 15 feet away and walking closer. I quickly closed the door behind us and locked it. Charlie was jumping up against the door and barking. I took him and we moved away from the door. I heard the guy trying to open the door now, but it was locked. Then we both went away from the back door and into my bedroom.
Charlie was finally able to calm down after a couple minutes when he was away from things. Probably 10 minutes later, I decided to go back over and make sure that the man was gone. I left Charlie in my bedroom and walked over towards the kitchen where the back door was. When I got there, I saw the man again, but he wasn't at the back door. He was looking in the window next to it. I turned and ran back for the bedroom. This time, I got out my phone and called the police. I told them what was happening, and I locked myself and Charlie in the bedroom until they arrived. I was sure to stay away from my bedroom window in the meantime. Luckily, I had the window completely covered, but I didn't have a cover at the time for the kitchen window where I had seen the guy. When the police got there, unfortunately, the man was gone by then. They looked around, searching all around my yard, front and back, but he had left. I didn't know who he was either, and never got a good look at him at all. It was so dark and happened so fast. All I knew was that he was white, had dark hair, and was average build. I don't think the guy ever returned, though. To this day, I wonder what he had planned. My guess is he was going to try to break in and steal stuff, but I really don't know. My neighborhood was not known for having a lot of crime, so it was very unusual. I'm glad that Charlie started barking, though, or I may not have known. In the past, I've actually forgotten to lock the back door when I've come inside. I probably would have remembered anyways that night, but when I saw the guy, I was sure to remember to lock it. It's been a few years now, but I still think of that crazy experience.
I used to work at a smaller coffee shop. It was a nice little shop that was sort of in the city. I lived in an apartment just a few blocks away, and it was only about a 10-minute walk, so I would often walk to and from work, and that was very convenient. The coffee shop did not have that many employees. Many times when it got a little bit later in the day, there would only be one of us working. So one night, I was working until close. We closed at 9 o'clock at night, and from 6 p.m. on, I was all by myself. Most of the time, there would only be a few customers inside here and there. This one night in particular, with about an hour left, there was just one person inside aside from me. A man sat by himself in the corner. He was not using a laptop or anything, but just appeared to be sitting there. I didn't really have much to do, and just started getting ready to close. The man stayed there until about 10 minutes before we closed. Then he left. Once we were officially closed for the night, I locked up and did some final things. Then I left the coffee shop and headed back home to my apartment. The area that the coffee shop is in is sort of in the city. It's not in downtown with tons of tall buildings, but there are sidewalks and many other buildings and businesses nearby. At this hour, though, it was usually pretty quiet. So when I left and got onto the sidewalk, I saw this guy kind of standing around, like right outside. It was the same guy who had been sitting inside the coffee shop. I turned to the right and was making my way home. Almost as soon as I started walking, though, the man behind me started walking too. I had a bad feeling about it. I mean, he would have been standing around for at least 15 minutes for the time that he left to when I closed. Then when I leave, he starts walking too? It seemed very suspicious. But what could I do about it? I kept on walking home. At first, the man was trailing me by a long distance. It was a quiet night, so I could just barely hear his footsteps behind me. But slowly, he seemed to be getting closer, and I was actually trying to walk faster too, so it wasn't anything that I was doing. The closer that the man seemed to get to me, I became more and more nervous. When I was maybe halfway home, still walking down the sidewalk, he was within probably 20 feet of me. I was considering just sprinting the rest of the way back. I really didn't know what I was going to do. At this rate, the man would catch up with me long before making it to my apartment building. I sort of looked around. When I did, I noticed that to my left and across the street, there was a bar that appeared to be open. I suddenly took a hard left and crossed right in the middle of the street. No cars were coming, and after crossing, I saw the man following me did as well. Then, when I got across, I quickly went inside of the bar. When I made it in, I was glad to see that there were several other people around. Some were sitting at the bar, and a few others were scattered around at tables and stuff. The man who had been trailing me did not enter. I looked to the window, and instead, the man seemed to kind of be hanging around outside.
I figured that he was waiting for me to leave again, and this was probably what he was doing at the coffee shop waiting for me to leave. I looked around the bar, then I noticed something. There was an exit sign in the back, meaning they had a rear exit. So I walked over to the back and then left out a door that they had. It led into an alleyway, and I followed that until I got to the street. Now I was on a different street that was 1 block over. I just hoped that I wouldn't see the guy again. I walked quickly and was able to make it back to my apartment okay. I didn't see the guy again after that. To this day, I'm not sure why he followed me. I mean, I don't know who he was or anything. I don't work there anymore, but that's by far the scariest thing that happened to me when I did.
Several years ago, I was driving home one day from work. I lived in a pretty rural area, and I had to drive over an hour just to get to and from work each day. Basically, the last 20 minutes of the drive was like the middle of nowhere. As I was driving, I had made it to within maybe 30 minutes of my house, and my phone started to ring. I glanced at it for just a second because I was driving, and it was a number. All of my contacts are programmed in with the person's name, so I wasn't quite sure who could be calling, and I decided to answer it. When I did, I heard a sort of deep male voice talking on the other end. The first thing he said was that he was right behind me and he knew exactly where I was going. I asked who this was, but I only heard silence after that. After a few seconds, the voice continued. He said once again that he knew where I was going and I needed to cooperate. I looked behind me and sure enough, saw a car. However, it was dark out and all I saw was headlights. There was no way of seeing anybody inside. The voice said that I needed to follow the instructions or I would be harmed, and if I drove somewhere else, such as the police station, they reminded me that they knew where I lived. My mind started racing when I heard this. I had no idea who this guy was or why he was following me. I also didn't know what he wanted. The guy said that he was going to tell me where to turn and give me directions on a place to drive to. We were far enough out by now that we were the only 2 cars on the road. The man said to turn at the next road up ahead, and when I got there, I did. The car behind me turned as well. I asked the guy where we were going and what he wanted, but he replied by saying that the more I asked him, the angrier he would be. We were now on some dirt road with just woods and tall grass on both sides. I had a really bad feeling about this. I didn't want to know what the guy following me had planned. I knew it was probably nothing good, and I'm not sure what exactly got into me, but I had like an adrenaline rush. I started speeding my car and driving faster. There were really no other cars nearby, and mine was an SUV with 4-wheel drive, so it could handle going fast on a dirt road. The car behind me sped up as well. When I saw a connecting road up ahead, I slammed on my brakes and turned to it at the last minute. I basically started driving like a maniac. The guy was still on the phone with me and started yelling at me to stop and basically started threatening me. I saw the car speeding behind me trying to keep up, which was just a regular 4-door sedan. I made another sharp turn onto a bigger and paved road. If I had to guess, I was probably going about 80 miles per hour. When I did this, the car behind me tried to do the same, but he couldn't quite make the sharp turn and ended up going into the ditch. From there, the car slid and he crashed into a tree. I kept going and then called the police and reported what had happened. I ended up driving a ways to the nearest police station, and there I was questioned about the incident. In the end, I never found out what the guy wanted from me or why he called me. I also have no clue how he got my number. I ended up getting a ticket for speeding, and they dropped the ticket for reckless driving after I took a course. I was just happy I got away from the guy, and I never saw or heard from him again.
I used to work summers at a park. I was hoping to become a park ranger after graduating college, and this was the closest I could get to doing it at the time. The park I worked at had a lake and a large wooded area with several paths going through it. My main job was to sit in a small building and collect money from cars as they entered the park, and then I would give them their parking passes. When the park would close, I was sort of a maintenance person, and I would go around the park in a golf cart to make sure everything was in order. Usually that meant picking up trash and things like that. One night, after a relatively normal day of work, I was on the golf cart driving through some of the paths in the woods. I drove past a few of the docks near the lake, and as I did, I heard some really loud splashing in the water. I figured someone was still fishing, so I stopped and then put the golf cart in reverse to let whoever was there know that the park was closed. I parked next to the entrance and walked onto the dock to see a man sitting at the end. I called out to him, and he turned around. He seemed to be pretty surprised to see me. He was wearing sunglasses and had a big hat. He also had a pretty long beard. It seemed strange, but I wasn't there to judge people. I just told him that the park was closed, and he responded by asking me if I could give him a lift back, pointing at my golf cart. He looked nice enough, so I said sure, and he hopped on next to me. He apologized for being out so late and said he had completely lost track of the time. I told him it was fine and not to worry about it. As we began to drive back, he started asking me questions about myself. I told him I was training to be a ranger one day and that I was currently in school. He then suddenly yelled to look out and pointed to the side of the path. I looked and saw a man from another connecting path wearing all black and a ski mask. He jumped in front of us and I stopped the golf cart. As I did, he approached, and then I felt the man I had picked up grab me from behind. The next thing I knew, I was pushed into the back of the golf cart, and the man in the ski mask got in the driver's seat. The other man held my arm so I couldn't escape. They demanded my phone, and then took it and threw it out into the woods as they drove down the paths. I was terrified, and I didn't know what was going to happen. We drove for about a minute or so, when we suddenly pulled to the side of the road. The man released his grip from my arm and shouted at me to just get out of here. I took off running and ran all the way back to my car, which was the only one left in the park parking lot. I drove home and then called the police. I'm sure by the time they got to the park, the men were long gone, but I gave as best a description of the one I saw as I could. I don't know why the men decided to let me go, but I'm really happy they did. A couple of years back, when I was in college, I lived in a house during the school year with two other guys named Jake and Ryan. We went to a pretty big university, and between the three of us, we had a decent amount of friends. Jake's birthday happened to fall on a weekend, and at our house, we threw him a birthday party. Pretty much a bunch of our friends came over, and we hung out, played some games, and drank. Over time, more and more people came over, and before long, our house was packed. I didn't even recognize some of the people that were coming over, but I figured at least one of the guys knew them. It was a pretty fun time, but eventually it got really late, and about 2 o'clock in the morning or so, people started to leave. Most of the people who I didn't really know left first, and then some of our closer friends stayed longer. However, there was still this one guy that was there who I didn't recognize at all. When there was maybe 10 of us left or so, I asked Jake if he knew who the guy was. Jake shook his head and said no. A couple of minutes later, the guy that I recognized left, and so did a few more of my friends, leaving it with just a few of us still there. But about 2 or 3 minutes later, there was a knock at our front door. I walked over and opened it to see the guy who I didn't know who had been at our party earlier. He asked me if it was my car that was out in the alley behind our house. I said yes. We had a narrow alleyway behind our house with a very small driveway and garage connected to it. My car was the only one that would fit in the alley, and my roommates would park on the street. The guy explained to me that it looked like someone was trying to break into my car, and he said he saw this as he was leaving. I went outside with the man, and we walked rather quickly out to where my car was. When we got there, though, I didn't see anyone, and we guessed whoever was there had left. The guy led me around to the passenger side and said that's where he saw him. I examined the door, and as I did, I suddenly saw a flash of headlights entering the alley. It was so sudden that I couldn't help but look over, and as soon as I did, I felt myself get shoved from behind, and I fell right into the middle of the alleyway. As I was on the ground, I saw the headlights coming straight for me at a very fast pace. I rolled my body as quickly as I could to the other side of the alley, which is where my momentum was taking me. I was just barely able to make it to the other side before the speeding car ran me over. It was literally within 3 or 4 feet of hitting me. I then saw the man who had led me out there, and he was looking right at me with a very surprised look on his face. I realized that he was the one who had shoved me, and at the same time, I heard the car come to a screeching stop. I got up as fast as I could and jumped the fence that separated the alley from other people's backyards who lived behind us. From there,
I ran away as fast as I could and hid in one of my neighbor's bushes. I could hear for a time screeching tires as if the car was driving quickly down nearby roads. I called my roommates and told them what had happened. From there, Jake came out and found me and we went back to our house together. Then we called the police. I have no idea who the guy was or how he knew about our party, but what I do know is that I was nearly ran over that night, and I feel lucky to be here today.
This story takes place 5 years ago as I was babysitting for my cousin's kids. My cousin and her husband have 2 kids. At the time, their son Asher was 7 and their daughter Alyssa was 5. They're both really well behaved and always have been. I always loved babysitting them because we got along great and I knew it would be an easy night. Usually, I would hang out with the kids for a bit, make them dinner, and they would usually do their own thing for a bit before bedtime. Their bedtime was 9 p.m., and after they went to bed, I would just hang out in the living room and watch TV or something. The house was pretty nice, and I think I babysat them about 10 times total. One night, it was a Friday, and after I arrived, I made dinner for the kids, and things were going very smooth. We all watched a movie after that, and then it was bedtime. Alyssa went to bed first, and Asher didn't seem as tired, but by 9 o'clock, he too had gotten ready for bed, and I said goodnight to him. After that, I would have maybe an hour or two before they would get home. I texted some friends on my phone, and then was deciding what to put on the TV when I saw Asher walking towards me from the hallway. I asked him what he was doing back up, and he told me that he was scared because he had just seen a man walk past his window. Asher's bedroom faced the backyard of the house, which was fenced off, and this neighborhood was relatively private, so obviously this raised some concerns. I asked Asher what the man looked like and if he was sure he saw a man. He was not known to make things up like this, so I believed him. I just wanted to be sure. He said that the man just looked average and he couldn't see him that well. I asked him which direction the man was going, and he pointed to the opposite end of the house. We both went into his bedroom and looked out the window. All I saw was the quiet, dark backyard. I told Asher that he should go back to bed, but if he saw the man again to let me know, and I assured him that I would keep an eye on the backyard from the living room window. Then he went back to bed and I returned to the living room. The living room did have a pretty good view of the backyard, although I couldn't see all of it. About 20 minutes went by, and I would frequently look out to the backyard. One time, I looked over and actually did see somebody out there. There was a guy walking by the window near the back of the house where the kitchen is. I couldn't believe it. It was pretty dark out there, but there was no mistaking it. I really didn't expect the guy to come back. I walked over to the window and looked outside. The man was now out of sight. He must have gone around to the side of the house. I thought about what I should do. I considered calling the police or calling my cousin and explaining what was going on, but ultimately I decided not to. I didn't want to have my cousin get worried or cause a scene, but I did plan on mentioning it to them when they returned home. I figured that the man would leave, or at least that's what I was hoping. Some time passed by and I kept watching out the backyard. The man didn't return for a good 15 minutes or so. Then, as I was still in the living room, I heard the doorbell ring. Who would this be? I left the living room and walked to the front of the house and opened the front door. As soon as I did, I saw the same man standing there on the front step. I wasn't expecting this at all. The man said that his car had just broken down and his phone was dead, and he was wondering if he could come inside the house and make a quick call. I wasn't going to fall for this, and I told the man no. I didn't bother asking him why he had been walking in the backyard. The man just said once again, "Can I please come inside for just a second?" I got really nervous and just blurted out to the guy that the police were on the way. Then I slammed the door in his face and locked it. I was kind of surprised at myself for this, but looking back, I'm glad I did it. The guy backed up from the front step and then walked away into the street. Of course, I was afraid that the man was going to come back yet again, and I kept watching out all of the windows of the house. Not too long later, though, I would guess maybe 20 minutes, my cousin and her husband got home. I was relieved for them to be home and told them everything. They did end up calling the police, so I had to stay there for a while longer to answer some questions. Then I was able to go home. My cousin told me since then they haven't seen the man at all or anything else suspicious, which I'm glad to hear. I still wonder, though, who he was and what he really wanted. Back when I was a kid, my older sister played the piano, and I remember that she was pretty good at it. I used to get dragged to all of her concerts that she would perform in with a bunch of other kids. One time, I was probably like 7 years old, maybe 8,
and we went to this one high school to see her perform. It was another concert, and I didn't find these concerts particularly interesting, but sometimes they could be fun. I went with my parents, and we sat in the theater area of the school. There was probably a few hundred people there, and it was like a 2-hour-long concert. At the halfway point, they had an intermission where you could leave the theater and get food and snacks down the hall in the cafeteria. I went there with my parents during the intermission on this night. While we were there, my parents started to talk to some of the other parents that they were friends with there. My dad gave me some money to buy some food if I wanted. They had the pretty typical things that you could get at like basketball games or things like that. I went over and got some Skittles, and I remember shortly after I got them, I was still at the far end of the cafeteria when this guy just randomly tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around and he started talking to me, saying how he figured I was bored at this concert. I told him yeah, I was, and then the guy asked if I wanted to go with him and play video games. I said no because it just seemed weird to me. He told me his car was right outside and pointed to the door of the cafeteria, which was actually one of the back doors of the school and not where most people parked. He asked me several more times like he really wanted me to go with him, but I just kept saying no. Eventually, he gave up and left. I just went back to my parents after that. I'm sure nothing seemed suspicious or out of the ordinary to anyone there. It honestly wasn't until years later that I realized the guy might have been trying to kidnap me and how serious that really was. I didn't even realize how weird or suspicious it sounded with the things that the guy was saying, but I sure am glad that I said no to him.
Last year, I took a road trip out west during the summer. As I was on the way back, on the second day of driving, I came to a small city off the main road. I had stopped for gas and was on my way to get back onto the road when I saw a man on the side of the road with his hand out. I was surprised to see this. I didn't even think that people hitchhiked anymore. He was near the stoplight, and as it turned red and I came to a stop, I was only a few feet away from the man. I tried to ignore him by looking around, but then I noticed that he was approaching my driver's window. Then he knocked on it. I rolled it down and was prepared to say no to the man asking for a ride. Sure enough, he did ask me for a ride, but he was a lot nicer than I expected. He was very friendly and told me he just needed a short ride to a store that was nearby. I could sort of see it off in the distance. I'm a really nice person and I have a hard time saying no to people, so sure enough, I said yes. I know that I cringed as I did, but I just couldn't say no after he was so nice, and it was only a little ways up the road. It was decently busy there too, so I didn't think anything bad would happen. Anyways, the man was now in my car, and the light had turned green. I drove the man to the location he asked me to, which only took about 3 or 4 minutes. He was friendly the whole drive, and thankfully, when we got to the location, he left. Nothing strange or weird had happened at all, and I actually felt good about helping the man and drove away. About 3 hours later, I stopped off for gas again. I was in another relatively small town that was just off the main road. After I had fueled up my car, I pulled off onto the road. When I did, I passed a parking lot of some sort of business. I didn't really look at what it was, but anyways, for whatever reason, I glanced over. When I did, I saw a car, and in the driver's seat was the same man that I had given a ride to. I couldn't believe my eyes because I was sure that it was him. He was in the driver's seat staring right at me. This was so crazy to me because he was so far from where I had just given him a ride. I noticed there was another man in the passenger seat staring at me as well, and I had no idea who he was. As I continued with my driving, I just couldn't shake it how weird that was. Several minutes later, as I was driving, I glanced out my passenger's window. I was just casually looking over, but when I did, I noticed something. Near the passenger seat, sticking to the side door, was some sort of weird-looking gray thing, and it blended right in with the door. I wouldn't have noticed it if it wasn't for some small little light that it looked like was on it. It was weird to me, so I ended up actually pulling over my car and unbuckling to grab it. When I did, I saw it look like some sort of small microphone/camera thing. It really creeped me out, and then I saw the tiny light on it. I tossed it out the window because of how creepy it was to me, and then I drove away. Looking back at that, I wish I would have kept it to know exactly what it was, but at the moment, I just wanted it gone. I think it was some sort of tracking device that the man put in my car, but I guess I'll never know for sure. And why he did it, I have no idea. I'm a female and I work at Buffalo Wild Wings. I'm a server and it's a job that I've had for a little over a year now. A couple of months ago, I nearly quit though. One night I was working my regular shift and it was a pretty typical night. I was serving tables and also sometimes I would serve food to people sitting at the bar. There was this one guy sitting at the corner of the bar that I brought some food to. Right away he tried flirting with me. This is something that would occasionally happen and I was used to it. It didn't bother me much, but this guy, however, was a little more direct and just overall making me really uncomfortable. He was just more rude than most people. Each time I went near him, he would make some comments to me to the point where I didn't want to go near him anymore, but I did because I knew I had a job to do. I figured I could take it for a little while longer, and he stayed there for a long time, but at last I finally saw him leave. When I went to clean up the area, I saw that instead of leaving a tip, he wrote his number on the receipt and wrote for me to call him. At this point, it was late, and I was towards the end of my shift. I got frustrated when I saw this and threw it in the garbage. But as I started to walk away, I noticed something. Across the restaurant, I saw the man. He was literally hiding behind a wall and watching me. When he saw me look at him, he walked away and out of the restaurant. It was awkward that he saw me throw the receipt away, but I was glad to see him actually leave. I finished working my shift, which was only for another hour. As I got off, I left the restaurant. I walked to my car across the parking lot and was almost immediately greeted by the man once again. He confronted me about throwing his number away. I told the man that he needed to leave me alone. I then walked past him and began going to my car. Thankfully, he didn't follow me, but he did curse at me as I got in my car. I drove home and did my best to forget about the incident. I worked several more times over the next week. And I would say about a little over a week later, I worked a typical night and then drove home. When I got to my house, I saw there was a car already parked on the side of the road in front of it that I didn't recognize. Then, when I pulled into my driveway, my headlights shined over my house for a minute. When they did, they revealed a man seemingly trying to climb into one of my windows. When I saw this, I was in shock, and the man quickly ran away from the window and into the car parked in front of my house. He then sped away. It was the same man from the previous week. I really didn't know what to do. It wasn't until the man was gone for several minutes before I was able to compose myself and call the police. I had no idea how the man knew where I lived. The police came out, and I gave them all the information that I could. Thankfully, the man never bothered me again.
This is something that took place back when I was about 12 years old. During this time, I lived with my parents and siblings in a neighborhood with lots of houses in it. However, not every house looked the same, and there were many different sized yards. I remember that there was this one house a ways down my street that was abandoned. I didn't know the story on it, but I know that one of my friends lived 2 doors down from it. This house had a bigger yard, and there were lots of trees on the property as well. So many, in fact, that you could barely even see the house from the street. It had been abandoned for several years, and I honestly don't know why. I had a few friends that lived in the neighborhood, and I went to school with them and stuff. One evening, I was hanging out with the friend who lived by the abandoned house. His name was Kyler. It was approaching sunset, and I was over in his yard. I don't remember how, but we got to talking about the abandoned house. I was curious about it, because I didn't know anything other than that it was abandoned. Kyler said that we should go over and look at it, so we walked along the sidewalk in front of his house and past the next door neighbors. Then we were standing in front of the abandoned house. There was a gate that was a little bit open and really rusty. The front yard was overgrown with long grass and lots of trees that needed trimming. I remember that Kyler just started walking up in the yard. I followed him, and then he walked past the gate. At that point, I asked him if we were allowed to go back here. He said, "Yeah, the property's abandoned, so who cares?" Then he claimed that he had been in the yard several times before. He started showing me the house and talking about it. We went all the way around it and into the backyard. There, the grass was also overgrown, but there were patches of dirt as well. Then we noticed that a back door to the house was open a little bit. Kyler and I walked over to it. I think that we were both pretty curious as to why the door was open. We both knew 100% that the house was abandoned.
Kyler said that the door was not open the last time he was back there. I asked him if he had ever seen the inside of the house before, and he said no. At that point, we both decided to go in. Kyler opened the door just enough for us both to enter. Once we were inside, we saw that all the lights appeared to be off. It was getting dark out now, so the visibility wasn't the greatest. I could tell, though, that there really wasn't much of anything inside the house at all. We were in what was maybe the dining room or living room. I saw a kitchen area to the left. We both walked in farther and saw that there were a few pieces of old furniture here and there, but really not much. I remember seeing a staircase going up, but we walked past it and went towards this hallway. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing, and I didn't really want to be there. To me, we had seen enough and probably should be going. But Kyler continued to walk through the house and went down the hallway into what I think was a bedroom. I remember that I stayed back a little bit. I was still in the hallway when Kyler walked inside of the bedroom. At that point, though, I suddenly heard these footsteps. It sounded like somebody was actually upstairs. I listened close and realized that somebody was definitely coming down the staircase. I quickly ran over into the room that Kyler was in. This appeared to be mostly empty as well. I told Kyler that I heard somebody coming down the stairs. At first, he didn't believe me and thought that I was just messing with him. But a moment later, we both heard the footsteps arriving at the bottom of the stairs. I went over and quietly closed the door to the room that we were inside of. We heard the person begin to walk around. The footsteps got slightly closer to us. My heart was beating like crazy, and I was literally sweating. The footsteps did not enter the hallway, though. Instead, they headed to the front side of the house. When this happened, Kyler and I knew that we needed to get out of there. We felt that whoever was in there probably heard us, and they were now looking for us. I opened the door, and then we both sprinted out of the hallway into the back door of the house. Luckily, it was still open how we left it. Neither of us bothered to look back where the person had walked. When I was going out the door, though, I did hear footsteps approaching, but they were still a distance away. We both left the house, and then fled on foot around the house and back out onto the sidewalk. Then we both went back to Kyler's house. Whoever had been inside of the house did not leave or follow us. After that night, we never went back there again. I'm not sure who was in there. That was one of the scariest moments of my life, though.
A few years ago, my wife and I were house hunting. We had been married for a few years, but had lived in an apartment, and figured it was time to make the jump to a house. I was excited to have some property with a front and backyard. When we set out to find some houses, my wife and I looked around online a little bit, and then made a list of some places that we would like to look at in person. The very first house on the list was a smaller one in a pretty big neighborhood near the city. We were able to look at the house without an agent present. I found this nice and just overall more convenient. My wife and I met up at the house after work one Friday night, and we got inside. We were looking around, and it seemed all right. We discussed possible changes we would make and what we liked and didn't like about the house. I remember that we were both in the kitchen when suddenly there was a knock on the door. I walked over and looked out the front window. I could see a man was standing there, but from the angle I was at, I couldn't see his face. I didn't know why anybody else would be here, but I decided to go answer the door, even though my wife told me not to. I opened it up and saw a man standing there. He looked younger and had a slight beard. He just kind of stood there, and I asked him if I could help him. The man asked if he could come inside for a few minutes. I told him no, we didn't own this house, and we were just looking at it. Then the man just said, "Oh," and sort of wandered off. I thought it was really weird, and I shut the door, and we went back to looking at the house after that. But about 10 minutes later, there was another knock on the door again. But this time, we heard shouting afterwards. Somebody was screaming at us to let them in and banging on the door. I crept to the window and looked outside of it and saw a different guy was now there. I was careful not to let him see me. He was demanding the door be opened and banging loudly on the door. He then tried opening it up. This time, I really didn't want to answer the door, and I had no idea why these guys were trying to get inside the house. He kept on banging at the door for a good 5 minutes, and it finally stopped. We tried our best to continue looking at the house after that, but we were kind of spooked. We We went upstairs to look at the bedrooms. As we were upstairs, we suddenly heard banging again, but this time it was coming from the back end of the house. We went across the hall to a bedroom in the back side of the house. We then looked out the window and saw a man wearing all black and a ski mask banging on the back door. We went to the front bedroom after that and looked out the window to see another man in all black and a mask as well, just standing in the front yard. We debated calling the police. I had no idea who these people were, and it was all just really strange. We stayed upstairs in one of the bedrooms waiting it out. The men stayed in the yard for a while, and eventually they seemed to leave because we didn't see them when we looked out the window again. My wife and I took this opportunity to exit the house and run to our car as fast as we could and then drive away. We didn't end up buying that house, and I have no idea what was going on there.
When I was in college, every year during spring semester, I would look forward to spring break. My freshman and sophomore year, I just went back home for the week and hung out with friends and family. But my junior year, me and my friend group from college all planned a trip to Florida for spring break. We were really excited and planned it several months in advance. When the time came, there was 6 of us total, and we flew to Miami, where the weather was much warmer than it was where we went to school in Michigan. Because there were 6 of us, we were all able to rent out an Airbnb with 4 bedrooms right near the city where there was lots to do within a walking distance. When we got there, it was immediately much warmer. Over the first few days, we all went around Miami to some beaches and restaurants and several bars in town. We went out a lot, and most nights we'd go to the bars nearby our Airbnb and then walk back. The bars were always really crowded and fun because of all the other people that were there for spring break, and with it just being Miami in general. One night, I was walking home by myself because I was really tired and the rest of my friends were still out. I decided to go back early because we were only staying about 5 blocks away. As I walked, the area slowly got quieter and quieter until I reached the property where we were staying, which was typically pretty quiet. The whole time I was walking, I heard footsteps behind me about 20 feet back. I never really stopped to look though, because at first it seemed normal, but now that I was 90% of the way back and I was still hearing them, it was slightly concerning, but most likely just a coincidence. I decided to just ignore it and keep going back. Once I reached our place, the footsteps seemed to stop. I got inside and went straight to bed. The next day, however, I found myself in a similar situation. It was 10 p.m., and we were all out several blocks away once again, but at a different place this time. When we got there, I realized I had forgotten my wallet. I hadn't needed it to that point, but knew I would need it now, and I told my friends I would just walk back and get it really quick. It was only about a 10-minute walk, so it wasn't a huge deal at all. As I was walking, though, I once again heard the noise of footsteps behind me. Once again, it wasn't strange until I got back and heard the same footsteps. This time, I looked behind me as I was a short ways from home. I saw a man who had his hood up and was looking straight at the ground. Obviously, I didn't recognize him and couldn't make out much details of his appearance other than he seemed a little sketchy to me. I kept going back and looked back once more to see the man sort of walk away shortly before I reached our place. I was relieved to see that and went inside and quickly got my wallet, then went back out with my friends. As I walked back, I was pretty scared to be followed again, and I walked at a fast pace until I got to a more busy area of town. I made it back to my friends safely, and we stayed out for a few hours, then all walked back together. When we were walking back, I didn't notice us being followed at all. Once we were back, I got ready for bed and went to my room that I was staying in. I turned off all the lights and went to sleep. The next thing I knew, I woke up to see that it was still dark outside. I didn't really think anything of it, because I would occasionally wake up for no reason in the middle of the night. I turned over to my other side to go back to sleep, but when I did, I noticed in the doorway of my room was a man. The man was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, but in the dark, I couldn't tell anything about him. I was looking at him for a solid 5 seconds before I let out a loud scream. The man then walked out of view of the doorway. Shortly after that, I heard my friends wake up in the other rooms. A few of them came into my room to see if I was okay. I told them what I had seen, and they all came into my room with me and we called the police. We told them that a man had somehow gotten into our place
and they said they would send an officer to our location. As we were still on the phone, we heard the door from downstairs slam shut. When the police came, the man was gone and they couldn't find him anywhere. We figured he left, and we didn't see him for the rest of our trip. It's a mystery to me, though, how he was able to get in.
Last summer, my girlfriend and I went up to go camping for a weekend up north. There was a nice little campsite about 2 hours drive north from where we were from. We had some outdoor activities planned, like hiking, fishing, and having a campfire. The first day that we got there, we mostly hiked all day and then had a campfire at night. We stayed in a tent that I had brought, and the next morning when we got up, we had planned to go fishing right away. We got up early and headed to the lake. It was maybe a 15-minute walk from where we had our tent set up. When we got to the lake, we started fishing, and within 30 minutes had actually caught a couple of fish. It was going pretty well. We were on the dock, and nobody else was nearby, aside from some people that we could see really far away at other areas of the lake. I remember that after we had been there for a while, at least an hour, I was going to cast again, when my girlfriend tapped me on the shoulder. She put her finger up to her mouth as if to be quiet. I looked at her and listened. I could just barely hear the sound of somebody saying my girlfriend's name. And then they said my name. I could tell it was a man's voice, and it was as if they were kind of calling out to us. I thought it was really strange, because we didn't know anybody else up here at all. They called out her name, and then my name again, and went back and forth between the two. It slowly grew louder and louder. We both looked at each other with confused looks on our faces. Who could this be, and why were they calling out our names? We answered back by saying, "Who's there?" They just continued though, and for a while stopped, but then picked back up about 10 minutes later. We looked around in all directions, but couldn't see where this was coming from at all. After a while, it was getting annoying and also slightly creepy. We decided to pack up and head back. After all, we had been fishing for a good amount of time. Walking back, we didn't hear any more noises, and we didn't see anybody or hear anybody on our way back either. For the rest of the day, we did some hiking and had a fun time. Later that night, we had another campfire, and afterwards, when it was time for bed, got inside our tent. When we got all ready for bed, and were just about to go to sleep, we once again heard a noise. It was the same man's voice, calling our names back and forth over and over again. Once again, we couldn't tell where he was, and looking around the tent, we didn't see any shadows or anything like that. We were sort of near woods, and he could have been inside of it, but we didn't know why this guy was doing this to us. And eventually, we did see a shadow appear. It looked to be a man standing not far from our tent. By this time, he had stopped calling our names. I sat up and shouted for the man to leave us alone. He just stood there and didn't move for a good 5 minutes straight. I didn't take my eyes off him at all, and neither did my girlfriend. Eventually, we saw him walk away, but not less than a minute later, he was calling our names out once again. This was enough for me. I decided it would be best for us to leave. We both took our valuables, and on the count of 3, ran to my truck, got inside, and drove away, leaving the tent there. The next day, we came back to pick it up. Our tent looked like it had been messed up a little bit, but all the stuff we left seemed to still be there. We packed it up and headed home. To this day, we don't know who that guy was or how he knew our names, but luckily, he didn't do any harm to us.
I have a best friend named Samantha, and we hang out with each other all the time. When we aren't hanging out, we FaceTime with each other on a regular basis. This is something that happened a few years ago when we were in college. Samantha and I attended different universities. They were a couple of hours away from each other, so we were not able to hang out as much. We would often FaceTime with each other at night when we weren't doing anything. During this time, I lived in a house with 2 other roommates. One night, both of my roommates were gone, and I was home by myself doing homework. It was approaching the late night hours, and probably like 10 or 11 o'clock. I was FaceTiming with Samantha, and we were both doing homework at our desks. I was working on some sort of assignment and having a tough time with it. I had my phone propped up on my desk, and mostly facing me.
At some point, I remember Samantha asked me if my roommates were back yet. I knew that they weren't, and I said no. Samantha then told me that she thought she saw someone in the hallway behind me. I didn't know what she was talking about at first. She told me to look behind me, and I did, but saw nothing. In my bedroom, I was facing the wall and my window. Behind me and to the left a little bit was my doorway, which was open. The hallway was dark because all the lights were off. After looking and seeing nothing, I asked Samantha what exactly she saw. She told me that she wasn't 100% sure, but it looked like a man was walking down the hallway and then looked into my room. When I heard this, it did give me the creeps. I checked on Snapchat to see if my roommates were back, although I was sure that I would have heard them. Neither of them were back yet. The lighting was not the best, so there was a chance that Samantha didn't actually see that, but I didn't know why it would look like there was a guy there. It was just hard to believe. I walked over to my doorway and looked out. The hallway was dark, but nobody was in it. My roommates' bedrooms and a closet and bathroom were also on the hallway. Every door aside from the closet was open a little bit, which is how things usually were. I closed my bedroom door and then went back to my desk. Samantha and I continued talking, and I tried to focus on my homework again, although it was hard now. Probably about 10 minutes later, I suddenly heard the sound of my bedroom door opening. It was very slow, and when I heard it, I suddenly looked behind me. For a split second, I saw someone at the door. It appeared to be a man, but as fast as I saw him, he moved back and disappeared. He went into the dark hallway, and my door was left slightly open. Samantha was saying that she saw the guy again. At that point, I called the police and then went back over and closed my door. Unfortunately, there was no lock on it. I went to my closet and hid inside of it. Luckily, in this time, the man did not return. I didn't know where he was at this point, but probably 5 minutes after I called the police, I heard a back door to our house closing. I didn't leave my closet though. Soon after, the police arrived, and they searched the house, but the guy was gone. I guessed I had heard him leaving, so I never found out exactly who he was or what he was doing. That was one of the scariest moments I've ever had for sure. When my roommates got back, I told them about it, and I think one of them had left the back door unlocked, so that's most likely how the man got in. I still don't know who he was though, and luckily he never came back.
When I was 15, my recently divorced dad bought a townhouse in the nicer part of town. It was for him, my brother, and I to all live in. The townhouse was 3 stories, the first being an above-ground basement with a bathroom, bedroom, living space, and a patio. I was lucky to be given the basement as my bedroom, being the oldest child. I loved having my own space down there, and would sometimes fall asleep on the couch in the living area, only to wake up in the middle of the night with an odd feeling. This would happen every time I slept out there, and for some reason, the slightly cracked blinds on the patio door would always creep me out. Nobody really used the patio, but my dad would occasionally check to make sure the door was locked before going to sleep. As I got older, I would use this door to sneak out at night or smoke a little bit when my dad wasn't home, which led to him checking on it more often as it was unlocked sometimes. He grew suspicious about why I was going out there so much, so around the time I was 17, he installed a Ring camera on the patio without my knowledge. He ended up catching me and I got in trouble a few times. After I graduated high school and was getting ready to leave for college, I spent less and less time at my dad's as my mom's house was closer to my school, work, and friends. One night during this time, my dad sent me a video he had captured with the Ring camera on the patio, captioned, "WTF, this is last night at 3 a.m. My heart dropped as I watched the video. There appeared to be a man in the video walk up to the patio door and stare in through the notorious crack in the blinds that was always there. The man didn't try the doorknob, but appeared to be holding something shiny and metallic in his hands. Whether it was a Zippo, knife, or whatever, I have no idea, as the video is way too low quality to tell. The man seemed to be mumbling to himself while listening to some type of Christian rock music. The video really scared me, as I very well could have been sleeping in there clueless if this had been a different day or time. No other neighbors caught the man on their cameras, which makes me feel like it was more targeted, or this wasn't the first time he had visited my dad's house. The creepiest part is next to the patio is a window to my bedroom,
which the Ring camera doesn't catch, or the man could have looked through it before, directly into my bed. All that besides, I've never stayed at my dad's since.
This happened back when I was like 16 and in high school. At the time, my older sister had just graduated high school and had been accepted into several different colleges. We lived up north, and she was looking to go to school in the south. Because of this, my parents, sister, and me all made a road trip down south to visit schools. We saw several schools the first few days, and were going to visit the University of Oklahoma the next day. I remember that it was a late night of driving, and we had been up for quite a while. We were maybe an hour or two away from our hotel when I heard my dad say we were almost out of gas. We had an SUV, and at this moment, my parents were in the front seat, my sister was sleeping in the middle row, and I was in the back row seats. My dad pulled off the busy road and onto a quieter one. As we drove down the road into a seemingly small town, I remember just thinking that the town seemed sketchy. Maybe it was because it was really late at night, or maybe it was because of how everything seemed a little old and run down, but I just felt a little bit creeped out. We pulled into the gas station, and as we did, my dad looked to see if anybody else was awake. I saw that my mom was sleeping as well, and my dad asked me to run inside the 7-Eleven we were now at and get him a coffee. I said sure, and left the car and walked up to the store. As I was walking there, it was very quiet, and just 2 other cars were in the parking lot. I entered the 7-Eleven and went to where I guessed the coffee would be. Walking inside, everything was eerily quiet. I was able to find the coffee and made a cup for my dad. As I was finishing up, I heard footsteps coming near me. I looked over and saw a man coming around the corner of one of the aisles, walking slowly towards me. The man was short and wore sunglasses, a black jacket, and I could see he had a longer beard. He was looking right at me as he was walking. I thought maybe he wanted to get a coffee and I was in his way, so I started walking in another direction. When I did, I noticed the man stopped near the coffee, but he didn't take any. Instead, he seemed to just stare at me, not taking his eyes off me wherever I was. I was hungry myself and thought the guy was just a little weird, but that's all. I tried to shake my feeling of being creeped out and went down to the snack aisle to see what they had. But not long after this, I was looking at some licorice, and I heard some noise at the end of the aisle. I saw the man once again, just standing there, leaning into the aisle and staring at me. I decided at this point that the man was a complete creep, and I grabbed a snack and headed towards the counter. I wanted to just get out of there. I checked out, buying a snack, some water, and my dad's coffee. As I was paying, I casually turned around and saw the same guy staring at me again. It didn't surprise me, and once I had checked out, I quickly walked out of the 7-Eleven and back to our SUV at the other side of the parking lot. When I got there, I saw my dad had finished getting gas and was sitting in the front seat of the SUV looking at his phone. When I had almost reached our car, I looked behind us. There was a bit of grass next to the parking lot to the 7-Eleven, and I saw some random guy also wearing sunglasses oddly, walking towards us. I then looked over to the 7-Eleven and saw the guy that had been watching me walking past one of the cars in the parking lot, going straight for ours. I quickly got inside our car, handed my dad his coffee, and then carefully went to my spot in the back seat without waking up my sister. Now that I was in the back seat, I felt safer, but saw that my dad was still on his phone, not really paying attention to what was going on outside. He didn't seem to be in a quick hurry to leave, and I looked out the windows and now saw 2 more random guys in sunglasses walking towards us. The same guy from the gas station was there as well, and he was now just about 20 feet away. There was 4 people, all walking towards us, and I now yelled to my dad to leave because there were people coming to us. My dad looked around, confused. Luckily, our engine was already running, and once my dad realized what was going on, he saw it just in time when the men had almost reached us. My dad sped out of there and back onto the road, and quickly made it back onto the freeway where we had been before. I have no idea who those guys were or what they wanted, but they sure were suspicious. I'm glad we got away before they reached us. This is something that took place years ago, when I think I was about 19. During this time, I lived with my parents in the neighborhood that I grew up in. I was working only about a mile away from home at a store. It was a part-time job, but I remember that at one point, my car broke down and had to be fixed. I would be without it for a few days, but still had to work. During this time, I walked the mile distance to work, which was really not too bad. It was a little bit different route than I would take while driving though. So the first day that I was walking to work, I remember I passed by this old convenience store in town. The store was now abandoned and had been for several years. I went there a couple of times when I was really young, and seeing it brought back a lot of memories, but I walked right past it to work. However, when I got off work and I was walking home afterwards, I passed by the store again. This time, I was curious and I walked closer. There was a small empty parking lot in front and to the side of the store. The store was very small, and it was basically like a convenience store that you would see with a gas station, except there were never any gas pumps at this one. I walked up to the front and looked inside one of the windows. Inside, the lights were off, but things looked like they hadn't been touched in years. There was still a lot of things inside the store. It was sort of messy and looked really strange to see. It was interesting to me though, and I stood at the window for maybe 5 minutes. As I was looking around, I suddenly saw a man come out from behind one of the aisles inside. This was really strange because the building was abandoned. The man looked right at me, and I quickly turned and walked away. I kept going down the sidewalk back home. It was really creepy to see a person inside there. The man did not appear to be any kind of construction worker or anything like that. I went the rest of the way back home, and the next day when I walked to work, I went past the store again. But that night, I got off a little bit later than usual. I was walking right by the store again on my way home. This time, I got curious once more, and I stopped to look in the window. It was much darker now with it being nighttime. When I was looking though, once more a man appeared from behind an aisle, this time much quicker than the last time. This guy started walking towards me at the window, and I turned and walked away again. I left the parking lot and then went back onto the sidewalk. Then I crossed a nearby street and went onto another sidewalk. But it was about at that point where I heard footsteps behind me. The sidewalk that I was on was very quiet, and nobody else would ever really walk on it. So this was strange. I turned around and looked, and saw the guy who had been inside of the convenience store. He was walking a pretty long ways back, but appeared to be walking after me. It made me a little bit nervous, but I kept going home. I probably had about 10 minutes left of walking to get there. Most of it was straight, but I would turn several more times. The first turn that I made, I was positive that the guy would keep going straight, but he didn't. He turned with me, and that made me a lot more nervous that he actually was following me. He wasn't really gaining on me at all though, so I started to walk faster. The next turn, I didn't see him for a while after I had made it around, and I actually thought that he was gone. But then I saw him come around the corner and continue to follow me. By this point, I didn't have a whole lot farther to go. I kept walking, and soon my house was in sight. I looked back and the guy was still there following me. At that point, I made a run for it, and it's probably something that I shouldn't have done. I started sprinting, but at the time that I did, for some reason, I looked behind me. The man also started to sprint. I ran for my house, and luckily it wasn't that far away. I arrived and struggled to unlock the door, but eventually I got it open and went inside. I looked out of the front window and saw the guy now walking down the sidewalk. He did not come into our yard, but stopped and was just kind of standing there on the sidewalk in front. He was not looking at me, and he wasn't even looking at our house, but he was just standing in front of it, looking down the street. Then, after about a minute, I saw him turn around and walk back. I don't know what he was doing. He was probably mad at me for looking inside of the store, but I really didn't mean anything bad by it. I was just curious. After that, I walked a different route to and from work until I got my car back. I'm not sure when it changed, but today, the convenience store is a newer one.
This happened when I was a teenager, many years ago. I was with my best friend Tony, and we were at my house.
My parents were gone someplace, I don't remember where. Tony and I had been best friends for many years and were like brothers. We liked to prank our friends a lot and things like that. On this night that we were hanging out, Tony had the idea to prank phone call one of our friends. This was back before everybody had smartphones. Cell phones were around, but didn't have the capabilities that they do today. So we were going to call our friend Adam, and Tony had a whole joke that he was going to say to him. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was probably really stupid. So we dialed Adam's number on one of the home phones at my house. It rang a few times, and then who we thought was Adam picked up. Tony started going into his joke and wasn't stopping. After he had spoke for like a minute straight, the person on the other end spoke. It was a man, but not Adam. It sounded like an adult, and I think we were about 14. The guy was really mad. I don't recall exactly what he said, but he was asking us who was calling and what was wrong with us and things like that. When we realized that it wasn't Adam, we were both surprised and also embarrassed. Tony just hung up the phone when the guy was still talking. Then we had a good laugh about it, but we decided not to call Adam anymore. That was enough prank phone calls for us. Instead, we decided to play video games. Just moments after hanging up though, the phone started ringing. We did not have caller ID, so I answered it not knowing who was calling us, although I think we both had a feeling that it might be the guy who we had just accidentally dialed. I picked up the phone and answered. I heard the same guy speaking, and he still sounded angry. I hung up on him, and then he called again right after. This time though, we did not answer the phone. We started playing video games at that point, and over the next 30 minutes or so, the guy called back several more times. At least we assumed that it was him. But each time, we didn't answer and just let it ring. Then, finally, we didn't get any more calls. We continued to game until probably about an hour after the call. That's when there was a knock at the front door. I was confused when I heard it. I lived in a pretty typical neighborhood, but knocks on the door at night were very unusual. We were in my bedroom, and I left the room and walked out into the living room. I got over to the front door and looked out of the window. Some guy was standing there who I didn't know. He looked right at me as I was looking at him. I moved away from the door and he knocked again. I went back to my room and told Tony that some guy was there. Then the phone rang again. We were both wondering if there was any possibility that it could be the same guy, so we answered the phone call this time. The man spoke and he told us to come outside. When I heard that, I instantly hung up the phone again. Now the man must have been calling from his cell phone. He knocked on the door again, and we both went out into the living room. We heard him yell for us to come outside. The guy appeared to be in his 50s maybe, and was wearing a baseball cap and a jacket. That's all I remember about him. We didn't answer the door though. He stayed there for several more minutes before finally leaving. After that, Tony and I were just waiting for the phone to ring again, or for the guy to come back, but thankfully he never did. After that, we never prank phone called anybody else. I think the guy that we called must have had caller ID. He could have looked up our address by finding it in the phone book or something. I really don't know, but that's my best guess. It still creeps me out that he actually showed up at my house. This is something that happened just a few months ago. It's still fresh in my mind, and something that I hope never happens again. So I don't remember exactly when, but I got a random FaceTime one day on my iPhone. It was from a number that I didn't recognize. Now I have basically everybody that I know and text with in my phone, and I have their names in the contacts. So I figured that this must be a new person, but I didn't have any idea as to who it could be. Because of this, I did not answer the call. The number didn't bother to text me or anything, so at that point, I figured that it was a wrong number maybe. I mostly forgot about it until the number tried FaceTiming me again. I don't know how long this was after the first one, maybe a few days. But after that, this number kept randomly FaceTiming me, but I never answered it, and they would never text or call or anything. It was always FaceTime. The times were normal when it started, but then I noticed that it was often late at night. So after probably like the 5th FaceTime call, I decided to text the number and ask them who they were. Unfortunately though, I did not receive a response from them. I thought that was really weird. They tried FaceTiming me again the next night though, and at that point I should have blocked the number. I honestly don't know why I didn't, but I didn't. I didn't answer that one either. So then, one night, pretty late again, I got another FaceTime from the number. I'm not really sure why, but I just decided to answer that time. I was home by myself, just chilling in my bedroom. I lived alone in a house, and it was probably almost midnight. So when I answered the call, I finally saw the person. It appeared to be a man, and he was actually wearing a black ski mask covering his face. So I found this to be a little bit strange, but I also noticed that the guy was outside. He looked to be walking down a street. I said hello and asked him why he kept calling me. The guy didn't answer though. Instead, he just kept on walking. I asked him who he was, but he didn't answer that either. Then, as he continued walking, he turned the camera from facing him to facing what was in front of him. For a second, I saw the street that he was walking on, but then he raised the camera up more, and I saw that he was going through a neighborhood. When he stopped and focused the camera on a house, I quickly noticed that it was my house. At that point, things got real, because I thought that he was just some random guy in a random city before that. But no, he was right outside my house. I asked once more who he was, but he didn't answer me then either. Then he hung up on me. By now, I was very nervous. I went over and looked out the front window in the living room. I saw the man standing out in the street. Then he took a step into my front yard. When he started walking through the yard, I moved away from the window. I really didn't know what he was planning to do. For the next minute or so, I didn't see him. Then there was a sudden knocking, not at my front door, but at my back door. I walked towards the back of the house and yelled that if he didn't leave, I was calling the police. He moved away from the back door, and I thought that he might actually be leaving. But a short time later, he then knocked on the front door. Then I did call the police, and I told them what was going on. I was just hoping that this guy would not break in. He returned to the back door a short time later and knocked on it again. But after that, things went quiet for a while. Then, a short time later, the police got there. They looked around my yard, but the man was gone. I guess he had left just on time before the police showed up. I told them the whole story, but not much could really be done. They said to call again if the guy came back. I was afraid for the rest of the night that he would, but he actually didn't. After that, I never saw him again. I blocked his number, and I never heard from him again either.
This happened a couple of months ago. At the time, I was shopping at CVS Pharmacy, just getting a couple of products like soap, Q-tips, and those sort of things. I had a few things in my hands that I was going to buy, and was looking for a certain brand of toothpaste. It was nighttime, and the store was mostly quiet. However, there were a few other people shopping. One of them was also in the same aisle looking at toothpaste. It was a woman who looked to be around the same age as me, and I'm not going to lie, after noticing her, I found her attractive. As I was looking at the toothpaste, the woman said hi to me. We made some very basic and friendly conversation, and then the woman asked me if I knew anything about cars at all. I like to think that I know a decent amount, and I told her that I did. She explained to me her car was having a lot of problems lately and was in the parking lot dead right now. She did say she had called a roadside service, but they would take a while, and asked if I wanted to take a look. I told her yes, because I figured I might be able to tell what was wrong with her car. I had, after all, worked on my own cars several times before. We both finished up our shopping and talked to each other as we did. Then we checked out and left the store. We were getting along great, and we both went out into the parking lot, and I saw there were 2 other cars in the parking lot besides mine. I started walking towards those 2, assuming one was hers, but the woman then told me neither car belonged to her. Instead, she told me to follow her and led me to the back of the parking lot. She said she was parked 2 blocks away, and at the back of the parking lot, she entered this grassy area and a small woods. Now, over here was like pitch black darkness, and the woods was really dense. It seemed creepy to me, but the woman had been so friendly, I completely ignored my feelings. There was a little path through the woods, and when I entered it with her, I could actually see it led to another street with several cars parked on it. She pointed to one of the cars and told me that was hers. We made our way through the path, but then instead of continuing down the path out of the woods, which was only like 30 more feet, she suddenly veered off to the left. She walked straight into the dense wooded area, and I completely lost her due to how dark it was. I looked to the left, and then I kind of started into the woods to see where she had gone. I then heard noises to the left side of me, and then to the right on the other side of the path. I was pretty confused and looked to the noises. I saw a large man emerge about 5 feet in front of me and come at me as if he was going to grab me. I noticed another man behind me charging at me as well. Both men wore sweatshirts with the hoods pulled up all the way. I backed away before one of them reached out to grab me. Right then, I went deeper into the woods, feeling myself being scratched sharply by a random tree branch. I turned back and sprinted through the woods briefly, and then back onto the path towards the CVS parking lot. I heard multiple people running after me as I did. I barely made it to my car and got inside before speeding out of there. I left with maybe 2 feet to spare before the men reached my car. This is something that I've thought about quite a bit since then. I have to feel as though I was set up by that woman to probably get robbed or something like that.
This happened a couple of weeks ago. I was up late at night and couldn't sleep. I live in a small apartment and it's not the nicest. It's cheap though, and near where I go to school. I live by myself and on the upper level with my front door opening to an outdoor walkway right next to the stairs that go down towards the parking lot. Like I said, I couldn't sleep, so I was on my phone with the TV on in the background in my bedroom. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and as I was on my phone, I saw a call come across my screen. It startled me because of how late it was. The number was not one that I recognized, but it did say that it was in the same city that I was in. Not knowing who this was, I didn't answer though. I thought maybe that was the end of that, but about a minute later, they called again. I was curious, so I decided to answer. I heard a voice start speaking to me in a whisper. At first, I couldn't understand anything that they were saying, and I asked who it was. I then heard them whisper to me, asking why I was up so late. I could tell it was a man, but beyond that, I had no idea who it was. He then said how he had been watching me. I got up and looked out the back window. It overlooked the parking lot behind the apartments, with the woods just beyond that. It was pitch black outside, and the guy could be anywhere. As I walked closer to the window, I heard him start to laugh on the other end. I closed the blinds and then backed away. I left my bedroom and went out into the living room. I couldn't take it anymore, and I hung up on the guy. Obviously, I had no idea who he was, but I didn't care to find out either. I then started hearing the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs outside of my apartment. With mine being the first one next to the stairs, I always heard when people came up, because the walls were pretty thin. I ran over to my front window and scrambled to close those blinds as fast as I could. I was just able to get them shut on time before I heard whoever was there reach the top of the steps. Then, I didn't hear anything. I thought maybe they would walk past towards the other 3 apartments that were up there, but I never heard them. I sat there, unable to focus on anything else for several minutes. I was convinced whoever walked up the steps was the same guy that had called me. However, without me hearing any more noises, I thought maybe he had left. I wanted to go to sleep, but I was too scared, so I decided to take a look outside to make sure the coast was clear, and hopefully then I could relax. I lifted up the window shades and looked out. As soon as I did, I saw a really creepy looking guy with his face pressed up against the window, smiling at me. I jumped back and screamed. I heard him laughing from the other side of the window. I screamed to him that I was calling the police, and I then heard him start to run away. He ran back down the stairs, and from there, he was gone. It took me forever to fall asleep after that. I was paranoid that I would see the man again. I was even paranoid for several days after that. But the crazy thing is, I haven't seen him or heard from him since, and I hope I never do again.
I used to own a smaller coffee shop, and I would work there just about every day. To save money on employees, I would do as much as I could by myself. Of course, I did hire several people, but I enjoyed the work, and I knew how I wanted things done. Well, one night I was working alone. We were open until 8 p.m. every night, and it was approaching closing time. Nobody was inside of the shop at all. I stood behind the counter, cleaning and organizing things. I decided to close up shop and lock the doors just a couple of minutes before 8. This is something that I often did. I mean, we rarely got any customers in the later half of the 7 o'clock hour. Some would usually be there early in the hour, but after 7:30, we'd maybe get like one person. And nobody would typically come within the last 10 minutes. I also didn't want anybody coming in at like 7:59 and then ordering a bunch of stuff or something like that. So I remember that after locking the doors, I walked over and went back to behind the counter. It was then that I heard somebody trying to open the door, which was locked. I looked over to the door, but didn't have a very good view of it. I just barely saw somebody walking away, but couldn't see who it was or anything. So then I started to do some more work of things that I would before being able to leave. This would probably take me about 15 minutes. Well, maybe 5 minutes into this, I suddenly heard glass breaking. It was coming from the front end of the shop. As soon as I heard it, I ducked down and went behind the counter. I didn't know what was going on, but I feared that it was a break-in. And moments later, I heard the sound of somebody entering the shop. It seemed to be true that somebody had in fact broken in. I didn't want to stay behind the counter. I was just barely out of sight of the front where the broken window was, so I crawled on the ground to the end of the counter. There's a little hallway in the back, which is where the bathrooms were, as well as a storage room. When I was at the end of the counter, I had to go fast to avoid being seen, or at least try to. I quickly made it to the bathroom, and then closed the door behind me and locked it. Luckily, there was a full locking door that was pretty sturdy. I heard the sound of somebody walking inside the building and approaching where the counter was. I still didn't have any idea as to who they were though. Luckily, I had my cell phone on me, and I took it out and hit 911. I told the police that somebody had broken into my coffee shop. As this was happening, I heard footsteps moving around to behind the counter area. I did not hear anybody speaking at all. The footsteps soon moved to the hallway where the bathrooms were. They got closer and closer. Then they tried opening the bathroom door where I was. After trying it, the footsteps moved back, and then I stopped hearing them altogether. I waited inside the bathroom for the next 5 minutes or so. Then the police arrived. When they got there, I came out to see nobody else there aside from the cops. They searched the entire place, but whoever broke in was gone. The cash register was robbed, and there was broken glass near the window. Other than that, nothing else was out of place. The shop was closed for the next couple of days, but we soon opened back up. I had the place for another year before selling it. That was the scariest thing that happened when I had a coffee shop.
Last summer, I was driving home from the store when I noticed a sign for an open house. I knew that the neighborhood was really nice, and I wasn't exactly looking to buy a house yet, but I was really interested to see this house still. I drove to the house and then parked on the side of the road. There were a bunch of other cars on the road, and I had to even park a little ways away. I walked up to the house and saw the big front yard. The property was very large and looked really nice. It was a newer house and probably less than a year old. It had a big for sale sign in the front yard and other signs for an open house with some balloons on them. I got to the front door and went inside. When I got inside, I expected to see other people looking at the house, or the agent, but I didn't see anyone. I looked around the house a little bit, but never saw anybody. After walking through most of the first level, I called out asking if anybody was in there, but I got no response. The house was set up with new furniture and looked like any open house that I had been to before, aside from the fact that nobody else was in there. As I was upstairs, I heard the door open and shut from the entrance of the house. I left the bedroom I was in and walked down the hallway, then back down the stairs to the main level of the house. I called out once again, expecting to see whoever had walked in, but nobody answered me. It was starting to feel really weird being in there. I walked towards the entrance and saw out of the corner of my eye a closet door in the pantry move as if it was being shut from the inside. I stood there for a moment looking at it. It stayed shut, and it looked like somebody was in there hiding, but I didn't really care to see who. I had been there long enough, and I decided to just walk out the door and leave. When I got outside of the house, I saw that all of the open house signs that had been up were now gone, and the for sale sign seemed to be gone as well. I got to my car and left. I wrote down the address and drove away, and when I got home, I looked it up, and I found online that the house wasn't even for sale at all.
Buffalo Wild Wings is one of my favorite restaurants. I love their food, especially their wings, and of course, I love how they have so many TVs with sports on them all the time. Last year, I went with my friend Adam. We weren't at our normal hometown, and this was a different Buffalo Wild Wings location that we had never been to before. It wasn't too crowded, but I would say it was averagely busy for about the time of day it was, which was 9 o'clock at night. We got to sit at a booth in the corner of the restaurant, which was especially nice because it felt a little more secluded. Nobody was really sitting that close to us though anyways. We ordered, and a little while later the food came. We were eating, and as we were, our server didn't come back to us for a long time. This wasn't really a problem because we had our food, but I just wanted some more water. After a while though, there was a TV that was directly in front of us, and it suddenly went black. Then words appeared across the screen. The words were my own name as well as my friend's name, and repeated the words, "You are being watched." My friend and I both looked at each other confused, not sure if this was a joke or what. But nobody here would know who we were or anything like that, because we had never been here before. We stayed there, and our server never did come back. But eventually, somebody who did work there, who hadn't been our server, quickly walked up to us several minutes later and handed us our bills, then quickly walked away. He then came back less than a minute later, took our cards, and returned them to us and walked away again, all without saying a single word. Things had seemingly taken a very strange turn. The TV in front of us then went back to normal sports. As we were leaving, my friend and I sought out a server and asked them if there was ever a problem with the TVs. She said no and then walked away. My friend and I then left the restaurant and walked back to my car. When I was getting into my car, I was sure I heard someone whisper my name really loudly. It sounded like it came from maybe 20 feet away. I froze and listened, but heard nothing more. We left after that, and that ended a very bizarre and creepy trip to Buffalo Wild Wings. This is the story of my spring break vacation from about 4 years ago. I was in college, and we had an entire week off from classes for spring break, so me and my two friends Daniel and Joey decided to take a road trip to Nashville, Tennessee. The first parts of the drive went really well. All three of us had sort of old cars, but we decided to take my car because I was the only one with an SUV and had the most space. My car was relatively old, but for the first day of the trip, it ran great. But on the second day, when we had made it into Tennessee, we started driving through the mountains and my car started acting up. I heard my engine making some pretty weird sounds. We had plenty of gas, but the car seemed as if it was going to die. The unfortunate part was that it was nighttime and now the roads were getting really quiet. We also didn't get a very good signal up here at all. My car did eventually die, and we came to a stop on the side of the road. We were still about 2 hours away from our hotel. I tried starting the car back up, but had no luck in it. Our first thought was to get out our phones and look to see how far we were from the nearest gas station or store, then see if we could call for help. Unfortunately, none of us could get a decent signal. We looked at our surroundings, which were mostly woods around us, and an occasional car which drove by. The road was also really narrow. I was hoping maybe my car would start up again after a while, so we sat there waiting to start it again. And as we did, we talked about what we should do. We were debating our options when a car came slowly driving down the street and then stopped on the side of the road in front of us. The car was an older, weird-looking van. When it came to a stop, the driver got out and seemed even creepier than the van he drove. He had long hair and he wore a hat. He was also wearing sunglasses and had older clothes on and was smoking a cigarette in his mouth. He approached us and told us he would like to give us a ride. I told him we didn't need a ride and we were just waiting for our roadside service. The man laughed in a really creepy way and then told us it would be better if we got a ride from him. He then told us how he drove these mountains every day and he knew them like the back of his hand. We told him we would be fine, but thanks anyways. He then started laughing again and slowly walked back to his van and got inside. Then he drove away really slow. We were all glad to see him leave because he really gave us the creeps. We sat in the car and kept trying to get signals on our phone. Sometimes we would have one bar and it would sort of work, but then it would cut out from having signal. About 5 minutes later, we were all in the car when we noticed the van slowly coming back around the corner. It was driving at an extremely slow pace. The van was now coming back from the direction it had left, and we saw that the man's driver's window was rolled down and he had his head sticking out the window now. I heard Daniel say, "Oh no, he's back." The man was driving literally 5 miles per hour, and as he got slowly closer to us, Joey asked what the man was holding. I looked over and saw that the man had what appeared to be a gun in his hand. We all started to freak out knowing he was driving towards us, and we all feared the worst. I took the keys and desperately tried to start my car one more time. To my surprise, luckily the car started up just as the man had gotten his van about 50 feet from us. From there, I put the car into drive and slammed my foot on the gas, and we sped down the road. As we passed the man in his van, we heard him yell something. The man looked to try to make a U-turn on the road, but was unable to make it without having to back up due to the narrow roads. I sped away as fast as I could and took the very first exit. We stopped at the first gas station we were able to find, and luckily the man didn't follow us there. I don't think he knew which direction we went. I was able to get some help from my car and fix it, and then we continued our drive and made it safely to our hotel. The rest of the trip went fine, and my car never broke down again. Two years ago, I worked as a security guard at a warehouse. It was a temporary job for me as I needed a job for just a few months. This was a job that paid pretty decent and was also really easy for me. For the most part, I would just watch security cameras and patrol the area. Nothing ever really happened, and the only people I really talked to were just people who were expected at the building, like delivery drivers. I would check IDs and just let them in and out. But one night, as I was working, I was sitting in the room where the security cameras were displayed. It was kind of a control room of types, and suddenly I saw one of the areas that was prohibited outside the building. There appeared to be a man entering and walking in. I wasn't sure how he was able to get in, because there was a large barbed wire fence blocking it, and I had to do a double take, but I was sure of what I saw. I was really nervous, because I had never really dealt with anyone trying to break in before. I got up and made my way out of the room and down the stairs to the area. After I got down the stairs, I had to walk down a hallway, which led into a bigger room and then to the area outside where the barbed wire fence was. I had no idea how this man that I had seen on camera was able to make it over the barbed wire fence, but somehow he had. This wasn't a small fence either. It was about 20 feet tall. I looked to the area expecting to see the man, but I saw no one. The warehouse was always locked as well, so I knew he couldn't have gotten inside. I stepped outside and examined the entrance area of the building. I looked in every possible way the man could have gone, but there was really only two options. They were to leave and go back, or to enter the building, which was locked, and I saw no signs of forced entry. I was really confused, and even questioned if I had in fact seen someone on the security camera. I guessed whoever it was must have left, and it left me feeling sort of creeped out knowing that I was all alone in the building at night. I began to walk back to my control room and went up the stairs and down the hallway. As I did, I checked each locked door. When I was walking down the dark hallway, I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder. Startled, I jumped back and turned around, but nobody was there. I literally started shaking and quickly went back to my control room and then locked the door. I then checked the security tape again. I replayed the tape and once again saw the man enter the restricted area outside like I had seen before. The man was kind of far away, and I couldn't really see any details on the tape other than just a figure of a man. I was very creeped out for the rest of the night. That was my scariest experience working there, and I quit shortly after.
This took place back in the early 2000s. I'm a female and lived alone in my apartment at the time. I was home by myself one night and received a phone call. I picked it up and answered, but at first didn't hear anything on the other end. I asked if anybody was there, and for a couple of seconds there was still nothing. Then finally a man spoke. I did not recognize the voice as anybody that I knew. He said that he must have the wrong number, and then he hung up.
After that, I didn't think much of it. Occasionally phone calls for the wrong number were made. It was certainly a lot more common than it is nowadays. So a few days went by, and then once more, I received a call late at night. I picked up the phone saying hello, and I heard nothing. I said hello several more times. Nobody spoke on the other end at all, and I was then hung up on by whoever had called me. The very next night after that, it happened again. By now, I was getting really suspicious. I didn't know what was going on, but it was strange that it kept happening. They would call, and I would answer, and then they wouldn't say anything. It always seemed to happen later at night. It was honestly creeping me out, and I was wondering what was going on. I didn't get any more calls for the rest of that night, though. The next strange thing to happen was not a phone call. I left for work the next morning after the previous call. My drive to work usually took about 15 minutes. Now, I was followed the entire way there. I know that because the street that my apartment was on was really quiet. The next few streets that I would drive on were also usually quiet. So I noticed a car driving behind me, although I couldn't tell who was driving the car. When I got to the highway, I sort of forgot about it and figured that it wasn't going to follow me anymore. The highway had a lot more vehicles on it. I thought maybe it was a coincidence to that point. But when I took my exit for work, I noticed the car taking the exit behind me. I drove down a couple more streets, and the car did the same. This had never happened before, and I had a really strong feeling that they were following me intentionally. Now I was getting worried. But literally right before my turn for work, the car went in another direction. I really didn't know what to think about it. After work that night, I drove back home and wasn't followed. That night, I didn't get any phone calls. But the very next night after that, I did. This time, I remember that it was probably about 11 o'clock. The phone rang, and I walked over and picked it up. After answering, I heard a man's voice. He told me that he was my neighbor down the hallway and asked if I could come over real quick. He said he needed some help. Something about it just seemed fishy. I thought that I recognized the voice, but not as a neighbor. And also, I was pretty sure that whoever this was supposed to be did not have my telephone number. I went to the door and looked through my peephole out of curiosity. When I did, I saw a man standing right there on the other side. I was not sure who he was, but I did think he was probably the one behind the strange occurrences. So instead, I dialed 911 and told the police that there was a suspicious man at my apartment. I then got another call from the guy claiming to be my neighbor. I answered it, asking who this neighbor was. He made up some name like Steve or something, I remember. He just kept telling me to come out of my apartment and that it was urgent. I went back over to the door and looked out, and the guy was still there. I told him that I called the cops. When I said this, I watched him turn and then walk away. After that, he didn't come back. The police got there a little while later, and I told them everything that the man had done. Unfortunately, there was not a lot that they could do about it. I decided to change my phone number, though. After that, I didn't receive any more calls. I also wasn't followed, and nobody came to my apartment, although I only lived in that apartment for about another month. I never found out who had done it or why. Every time the phone would ring late at night for months, I would worry that it was that man calling. I'm really glad that he didn't, though.
Many years ago, when I was a little kid, I remember I went to my cousin's house for a birthday party. I was probably about 6 or 7 years old at the time. In my cousin's family, they had 4 kids who are all grown now, and they're all older than me by several years. I don't even remember whose birthday it was on this particular time, but we would occasionally get invited to their parties. This was sometime in the early 2000s, and I always liked to visit their house because they had a PlayStation 2, which was very popular back then. Early on, I think we were just kind of hanging out, and then we had some pizza and cake. I don't remember much of the specific details, but afterwards I went outside. They had a rather large property and had a big field with the woods and even had some chickens that they raised. The chickens lived in a small shed with a chicken coop in it near the entrance of the woods. I know occasionally they had problems with coyotes trying to get at the chickens because of this. I wandered outside with one of my cousins who was going to show me how the chickens were doing. At some point, I guess he must have been called over to do something else because he left. Then it was just me, and I decided to go out and see the chickens by myself anyways.
I walked out to the entrance of the woods and into the small shed. Once inside, I looked at all the chickens they had. There were quite a few of them, and some of them looked at me as I went near. Then I heard the sound of someone outside the shed who I assumed was my cousin. After a while, though, he didn't go inside the shed, so I called his name. He didn't answer me, and then after I called him again without a response, I wondered if it was even him who was outside. I began to feel a little scared that there was a large animal outside the shed, like a wolf or a bear or something like that, and I slowly walked out to look. When I did, I didn't see anything, but then I heard noises of movement deeper into the woods. It sounded like something or someone that was rather large. I figured it had to be a deer, but I was a little kid and scared, so I ran away back to the house. I hung out with everyone else for a while, but my curiosity got the better of me about an hour later, and I walked back out to the woods to look at the chickens again. This time, I went straight for the shed where the chickens were and opened the door. As soon as I opened it, though, I saw a man inside who I didn't recognize. I immediately closed the door and ran all the way back to my cousin's house. When I got inside, I told one of my cousins that there was a man in the shed. He didn't really seem to believe me, though, and we both went back out there, but whoever was in the shed was now gone. We went back inside, and nobody else was told about it. However, even after all these years, I know what I saw out there, and I suspect the man was who I had heard in the woods earlier as well.
This is something strange that happened a couple of years ago. I used to work a job in the city, and the building that I worked in was a few stories tall. My office and the company that I worked for was on the 4th floor. So one night I was working very late. I would have deadlines, and it was one of those days where I knew it would be a long one. I was still working hard at probably 9 or 10 p.m. I would be done soon, but not yet, and I was getting extremely tired. There was this coffee shop that was always open and just around the corner. I had the idea to go there and quick get a coffee to keep me up. Now, by this time, there was only one other person working in the building with me. It was my coworker Jason, and he was in his office with the door closed. I went over and asked him if he wanted some coffee, and I remember he said no. Then I left. We had this staircase that would lead straight down to an alley. It was not the main entrance by any means, but a faster one. So I went down there and left. After walking through the alley, I would be on the sidewalk, just steps away from the coffee place. When I was in the alleyway, I remember noticing a woman standing on the corner. I walked past her to the coffee shop. I went inside and then ordered. Within a minute probably, I had received my coffee and was walking back. I went back to the alley and inside of my work building. Then I went straight up the staircase to the 4th floor and back to my office. Upon getting inside, I opened my door though, and the woman who I had seen in the alleyway was standing there. I was shocked to see her. She was looking right at me. The woman was short, thin, and had dark brown hair. I asked her what she was doing here, and the woman did not say anything. She was not supposed to be there. Nobody was, other than me and Jason, really. The woman then started to charge at me. This was really unexpected, and I moved back and out of the way, not knowing what else to do. When I did, the woman then closed the door to my office and locked it. I called out to her, asking who she was and what she was doing, but she did not answer me. I then went and got Jason. We decided to call the police. In the meantime, we tried to get the woman to open the door, but she wouldn't. Eventually, the cops got there, and they were finally able to get her out after a while. She had messed up my office, ripping several files and documents, but luckily, she hadn't done any serious damage. My computer was still intact, and I was able to finish my work for the night. The woman must have reached the door in the alleyway before it closed, or maybe for some reason, the door didn't shut all the way. It was supposed to automatically lock when it closed, so I'm not really sure what happened. The door led to the stairs, and literally every door that was off of the stairs except for my office was locked, and that's how she ended up there, I guess. Looking back, it still gives me the creeps.
A couple of years ago, after graduating from college and living in an apartment for a couple of years, I finally bought my first house. It was sort of small but had 2 floors and a basement. I got a pretty good deal on it because it needed a little bit of work, but over the first few months, I got a lot of improvements done. Anyways, one day after work, I was going down to the basement to do some laundry. The basement was mainly unfinished, but I did have some extra furniture and a few boxes down there. As I was passing by the main room of the basement to the laundry room, I thought I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I stopped in place and looked over. Then I leaned down to get a better look. When I could get a better angle, I saw that there was a man hiding underneath a table that I had sitting in the basement. I must have been frozen in shock, because it took me several seconds to believe that there was actually some random guy in my basement. The man made eye contact with me, and then he moved. He got up from underneath the table and ran into a nearby room. The next thing I knew, all of the lights went out and I couldn't see anything at all. I figured he messed with the fuse boxes down there and switched them off or something. I literally couldn't see anything at all. And unfortunately for me, I had left my phone upstairs charging and couldn't use anything as a flashlight. I was probably about 15 or 20 feet away from the stairs, and I wanted to get out of the basement as soon as I could. I started to slowly walk in what I thought was the direction of the stairs. It was very quiet down there. Then I heard noises of moving coming from a ways away, but I couldn't tell exactly where. I didn't know who this guy was in the basement with me, or how he got in my house, but I was terrified at him possibly being dangerous. I quietly moved a bit faster towards the stairs, and when I thought I would be getting to the steps, I tripped on something and fell down. When I did, I heard more movement. This time it sounded like the guy was closer to me. I decided to crawl to the stairs, and I constantly felt around for the steps. Soon I was able to find them, and I began crawling up the stairs on my hands and knees. At last, I felt myself reach the door to the upstairs. Then I began to stand up to open the handle. When I did, I felt my right ankle suddenly get grabbed. Whoever it was had grabbed my leg and pulled me back to the ground. Then we started to go back down the stairs. As this happened, I desperately kicked my legs around as fast as I could. I could feel the man grabbing at my legs and trying to get closer to me. I could feel the man grabbing at my legs, trying to pull me down. I was able to get one really good kick in, and it seemed to get him in the head. I felt his grip loosen, and I quickly kicked away and stood back up, then opened the door. I wasted no time in shutting the door behind me and running to grab my phone. Then I ran out the back door to the house and called the police. I didn't stop running until I was off of my property and in the street. The police said they would have someone there within a few minutes. I continued to move away from the house though, because I didn't want to take a chance on seeing the man again. I didn't even care if he left. When the police arrived, sure enough, the man was gone, and my front door was left open. I don't know how the man got in my house or what he was doing down there, but those were probably some of the scariest moments of my life that day. I was very careful to always lock my doors after that, and I only lived in that house for a few more months before moving.
This happened back when I was a kid. I think I was maybe 8 or 10 years old. I lived in a neighborhood that had a cul-de-sac on it. There were several kids in the neighborhood that I was friends with, and we would all hang out. So one night, I was with some friends and we were playing several games in the street. We started playing hide and go seek, and we basically had the entire cul-de-sac to ourselves. My friends and I lived in almost every house on the cul-de-sac, except maybe 2 or 3 of them. One house though, the one at the very end, was abandoned. Everybody knew that, but not many people knew why. It was an old house, and I really couldn't remember the last time anybody did live there. So I remember that one of my friends stood in the street and began counting. We all started running away, scattering to find our hiding spots. I remember that I suddenly got this idea to hide behind the abandoned house. I figured nobody lived there, so no one would be mad that I went in their yard. And I also thought that my friend would never think to look there. I felt like I had almost found a loophole in the game and would easily win for sure. So I went onto the property and then into the backyard. Then I crouched down behind one corner of the house. The backyard to this property seemed to go back kind of far. There appeared to be a woods at the end of the yard that went on for who knows how long. Several minutes went by, and I knew that my friend was looking for everyone. I couldn't hear much from where I was, but I did hear a little bit of chatter from some of my friends off in the distance. As time went on, I felt more and more confident that I wouldn't be found and would win the game. I was just waiting to hear them say that everyone had been found except for me. So when I was just sitting behind the house back there, I casually turned around. When I did, I saw this man standing in front of the woods. He was staring right at me. The guy was somewhat big, and I couldn't tell many details about him other than that. It was really dark out. I had no idea who he was, and it really creeped me out. As soon as I saw him, I got up and ran back around the house. I didn't care about hide and seek anymore. After making it around the house and down the driveway, I saw a couple of my friends in the street. They saw me running and then looked behind me. The man had come out around the house and was standing sort of at the side of it. When we all saw him, I think everybody got really freaked out and just scattered. At that point, we all went running back to our houses and then went inside. Everybody knew that that property was abandoned, so seeing a random man walk out from the side of it meant it was time to go inside. After we all went back to our houses, it was already getting late, and we wouldn't be able to stay out for much longer anyways. So none of us went back out, and I was really creeped out by seeing the guy. I really never expected it. However, I didn't tell my parents or anything. That night, I don't remember much else until I went to bed. My bedroom was at the back side of the house, and I had a window out to the backyard. I remember waking up sometime in the middle of the night. The first thing I noticed was that there was a knocking sound from my bedroom window, and that must have been what woke me up. I looked up and saw a man standing there, looking in. He was the same guy that I saw in the backyard of the abandoned house. The guy was just staring at me on the other side of the window. I got up and ran out of my room to my parents' bedroom next door. I started banging on their door like crazy until they got up. When we returned to my bedroom, the man was gone. I remember that my dad went outside and looked around the property, but he couldn't find him. After coming back inside, my parents called the police. They arrived several minutes later, and I don't really remember much after that, but I know that the next day, I told one of my friends about it. She said that she also saw a man at her window the previous night. He went away pretty quickly though. This guy must have went to at least 2 of our houses. After that though, nobody in our neighborhood saw him again. It still gives me the creeps to think about it to this day.
One year, when I was in college, I went on a spring break trip with a few of my girlfriends. This was a few years ago now, and I was a senior at the time. We went down to California for a few days, and mainly went to the beach and to local places. We also went to a few parties because my friend Maria actually had a couple of friends in the area. Her friends went to school down there and she introduced us to them. At one of the parties we were at, it was at this house down by the beach and it was really nice. At one point, this creepy looking guy who seemed really drunk came up to me and wouldn't leave me alone, even after I made it clear to him that I didn't want to talk with him. He sort of followed me around for the rest of the night there. He didn't leave until another guy had to walk him out because he was acting so crazy. When he finally left, nobody there even seemed to know who he was. It was pretty strange, but that's not where the story ends. A couple of days later, I was on the beach nearby just relaxing when I noticed the same man at a far distance away just staring at me. He was well over 100 feet away, but I could still tell that it was definitely him, and it really creeped me out when I saw him. I suddenly didn't feel so comfortable on that beach. There were not a whole lot of other people around at the time, and I decided I'd go back to the hotel that we were staying at. The next day, which was our second to last day there, we were in our hotel when there was a knock at the door. Maria answered it and told me that there was someone there to see me. When I went to the door, I immediately saw the same guy and slammed the door shut in his face. I then told my friends that he was the guy who had been following me. We yelled that if he didn't leave, we would call the police, and thankfully, he walked away. But when we were leaving our hotel later that day, we all saw him standing in the lobby. We made sure that he didn't follow us, but I felt that this was now a serious problem. I didn't see him at all as we were out that night, and when we got back that night, we told someone at the front desk about our situation. They told us they would look out for the man. That was our last night in California, as we would be flying back the next day. We all took an Uber to the airport, and shortly after we got there as we were in line, I saw the man once again sitting down in the airport looking at me. I was really freaked out. I looked over my shoulder the whole rest of the day. Luckily, he wasn't on our flight, and when I got back, I never did see him again. I just worry that I'll see him again one day, or that he will stalk another person. This happened just a few months ago. I have a nice friend group at college that I love to hang out with. There's about 6 or 7 of us that hang out a lot, and we have a few classes together at our university. It was my friend Tyler's birthday, and I was invited to his house as well as a few other people. It wasn't a house party or anything like that, but more of a small gathering for Tyler's birthday. We first hung out at his house, then we went out to dinner. After that, we went back to Tyler's. We all got him a gift or two and had planned for him to open it and maybe play a few games. Tyler lived in a house with 3 other people from our friend group, and it was a 2-story house that was sort of on the older side. When we were back at Tyler's house hanging out in the living room, we heard some noises from upstairs of someone walking around. We all looked at each other kind of creeped out until realizing that one of our friends, Tom, wasn't with us. When we realized that was him, we waited for a couple of minutes, then yelled at Tom to come back downstairs because Tyler was about to open his gifts. He didn't come down though, and eventually I volunteered to go up and get Tom, who I guess couldn't hear us. I went upstairs and first went to the bathroom. The door was open though, and Tom wasn't in there. That was really strange to me because Tom didn't live there, and I didn't know why he would be in one of the guys' bedrooms who did. I saw one of the bedroom doors was open, so I slowly walked inside and looked around. All of the lights were off. I then heard someone whisper my name. It was Tom. I looked around to the direction of the noise. It came from the closet, and I walked over to see Tom hiding inside of it. He waved me over and told me someone else was upstairs who didn't live there. He said he came upstairs to use the bathroom, and as he was leaving to go back down, he saw a guy come through Tyler's bedroom. I told him to come back downstairs, but just as I was saying that, we heard the noise of someone walking down the hallway. We knew it wasn't another one of our friends because we hadn't heard anybody come up the stairs. I ran to hide under the bed, and Tom went back in the closet. We both got as silent as we could. We heard someone walk down the hall to the room that we were in. They entered the room, but then seemed to stop just inside the doorway because I didn't hear any footsteps after that. I thought my heart was going to beat out of my chest in that moment. It was quiet for maybe 10 seconds until I started to hear the noise of someone coming up the staircase. Then I heard whoever was in the room with us seemingly turn around and leave the room and go back into the hallway. I then heard the noise of one of my friends shouting. Tom and I both knew that we had to help, and we got out and ran. For a split second, we saw someone dart into Tyler's room and then shut the door. It was Tyler himself who had come upstairs, and we saw him at the top of the stairway. He yelled he was calling the police, and we saw him with his phone in his hand. After he had called them, they arrived at the house within 5 minutes. We all waited back downstairs in the meantime. When the police got there, they went into Tyler's bedroom, but saw that the window was wide open and the man was gone. Nobody knew who the man was, but there was a tree next to Tyler's bedroom window that I guess the guy climbed up to get in. Tyler's window was also already open a crack, so all the guy had to do was just lift it. After that, we went on with the birthday party as best as we could, but none of us will ever forget it. I live in a 2-story house with my husband. The house is pretty old, but has a decent-sized attic up top. We don't really use the attic other than for storage, which really comes in handy for keeping the rest of our house clean. Last fall, I was going up to the attic to get some documents. I hadn't been up there for quite some time. I opened the latch in the ceiling and pulled down the staircase, which came down from the door in the ceiling all the way to the floor. I walked up, and when I got inside, I saw that some of the things in the attic seemed to be rearranged. We had quite a few boxes up there, as well as other junk, so that took up almost all the space in there, but I knew things weren't the way I had left them last time. It made me a little worried, but I thought maybe my husband had rearranged things up there for some reason. I knew this was likely the case, but as I was looking around in several of the boxes up there, I had a really uncomfortable feeling. The attic was actually kind of big, and I had to go all the way to the backside of it to find what I was looking for. I hurried up and got what I needed, then went back downstairs. I went straight to my husband and asked him if he had been in the attic recently. He casually said that he had been up there a couple of weeks ago. This made me feel a lot better, because I hadn't been up there in at least a few months. The next day, I went back up to the attic to put the documents back. Once I got up there, I went to the far end of the attic back to where the boxes where I kept them in were. I started to put them inside, and as I was doing this, I just barely heard my husband start to shout my name. I called out to him and asked what he wanted. He seemed to be frantically yelling my name. I turned and walked about 10 feet over to where I could see the entrance of the attic. I saw the door opening and my husband enter. He motioned to me to come over to him and was yelling at me. I ran over to him, but I was really confused. We both went back downstairs. He then got on the phone with police. I was shocked until my husband told me that after I had gone up into the attic, he said he entered the hallway to use the bathroom when he saw a man's arm reach down from the entrance of the attic. The arm then lifted up the staircase to the attic and closed the door. That's when my husband ran over and began calling my name. He said whoever did this was still in the attic. We left the house until the police arrived. They ended up finding a man who was hiding in the corner of the attic behind several boxes. They said he had likely been in there for a few days. It really gave me the creeps to know that I wasn't alone in there either time that I had been in the attic, and it wasn't my husband who had moved things around after all. I'm just really happy that my husband saw what was going on, or I don't know what would have happened to me. This story happened many years ago when I was a kid. If I had to guess, I'd say I was maybe 12 years old. My family lived in a pretty average house in a big neighborhood. We had one level and then a basement. I was always kind of scared of the basement because I was a kid and it would usually be dark down there. Overall, it just seemed scary to me. We didn't really use the basement much for anything other than storage though. We did have a little setup of an old couch and a couple of chairs with a TV though, but it was only used occasionally. One night when my parents were gone, it was just my older brother and me at home. I had to go down to the basement to get something, and as I opened the door to the dark basement, I was immediately a little bit scared. I ignored the feeling though, and turned on the light and then walked downstairs. I went down there and noticed that something looked different. As I got closer, I saw that all the furniture that was set up in the basement had been rearranged. It was as if someone had moved everything to the other side of the room. It wasn't really messed up, but just rearranged. I was startled and ran back upstairs. I asked my brother if he had rearranged things in the basement, and he shook his head and told me no. I told him to come downstairs and look with me, so we both went downstairs and saw how everything was rearranged differently. My brother told me that he had just been down there the day before, and it wasn't like that. We both agreed how it was really strange, but knew our parents must have done it. When they got back home later that night, we asked them, but to our surprise, they said they hadn't moved anything at all. We all went back downstairs once again. When we did, everything was back to normal. All the furniture and everything was just how it had been before. My dad went around and looked everywhere and said everything seemed to be perfectly in place. Nothing else like that ever happened, and my family only lived there one more year before moving. Still to this day, though, I always wondered what exactly happened down there. A couple of years back, I used to work at a library. It was kind of my summer job when I was back home from college. It was an old and relatively quiet library that was on the edge of town and about 10 minutes away from my house. One night, I was asked to work late past closing time because we had a lot of organizing that we needed to do. Once we were closed, I became the only person working there. This was the first time I had been there all alone, and it was kind of cool. And I figured it would only take me about an hour to get the rest of the stuff done. I began taking the cart of books around and putting them on the shelves that they belonged to. About 10 minutes into this, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I really couldn't tell what it was, and when I looked in the direction that I saw it coming from, there was nothing. I figured it was a fly or something like that.
But that's when I saw between the bookshelves a person walking. There were several spaces in between where books were, which allowed you to see through the bookshelves. There wasn't enough space at all to see exactly who the person was, but I could just tell that there was a person. Nobody was supposed to be in here but me. I was sure that the library had been completely empty, but I suddenly got a nervous feeling, so I called out hello to whoever was there. I got no reply, so I just told them that we were closed and said they needed to leave. I was hoping this would get whoever it was to at least come out, but they didn't. The more it was silent, the more nervous I got. Whoever it was seemed to be hiding from me. I stood there not really knowing what to do for a few minutes. Then I saw movement again. This time it was at another aisle of shelves that was on the other side of the room. I had no idea how they could have gotten there without me seeing. I wanted to get out of there, but whoever it was, I would have to walk by the aisle that they were in to get to the exit. I went into another row of bookshelves that was farther away from the person. I sat there listening for noise and trying to decide how I was going to get out of there. I thought about calling my boss who had gone home, but I knew with how quiet it would make a ton of noise. Just then, I noticed something directly on the other side of the bookshelf I was facing. It was a face staring at me between two books. The person was now on the other side of the shelf. It was the most scared I had ever been in my life. I jumped up and ran for the exit. I fully expected whoever it was to chase me, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. But when I passed the row they were in, they were just gone. There was nobody there in the aisle. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but nevertheless, I ran all the way out of there and called my boss as soon as I got outside. He arrived about 15 minutes later as I waited in my car with all the doors locked. He went inside and looked around. He came back a while later and said that he didn't see anybody in there at all, and whoever it was must have left. I never stayed late after that and quit the job at the end of the summer. I used to work from home a couple of years ago. Sometimes, to be more productive, I would go to a local coffee shop. There was one that had a good atmosphere that I liked and could usually work pretty well there. One morning, I drove to the coffee shop, and after getting there, went to a table in the corner. There were a few other people there, but the place was not too crowded. After I set up my things, I got a coffee and then started working on my laptop. I would say about an hour later, suddenly, a man walked up and sat at my table. This was really strange, because there were plenty of other open seats, and I wasn't just sitting at some large table. There was just one other seat across from mine. I was sort of annoyed, but I didn't say anything. The man didn't say anything either. He just sat down and started looking around. I continued with my work, trying not to pay the guy much attention. But then the guy seemingly started to look at me. I expected him to maybe say something, but he didn't. It was really weird. At that point, I decided to get up and go to another table. I took my laptop and put it into my backpack. Then I stood up to walk away. But as soon as I stood, the man stood as well. Then he finally spoke. The guy asked me where I was going. At that point, I decided to just say that I was leaving and said that I needed to go home. The man then asked me if I could give him a ride. I thought that this was really strange, and I said no to the guy. I started walking away from him and for the exit doors. But as I did, the man started to walk alongside of me. I left the coffee shop and started to walk through the parking lot to my car. About halfway through the parking lot, the man was still walking next to me. At that point, I stopped and turned to face the man. Then I asked him to stop following me. He did not say anything, but just stood there, looking at me. There was really no other people around, which was too bad. Maybe if somebody had been walking by, they would have seen the commotion and intervened or something. I didn't know if I wanted to go to my car now. The man would likely try again to get me to give him a ride. Maybe he would even try to stop me from getting in my car altogether. I considered going back inside the coffee shop for a moment, but then decided not to. I elected to just go to my car and try to leave there quickly. I turned and walked extremely fast for my vehicle. I could sense the man starting to walk fast with me. When I reached my car, I took out my keys to unlock it.
It was at that point when suddenly the man reached out and I felt him grab my hand. It was the hand that I was holding my keys in. He tried grabbing the keys and I tried holding on. The result was that I dropped the keys and they fell to the ground. I quickly got down and picked them up, but the man tried to do so as well. When I got the keys, he tried grabbing my arm again, and there was a brief struggle, but somehow I was able to break away pretty quickly. It all happened so fast. I honestly don't know exactly how I did, but I did, and then I turned and ran back to the coffee shop. The guy chased after me for like the first 10 feet, and then he stopped. I got back in the shop and then called 911. The police came out right away, but the man was long gone by the time they got there. The only thing that I could do was tell my story of what happened and give a description of the guy. The good news is that they had him on surveillance video when he was in the coffee shop. Even though it was grainy, it helped. A couple of other people in the coffee shop were interviewed as well, and the police ended up locating the man. I still don't know why he chose me, but I'm really glad that I got away from him.
This story took place when I was 15 years old. It was a very stormy night, and about 11 p.m. It was during the summer, so I didn't have any school the next day. I was playing video games in my bedroom, which was on the upstairs of our house, and my parents and older sister had already gone to bed. I took a break to go to the bathroom, and when I came back to my room, I looked out the window for a little while to admire the storm. There was pouring rain with lightning and some thunder as well. Then I noticed a car driving very slowly down our street. It slowed down even more in front of our house, and then pulled to the side of the road and stopped. We lived in a pretty typical neighborhood with many houses, but our street wasn't all that busy. I was a little surprised to see this car stop where it did. I kept my eyes locked on it, waiting to see who would get out and where they would go. I watched for a good couple minutes, but nobody was getting out. It just seemed a little suspicious to me. I decided to go back to playing video games, but I kept an eye out on the car. Just as I got back to my game, though, I noticed the car door start to open. I went back over to my window and looked out of it. I saw a man start to lean out of the car as if he was going to get out. I didn't get a real good look at him, but he seemed to be pretty average with blondish hair, maybe in his 30s. He looked around and then looked right at me. We made eye contact for a brief moment, and it gave me the creeps. Then he went back inside of his car. I jumped back and hid behind my gaming chair, but I peeked around it to see what he would do. I saw the car drive away. He drove just as slowly as he was before, and I noticed him turn at the end of our street. Maybe I was feeling paranoid, but I decided to go up to our little attic area that we had in our house. It was used as an office area mostly for my dad, but it had a good view of around the neighborhood because of how high up it was. I went up there and looked out of a window facing the opposite direction. I ducked down as I watched the car. I could see it just barely through some trees going down the road and then turning on the street behind my house. We had neighbors whose backyards backed up to ours, and the car drove to the house directly behind ours and then stopped on the side of the road once again. I didn't take my eyes off of it, and after about 2 or 3 minutes, the door opened and the man got out completely this time. He walked towards the house behind ours, and then I lost sight of him because of some trees blocking my vision. I kept looking out at my backyard though, and after about a minute, I saw the man emerge from behind our fence as he appeared to jump over it and into our backyard. Then he started walking towards our house. At this point, I sprinted out of the attic and back down towards my parents' bedroom. I went in and woke them up, saying there was a man in our yard. My parents seemed a little confused at first, but then they became concerned. My dad got up and started to go downstairs. As he did, we heard the noise of a scraping against our back window in the kitchen. My dad turned on all the lights as he went down, and I heard my mother yell from upstairs she was going to call the police. We then heard a noise, and as we got to the first floor of the house, we saw just for a second through the window the man running away. I went upstairs and watched his car start, and then him drive away seconds later. The police ended up arriving sometime after that, and it ended up being a late night. There were some scratch marks against our window as if the man was trying to break it. The police told us they would have extra patrol in our area, which made me feel slightly better, but I was still concerned knowing the man had gotten away. It's been about 5 years since that happened, and every time I think about the man when he made eye contact with me, it gives me the creeps.
Something really bizarre happened to me a couple of years ago. I got a new cell phone and new number. I had been needing a new phone for a while, and my previous service was not very good. But after switching over, I soon started to get strange phone calls and texts. The first was a phone call from a number that I didn't recognize. Obviously, I didn't really recognize any of the new numbers after getting the phone, but when I answered, a man spoke and asked me why I hadn't been returning his calls. I realized that he must have the wrong number, and I told him that. But when I did, for some strange reason, he didn't believe me. So after that, I just hung up on him. But sometime later, I received a text message from a different number. This text said something like, "Hey, call me when you get the chance." Once more, I didn't know the number, and I replied asking who it was. They responded with a name I didn't know, and I told them that they had the wrong number. This person did not respond. Over the next week or so, I got at least 10 different text messages and probably 10 phone calls. Most of them were from different phone numbers, but some were the same. I responded to most of them saying wrong number. I realized that most likely the previous person to have my phone number must have not told their contacts that they changed numbers, and they must have had a lot of friends or something. I answered another one of the random calls out of curiosity. It was another man who I didn't know, and I told him that he had the wrong number and I had recently gotten a new one. The man on the other end was saying that he didn't understand. I started to explain to him that I got a new phone and new service, but he then hung up on me. I put up with random texts and sometimes calls for the next few days. Almost everything I just started ignoring. Some people who I had already told them they had the wrong number continued to text me. It was kind of annoying, and I even considered asking to change numbers. Then I got a text from someone who had already texted me multiple times. They said that I needed to cut the crap and nobody was buying my new number nonsense. Then they said something like, my life could be made miserable if I didn't start cooperating. I read that and I was thinking to myself, who on earth had this number before me? I didn't respond and wasn't really sure what to do. But I received another text saying that they could find me and I couldn't hide forever. By this point, most of the threatening texts were coming from 2 or 3 different numbers. And after these sort of texts went on for a few days, I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the police, and I also went to get a new phone number. I told the cops my whole situation, and they told me that I should get a new number and they would handle the investigation. So I did get a new number, and after that, I wasn't bothered again. I also never heard anything more about those people though, who they were or anything. I still wonder why I was getting those texts.
This is something that happened to me a few years ago. When I tell the story, most people still don't believe me, and I wouldn't have believed it myself if I wasn't there. It all started when I was traveling about halfway across the country to visit some of my family back home. I lived a few states away, and I liked driving back home instead of flying because it was always a fun drive through a beautiful part of the country. Anyways, I would usually have to stay 1 to 2 nights in a hotel depending on how long I drove. This time I was planning to stay 2 nights. Some of my friends had been using Airbnb a lot when they traveled, so for this time I decided to give it a try. I found this cool little house that was very affordable for me and looked to be almost in the woods. It had the feeling of a cabin, and when I got there I could see how isolated it really was. I arrived a little bit early, but it was still dark out, probably like 8 or 9 p.m. I got inside to see that it was a really nice place, but it also appeared to be pretty old. I basically just had some food and then got ready for bed. But the whole time I thought I could hear some noises coming from somewhere inside the house. I knew I was supposed to be the only person there, so I got a little bit concerned. It sounded very faint, but was almost like a tapping or a knocking. I figured it was something from outside,
but once I got upstairs, I could hear it a lot better. It definitely sounded like someone was in the attic making noises. I thought it was probably a squirrel or maybe a mouse because of how this house was out in the wildlife. I did my best to ignore it. It would stop occasionally and then start up again. It would stop occasionally and then start up again. Sometimes it would be louder or faster, and then would slow back down or stop completely. I knew I was just staying there one night, so I got into bed and tried to fall asleep. The noises kept going though, and I found it difficult to relax. Then I thought I could just barely hear the sound of someone talking. I decided that for my own peace of mind, I would go up into the attic and take a look around to see what the noises was so I could finally relax and get some rest. I walked over to the hallway and found the latch for the attic. I opened it up, and with a chair I stood on it to see inside. As I was opening the latch, I could hear the noises starting up again. I looked inside, and what I saw next shocked me. About 10 feet away, there appeared to be a really short man tap dancing. He was wearing a suit and a tie, and had a huge smile on his face. He then turned and looked at me, and as he did, he backed away and then seemed to just disappear. I think I went into shock for a few moments, but once my brain was finally able to compute what I had just witnessed, I immediately ran back downstairs, packed all of my stuff as quick as possible, and then left. I drove to a motel about 10 miles down the road and stayed there. Since it happened, I sometimes think I had to be dreaming or something, but I know that I wasn't. I've also never hallucinated or anything like that. It's something that will always puzzle me, but I know it sure creeps me out a lot. A few years back, I was FaceTiming my friend late at night. It was my best friend Matt, and we would FaceTime quite a bit. During this time, I lived in an apartment by myself. So we had been on call with each other for a few hours, just chopping it up. Then I got another FaceTime call from some random number. I didn't know who it was, and I told Matt about it. He said that I should answer the call and see who it was. I was pretty curious as well, so I ended the call with Matt and answered the FaceTime. When I did, I saw this man who I did not recognize. His eyes were really wide, like he was purposely opening them almost as big as he could, and he was also holding the phone super close to his face. It made him look just really weird and creepy in general. I asked who the guy was, and he responded by saying my name. I was confused and asked him how he knew me, but he basically just started threatening me at that point. He was talking in this weird, half-whispered voice and saying a bunch of nonsense, like he was saying that I needed to watch my back and that he was coming for me and that kind of stuff. It was hard to understand everything he was saying because he was talking weird and rambling on, and he was also talking pretty quiet. Now I had no clue as to who he was and how he even knew me. I tried asking him a couple of times, but he never answered me. It was so strange that eventually I just hung up. Then I called Matt back and told him the crazy story of the guy. Of course, Matt thought that it was really funny and couldn't stop laughing. I was laughing too, but I didn't really find it as funny. I mean, some random creepy guy was threatening me as if he was a stalker or something. What if he really was? I didn't know how he knew my name, number, or any other information. As I was talking with Matt, he called again like 5 minutes later. I told Matt this, and I once again answered the guy's call. This time, it was more of the same, as he continued his rant. I tried to interrupt him, and asked him several times who he was and what he wanted. The man then just started staring right into the camera with extremely wide eyes. He stopped talking entirely, and was just staring. This went on for an uncomfortable amount of time. Now, I was asking him things, and he wasn't saying anything at all. At that point, I told him that I was blocking him, and I hung up. Then I actually did block his number. I called Matt again, and told him about what had happened, and we continued to talk. The guy didn't bother me for the rest of the night. I was wondering if he would call back with another number or something, or show up at my apartment maybe, but luckily he didn't. And for like 2 weeks, nothing strange happened. I had basically forgotten about the entire thing. But randomly, like 2 weeks later, I got another FaceTime. I don't know why, but I answered it. I was at home, and it was sometime at night. It was the same guy doing basically the same thing. As soon as I saw him, I hung up the phone and I blocked this number as well. I really didn't know what to make of this. I figured that he would call back again with another number or something. But after that, I never got another call. I still wonder about it. Who was that guy? And how did he know all that information about me? I've thought about it over and over again, and I can't come up with a good answer. It still gives me the creeps to think about it. But I'm just glad that he hasn't bothered me since, and hopefully never will.
This story took place just about a month ago. There was a strong thunderstorm that hit my hometown. I have a dog named Buddy, who is a beagle and always has been scared of thunderstorms. He typically starts whining and sometimes shaking as well and follows me everywhere during the storms. On this night, as it got worse, he got really scared and I petted him to help him relax. But when the storm quieted down just a little bit, he all of a sudden jumped off my lap and ran over to the back door of our house. He began barking like crazy. I figured he was scared from the storm, so I tried to get him back and calm him down, but he just kept barking and running around. I decided to put him up in my bedroom where it would be a bit quieter, but before I did, I noticed him wanting to go out the back door, so I went over to it and opened it slowly. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw a creepy-looking lady who was soaking wet standing there. She was about 5 feet from the door, and when I opened it, she started charging at me. I picked up Buddy, then I slammed the door shut literally just in time as she banged into it. I locked the door quickly, then saw the woman run over to my window and stick her face up to the glass. She was smiling in a really creepy-looking smile. Then she started screaming repeatedly. Buddy continued to bark like crazy, and I took out my phone and called the police. I then went up to my bedroom with Buddy and locked the door and waited for them to arrive. The whole time I was in the room, I could hear the woman screaming and occasionally pounding on the window. It took just over 5 minutes for the police to arrive, and when they did, they were able to take the woman away. Turns out she was on some sort of drugs, but it made for a very creepy night. I used to work at an AT&T store in one of those sort of strip malls. My job was relatively easy for me, and it was something I enjoyed doing for the time being. We didn't get a whole lot of business, so many days I would work alone. On one day it was stormy, and we didn't get anybody in the store for the last hour. It got real bad outside. The rain was pouring and the wind was blowing it all around. Everything in the area got absolutely soaked. Finally, it was time to leave work, and I closed the store up and locked it. I got my umbrella and got ready to run to my car. Once I did, though, I realized there was a man just sitting on the curb of the parking lot in the rain. I saw that he had a subway uniform on, and as I got closer, I saw his name tag said Jack. So I figured he worked at the subway. I felt bad for him sitting there, and I figured his car must have broke down or something. Pretty much the whole strip mall was closed, and the parking lot was empty, so I decided to ask him if he needed help with anything. He told me he had got off work, but his ride couldn't make it. He said he was planning to wait for it to stop raining and then walk home, which was about 3 miles away. I figured because we worked in the same little area that it wouldn't hurt to give him a ride, and it wasn't very far. So even though it was something that I normally would not do, I told him to hop in the back of my car and I'd give him a ride home. He appeared to be a nice guy, sort of short with long brown hair, and was maybe 20 years old if I had to guess. I asked him where he needed me to take him, and he once again repeated it was just about 3 miles down the road, and then he thanked me. I began driving down the road, and after about a mile, he told me to take the next right. I took the exit, and after that, he told me to take another turn shortly after that. After going down that road for a little while, I started to get a kind of bad feeling. I knew the area pretty well, and he was directing me to kind of nowhere. There wasn't really any houses in this area or businesses. I asked him where exactly it was. Then he changed his personality and snapped a little bit at me, saying that it wasn't very far and I should relax. It was far off from the way he'd been thanking me minutes earlier. I drove some more down the road, and we were going farther and farther from the residential areas. He then instructed me to take a turn, which led to a quiet road with thick woods on both sides. I just had a bad feeling about the situation, so I decided I needed to let him out. There was a small little gas station on the right just before the turn, and I pulled into it. I told the man that I was sorry, but I just couldn't take him any further. He looked at me for a few seconds, and then just left my car and walked out into the rain again. I felt sort of bad, but I had to listen to my instincts and let him out of my car. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I noticed a car pull in at the same time. The car stopped, and the Jack guy I had been giving a ride to immediately hopped in the car as if he knew the driver. They drove away immediately. I was really surprised to see it, and it made him seem even more sketchy. The next day that I worked, when I had a break, I walked over to the subway out of curiosity. I went inside and asked them about Jack, and they told me that nobody worked there named Jack. I described a little more about him, and they told me they had never seen him. It gave me the creeps and made me realize how good of a decision I most likely made when I kicked him out of my car. I've been able to mainly work from home for my job for the past couple of years. It has a lot of good benefits for me. But one day, as I was in the middle of an important work day, the Wi-Fi in my apartment building went completely out. I first tried the hotspot on my phone, but I soon found out that the signal on it was much too weak for me to get done the things that I needed to do. I decided to go down to the library that was nearby and use their Wi-Fi. There was one that was pretty close by, and when I got there, the library was pretty quiet. I sat in the corner where there were some desks and a few other people working. I began getting my work done just as I would at home. Sometime later, I saw a man walk over and approach me. I didn't recognize him, but he looked to be a little bit older than me and overall seemed pretty average. I took out my headphones and he said hi to me. He then asked me if I remembered him. I looked hard at him for a few seconds, and I knew for a fact that I had never seen him before. "No, I'm sorry," I said. "Do I know you from something?" The man acted surprised and said he couldn't believe it. Then he laughed and just said okay and shook his head. I said maybe he was mistaking me for someone else, but the man shook his head and said no. Then he stood there just kind of looking at me for a few seconds before turning and walking away. It was strange, but I just went back to work. A short time later, though, I noticed that the man was just sitting at a table across from the room watching me. He didn't seem to be really doing anything. He didn't have any books and he wasn't on a computer or anything like that. It made me a little uncomfortable, but I had work to do, so I did my best to just ignore it and focus on my computer. Finally, a while later, I noticed that he was gone. I looked all around the room to make sure and was happy to see that he was in fact not in there anymore. I worked about another hour and then was finally done for the day. I packed up my laptop and the rest of my things and left to go back to my car. When I was in the parking lot approaching my car, I saw there was another car parked rather close to mine, and in the driver's seat was the man I had spoken with earlier. I felt really uncomfortable when I saw this. He was just sitting in the driver's seat of his car looking at me. I kept my eyes on my car and thought about going back into the library, but decided that would be too weird and to just get to my car and drive away. I unlocked my car and opened the door when I got there. I got inside and was just getting in when I heard the man's door unlock and start to open. I hurried to get in and close my doors and start my engine. As I was starting it, I heard the man knock on my window several times. I turned and looked at him and saw he was motioning for me to roll down my window. I didn't really want to, but I did just a crack. The man asked me where I was going, but seemed to have an angrier tone this time. He then said to me, "Yeah, I don't really know you, so what?" He then reached and opened my door, and I tried to pull it shut, but it got away from me. All I could think to do was drive away. I put the car into drive and sped out of the parking lot. The man let go when I did and ran for his car. I was quick to leave and make a few sharp turns, and I don't believe the man followed me because I never saw him again. One thing I'm sure of is never to go back to that library. The next day I reported the incident. but I still don't feel safe going back there.
Back when I was a sophomore in high school, my family moved to a new city. We lived in the same state, but about 2 hours away from where we used to live, due to my mother changing jobs. I liked the move because we were in an area with more things to do now. Before, we had lived more out in the country. However, what I didn't like was that I didn't know anybody in the area, and I didn't really have any friends yet. I would have to change schools and go to a different high school than I did my freshman year. My old school only had about 50 kids in each grade, and my new school had about 200. When I started out, most people there seemed nice, but I didn't really make any good friends. But about the second week of school, there was a kid who I'm just going to call Joe for this story. Joe was also new to this school. We had a gym class together, and we became friends because we were partners in some gym game that we played. We also had our 5th hour class together, and he quickly became my best friend. Most days, we would talk at any opportunity and would work on homework together during class if the teacher gave us time, things like that. We also would eat at the same lunch table. A few weeks went by, and I started making some new friends, but I still considered Joe to be my best friend. Joe had sort of long brown hair, glasses, and was average height. He was pretty nice for the most part, but he occasionally would say or do some weird things. He and I did not have much in common at all, other than being new students in this school and having 2 classes together. Most of our interests were different. I would say that we mostly just talked about school and just basic stuff. One time Joe said that we should hang out after school, and I told him sure. I gave him my address, and he was going to come over after school on the next Friday. This was probably about a month into the school year now. When Friday arrived, I asked Joe if he was still coming over after school that day. He told me no. He said that he couldn't anymore because he had forgotten about something that he had going on. He said maybe next week though. I wasn't that disappointed, and I would probably just do what I usually did on Friday nights anyways, which was play video games. After school that day, I went home and did just that. I took some breaks to eat and things like that, but luckily for me, I remember that I didn't have much homework to do at all that weekend. I stayed up sort of late, which I usually did on weekends. I went to bed at probably 1 o'clock in the morning after I got really sleepy. Our house was a 1-story home, and my bedroom was on the front side of the house. My brother's bedroom was next to mine, and my parents' was across the hallway next to the bathroom. After I fell asleep, I woke up to the sound of some noise in my room. I was really disoriented at first, because I must have been sleeping pretty deeply. After hearing another noise, I sat up in my bed to see what was going on. The room remained mostly dark, like when I had fallen asleep, except for my TV screen in the corner of the room. But there was another light coming from my window. I looked to it and realized that my window was open. I normally had drapes covering the window when I slept, but they were partly moved to the side, and I could see my window was slid up. I then looked to the floor beneath the window, and a figure was there. When I saw it, I jumped back in my bed. That's when I saw the figure stand up, and it was Joe. I said nothing, probably because I was so shocked. He looked at me and started snickering a little bit, like a quiet laugh. Finally, I asked him what he was doing here. He didn't answer me at first, and just sort of stood there. Then he said, "Nothing." I really didn't know what to say. I guess I was thinking of what I should ask him out of the thousands of questions going around in my head, but my mind was still a little bit groggy. Before I got the chance, though, he moved back over to the window. Then he jumped back outside and shut the window on his way out. I was then wide awake and went to the window and looked outside of it. I just barely saw Joe now walking away down the street. He must have gotten in easily through the window because I typically slept with my window open just a crack, but why would he even come to my house? I looked at the clock, and it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. It took me a little while, but eventually I was able to fall back asleep. When Monday came the following week, I planned to ask Joe what that was all about, but Joe wasn't at school that day. In fact, I didn't see Joe for the rest of the semester. I did see him during the next semester in the hallway a couple of times, but I didn't get the opportunity to talk to him. After that school year, he must have changed schools again because I never saw him again after that. In recent years, I've tried to look Joe up on social media, but I've never been able to find him. He has a fairly common name, and I don't know exactly what he would look like now or where he is. I think he was probably going to try and steal from me that night, but I caught him in the act. For a little bit of background, this happened to me in the 1990s.
During this time, I was a single female living by myself in a house. I worked a job that was in an office downtown. The company that I worked for back then was very large and had different offices in the city and around the country. One time, there was a big work party that was taking place at a hotel downtown. It was a pretty big deal, and hundreds of people from multiple offices were invited. When I was there, the first few hours of it were good. I was mingling with other coworkers and some of my friends from work. Towards the end of the night, though, I was planning on leaving soon, and a man approached me. I was standing off kind of to the side a little, and he walked right up and introduced himself. I had seen him earlier at the party, but I didn't recognize him, and he must have worked at another office. I don't remember what his name was, but he was clearly interested in me. But something about him did not sit right with me. He just seemed a little bit strange, and I was also not interested in him. We talked for a little bit, just basic conversation. He told me that he worked at another location, and asked me how I liked my job and stuff. So at the end of the conversation, I said that I was planning on heading out. He asked me if I wanted to share a cab, and I told him no thanks, and that I drove there. At that point, he asked me for my number before I left. This is something really stupid looking back, but back then when some guys would ask me for my number and I wasn't interested, I would give them a wrong number. It was much easier to do back then because not everyone had cell phones. I did have a cell phone, but I rarely used it. I would mostly just use my home phone because my cell phone was big and bulky. So I gave this guy a random wrong number. Then I shook his hand and walked away. After that, I stayed at the party for only 5 more minutes or so. I said bye to some of my work friends, and then I headed out. I left the hotel and went to my car parked on the street. Then I drove home. I lived only about 10 minutes away, and my house was right outside of the city. The neighborhood was very busy, and the houses were really close together. I went inside, and only about a minute later, there was a knock on my front door. By now, it was almost 11 o'clock at night, so I knew this was really strange. I walked over to the door and answered it, without even checking to see who was there. When I opened up the door, I saw the guy from the party. It was a shock to see him here. I asked him what he was doing, and he seemed pretty angry. He told me that he called my number and it belonged to a random guy who had no idea who I was. Then he said that he knew I gave him the wrong number and asked me why I did it. There wasn't much I could say. I just told him I wasn't interested, but that doesn't mean he could follow me home. He said a few more angry things to me and then started up towards my door. It looked like he was going to try to come inside of my house, and I quickly slammed the door shut. He caught it right before it closed though and tried to stop me. I had to practically throw my whole body up against the door to get it to shut. I was finally able to, and then I locked it. He tried opening the door several times and then started pounding on it. I yelled at him that I was going to call the police. At first, he kept banging on my door. I didn't think anything was going to stop him, and I went over to the phone. But finally, he stopped and then walked away. I watched him leave, and after that night, I never saw him again. I was worried that he would show up randomly sometime or something like that, but he didn't. This was the last time that I ever gave anybody the wrong number. A few years ago, when I was in high school, I used to get home and play video games almost every day. I mainly played video games in the basement, where we had a pretty big TV, and I wouldn't bother my parents who liked to watch TV upstairs when they got home from work. Our house was a split level, and our basement wasn't really below the ground. Well, I guess half of it kind of was in the front, but in the back of the house we had a sliding glass door that opened up to the backyard. One day when I got home from school, I immediately went to the basement to play video games like always. Right away, I noticed that the sliding glass door was open just a little bit. I could feel the cool air blowing inside. I went over and shut it and immediately wondered who had left the door open, because I knew that I hadn't. Then I went to the couch and started gaming. I played video games until my parents got home and called me up for dinner. I ate with them and then did homework in my room and then went to bed. I had forgotten all about the door being left open downstairs and didn't even mention it to my parents. The next day, though, when I got home from school, the door in the basement was open once again, but this time it was much wider. I also noticed that quite a few things in the basement appeared to be messed up. I got a bad feeling and ran upstairs and called my parents. They told me to call the police, so I did and then waited for them to arrive. When they got there, they searched the entire house and property, but nobody was found. It seemed there had been someone in our basement, but they had left that morning. I was glad they were gone, but it was really creepy to realize that whoever was in our basement was likely in our house with us all night.
In December of 2020, I applied for a new apartment, deciding to move from my old one. The apartment that I applied for initially was leased to someone else before I could take my deposit in. I ended up getting the last apartment the management company had available. It was the same everything: design, price, owner, and area, but the difference was that the apartment numbers were different. I didn't apply for this particular apartment, so I didn't see it before signing the lease, but I did see the other one I applied for before being assigned this one. I walked into a complete mess of an apartment. The tub was rusted, the O-ring on the toilet was broken, causing a horrible odor to fill the apartment. The dryer connection was also clogged, so this caused the dryer to not even dry clothes. It also seemed like there was something growing through the hallway door, like a tree or something. This caused a hump in the floor. I complained daily to the management company and was in the midst of hiring an attorney, but after a month of complaints and calls to the management, in January of 2020, the management company offered me to change units. I agreed to move into the second unit, as it was up to my standard and in far better condition than Unit 2. I hired movers, set my deliveries to be delivered to the new unit, and my 18-year-old daughter and I started moving our few things I had from our old unit to the new one. The very first day after we spent the first night in the new unit, my daughter walked out to my car looking for something as we were preparing to leave for the day. I heard what sounded like rattling noises. I thought it was my daughter outside rattling the windows, trying to get my attention out of fear or an injury, so I began to walk to the front door. But then I realized the noise was coming from above my head. I stopped outside of my bedroom doorway and looked up, and the entry door to the attic was above my head, and it opened very wide. It was so wide that I looked straight up at the trusses in the roof, but I could not see who it was up there, so I yelled, "I don't know who you are, but I'm about to blow your brains out." Then I went and grabbed my gun off the dresser, and then the attic door slammed shut. The noise proceeded to go back the way it came, from the neighbor's side of the duplex. My daughter came back inside the house and saw me pacing with my gun in my hand and knew it was serious after taking one look at me. She asked me what was wrong, and I told her the story, so she urged me to call the police. I called 911 going along with her suggestion, and the sheriff came out and they stuck a mirror inside the attic. However, nothing was found in the attic, and they revealed that they had received a call exactly like that before, but in another unit. I knew it was my old unit I had just moved from because it had the latches on the attic door. The sheriff went to the neighbor's house and asked him, and he denied even being home at the time. I found that strange because it wasn't even 3 minutes later. Although I couldn't see who it was, I truly believe it was my neighbor. I'm just grateful that whoever it was decided to try it at the old unit and not the one we were at while we were asleep. I did not move, although I know I had the perfect grounds to break the lease and be done with this company and these apartments. But I had just spent over $2,800 with moving. I was exhausted at the thought of moving again. However, I had someone put in the same type of latches that the other unit had on the attic's door entry, and I called a security alarm company for an alarm system. I had a motion detector installed in the attic, and I also had a sensor put in the attic so that I'm notified if it's opened. This happened to me way back when I was 16. I was working a job at the desk of my local library, helping people check out books and return them. It was a fairly small library, so there would usually be just one or two of us working at once. One Saturday, I had the opening shift, so I got there early in the morning and made sure things were in order before getting ready to open the doors. I got to my desk and started up the computer when I heard a loud crashing noise coming from the back of the library. It really startled me, and I knew it had to be done by a person, but nobody was supposed to be in the library at this time. I got really quiet and listened. I didn't hear anything for a while,
so I decided I had to go check it out. As I was walking over there, I was convincing myself that it was really nothing. But when I made it around the corner to the back end of the library, I saw what looked like a homeless man hiding behind a bookshelf which had fallen over. I froze when I saw this because I really wasn't expecting it. The man then locked eyes with me and all of a sudden got up and began charging at me. He was about 30 feet away, so I turned and ran as fast as I could to get out of the library. But I realized how quickly the man was coming at me and didn't think I would be able to make it out. I turned to the bathrooms and ran inside them. They were individual rooms that locked, so I figured I would be safe in there. I was just able to make it in and lock the door before the man followed. He tried getting in and then started pounding on the door and yelling. I took out my phone and called the police and told them the situation. They told me they would arrive in under 10 minutes, and after I did, I screamed to the man I had called the police and they were on their way. That seemed to work because he walked away and I didn't hear any more noises. I remained in the bathroom waiting for police to get there. After about probably 5 minutes, but felt like a lot longer, I thought about leaving the bathroom, but decided not to just to be safe. A short time later, I heard the police arrive, and eventually they got to the bathroom and I came out. What they told me when I came out was when they arrived, they saw the man hiding around the corner of the bathrooms with a piece of wood in his hands as if he was waiting to attack me. I'm very glad I stayed hiding in there and didn't come out.
My name is Sophie, and this happened several years ago when I was in college. I went to a very large university in the United States. The college had quite a bit of students, and most places you would go throughout campus, you would see many different people. Throughout my first couple of years at the college, I made quite a few friends and would hang out with them all the time. However, most of my college friends were not in the same major as me and were not in my classes. My classes were also very large, and there would be over 100 people in them. During the beginning of my junior year, I was sitting next to a girl named Jordan in one of my classes. She introduced herself to me the first day after I sat down. We were both sitting in the back because we only arrived a few moments before class started and most of the seats were already taken. The next day, we both sat in the same places again. Over time, we spoke more and more and soon became good friends. We both had the same major, and Jordan told me that she had transferred from another university. As the semester went on, we started studying for our classes together in the library occasionally. Eventually, we hung out at each other's places sometimes. I lived in a house with 2 roommates, and Jordan had her own 1-bedroom apartment just off campus. One day, Jordan texted me after class and asked if I wanted to study later that night. I said yes because we did have a big test coming up. Jordan had told me that she had an off-campus job at a shoe store and asked if I could pick her up. She said her car was having problems and she had to walk to work that day. It wasn't a problem for me, and she gave me the address, which was roughly 5 minutes away from my house. Jordan said that she got off at 9 p.m., so I drove there and waited. I parked on the side of the street across from the store. It was a quieter side of town and an old shoe store that seemed like nobody went to. I had wondered why and how Jordan had gotten a job there. It was next door to a couple of other businesses, and I don't remember exactly what they were, but they weren't very popular. Across the street from them was like a wildlife park. I couldn't park directly across the street and had to parallel park a little ways down. I texted her that I was there and waited for a response. It was only 8:55, so I wasn't surprised when she didn't respond for the first couple of minutes. Then, 9 o'clock came and went, and there was still no response from Jordan. As I was sitting there waiting, suddenly I saw a man in front of my car. He must have walked out from the woods area that was next to the street. That was pretty creepy in itself. The man walked right up to my window and signaled for me to roll it down. I did roll it down, and the man leaned in. He asked if he could have a ride. This guy was already giving me the creeps. He had seemingly just emerged from the woods, and I had no clue who he was. He was wearing just a sweatshirt, jeans, and a beanie. Then he said to me he was going to need to get inside my car, or something like that. Then he started to reach inside. I followed my instincts, and I whipped the car into drive and sped out of there. The guy yelled a few things as I left, but I have no clue what they were. I drove to the next street, and my heart was racing. It wasn't until my phone started ringing that I remembered about Jordan. I hadn't even picked her up. I answered my phone, and it was Jordan. She asked me where I had gone and said that she was outside looking for me. I told her about what had happened and said that I was on my way back. I was now worried about Jordan. If there was some guy that wanted to get into my car, I feared Jordan might be in danger. I drove back around the block to the street where the shoe store was. When I got there, the street was very quiet and seemingly empty, other than a few cars parked on the side of the road. I didn't see the man, so that was good. I parked where I had been before, but was very nervous. As soon as I parked, I called Jordan to tell her that I was there. She answered and told me that she was crossing the street, and I saw her up a ways. I was really glad to see her. She walked to my car and then opened the passenger's door. She got like halfway inside and then said that she had forgotten something and quickly left the car and started going to the rear of my vehicle. She left the door wide open, and I leaned over to ask her what she was doing. But just then, the man appeared again. He came from the back side of my car and entered through the wide open door. I tried to put my car into drive again, but he grabbed my wrist. With my other hand, I opened my driver's door. We struggled for a few seconds with the man trying to grab me. I was able to make it just outside of my door, and when I did, I ran across the street. The man followed after me. All of the businesses and stores on that side of the street were now closed, and I had to run all the way down the sidewalk. I got around to the corner and could hear the man was still behind me. When I made it around the corner, I ran behind one of the buildings into an alleyway and hid there. I don't think he knew where I went, and he seemed to walk around the area for a bit and then turn back. I stayed there, hiding behind a dumpster, and I called the police, and then I called Jordan. She didn't answer, and I was really worried about her. I left my hiding spot to go back to the street. When I did, I saw that my car was now gone. I had left the keys in the ignition after all, so I wasn't too surprised. I called out for Jordan, but she wasn't answering me. I called her over and over on her phone as well, but she didn't pick up. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. I told them everything and about Jordan, who I couldn't locate. I answered a bunch of questions over the next hour or so, and then got a ride home. The next day, I was told that Jordan and the man had both been located. What surprised me was that they had been working together. It all made sense after I thought about it. I was really shocked though. I had considered her to be my best friend. My name is Emily. Many years ago, when I was a little kid, I had a best friend named Jenna. We met during kindergarten, I remember, and we liked a lot of the same things. We went to school together and hung out all the time for like 2 years. However, after second grade, Jenna and her family moved away, and I didn't get to see her anymore. Obviously, we were little kids, and this was a long time ago, so we weren't able to stay in touch. I ended up making a bunch of new friends over the years, and I sort of forgot about Jenna. I would occasionally remember her in the fun times that we had, and I would wonder how she was doing. Unfortunately, I never would know, and the older and busier I got, the less I would remember her. Well, about a year ago, out of nowhere, I received a friend request on Facebook from Jenna. I'll leave out her last name. At first, I didn't know who she was, but I soon remembered. I couldn't believe that she had found me. I didn't really recognize her in her picture because we were both adults now, and I hadn't seen her since we were like 7. I sent her a message, and soon after, we were messaging each other daily. Basically, we were just catching up and telling about ourselves now. It was kind of weird because we hadn't been friends in such a long time that it felt like I was meeting her for the first time, but also we had been such good friends in the past. She said that she lived in St. Louis now. I lived in Atlanta, and I told her that, and she replied that she traveled there for work all the time. She said that she would be here in 2 weeks. I thought this was too good to be true and offered her to stay at my house. At first, she declined and she said that she would get a hotel, but I insisted. I thought that it would be a great idea. I lived by myself in a smaller house and was interested in spending time with my old best friend. 2 weeks later, she came into town and I welcomed her into my home. We got along great. We would both leave for work at the same time, and when we got off, I would show her cool places around the city and things like that. However, one night, I woke up to a noise inside my house. I was in my bedroom, and Jenna was staying in the one spare bedroom that I had. I quickly realized that she must be up for some reason. It was 3 a.m., and I rolled back over to go back to sleep. But the noises just seemed strange. The noises weren't of somebody just walking, but more the sounds of somebody moving something around. It sounded like it was coming from the living room. I got up quietly and made my way to the doorway and looked out. From there, I could see the hallway and part of the living room. In the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a closet. I looked out and saw the bathroom door was open and the light was off. The guest bedroom door was closed and that light was off as well. I started to wonder if Jenna was still sleeping and maybe somebody had broken in or something. I kept looking out and into the living room. I could now tell that that was where the noises were coming from. The noises continued on and off for another minute or so. Then someone came into my view. It didn't take me long to see that it was Jenna. I didn't know what she was doing though. For some reason, I didn't want to call out to her either. It looked as though she was looking for something. I decided to just go back to bed. The next morning, I asked Jenna if she had slept good. She said yes, and then I told her I thought I heard a noise in the house. I was basically trying to find out what she was doing without directly asking her. She said that was strange because she had slept right through the night. I told her it must have been nothing, but I was a little suspicious now. She was only staying with me for 2 more days at that point. The next night, I slept good and didn't wake up at all. But the one after that, which was Jenna's last night of staying there, was different. I woke up in the middle of the night once again. When I did, I heard some noises inside my bedroom this time. They were quiet, but loud enough to wake me up apparently. I looked over and saw Jenna crouched down, going through my desk drawers. I was going to say something, but I couldn't. For some reason, I decided to pretend that I was sleeping again. I could hear her trying to be quiet and going through my things. As I was laying there, I was able to get up the courage, and I sat up and spoke. I said, "Jenna, what are you doing?" Jenna stopped and turned around. She looked shocked to see me. She then got up and walked quickly out of the room. She shut my door behind her. I then heard her go into my spare bedroom where she had been staying. Then, less than a minute later, she exited that room and walked out of the house. Then she drove off. I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. I had no idea what to do, so I went back to bed. The next morning, when I got up, I looked to see that she had blocked my number and blocked me on Facebook. I also later found that she had stolen several items from my house. Looking back at this, I should have never let her stay with me. For someone I hadn't seen in so long, it wasn't a smart idea. I also wonder how she found me again and why she did that to me.
This was several years ago. At the time, I was living in a house all by myself. I had just recently bought it, and this was my first house. The house itself was relatively small, but it had a decent-sized yard in the back, and was also very affordable to me at the time. This story takes place several months after I moved in. Everything was going really well, until one day when I got up, it appeared as though someone had tried to break into my house. I had opened up the front door and saw that there were scratches and marks on it. And then when I went around to the back, I saw some marks on there as well. Then, several days later, a package was stolen off my front step. Now, I never saw or heard anything, but it was pretty scary still, and I decided that I would install a security camera to get to the bottom of what was happening. I purchased a very small security camera that I would be able to keep hidden near an area of my front door. I set it up in the morning and placed it behind one of the lights on my front porch. I positioned it so it showed my front door area. I was really impressed with the job that I did setting it up, because when I looked at it, it was completely hidden and I couldn't tell that it was there at all. After that, all I had to do was wait. Several days went by, and I hadn't heard or seen anything strange, but I decided to review the security footage and see. The camera would pick up any type of movement in my front door area. There were several times that I saw me entering the house, and a couple times of mail being delivered. But other than that, there was one time that it picked up at night that I didn't recognize. I was creeped out as I played the footage. What it showed was a man walk up to the front steps onto my porch. I didn't recognize him at all. As he got closer, I saw that he was wearing a ski mask over his face, and he wore all black clothes as well. He walked straight up to where the camera was and looked right at it as if he knew exactly where it was. He then lifted his mask just enough to show his mouth to reveal a wide, creepy smile on his face. After that, he waved and then turned around and walked away. I was horrified. How did he know exactly where I had installed the camera? It was as if he knew before he even walked up to the house. It made me realize there was a possibility he had been watching me install it. I went to the police after that, and they took my information down and saw the video. They told me to call them if anything else suspicious happened. I was on edge for a few days, and finally one night at about midnight, I heard a scratching coming from my back door this time. Unfortunately, I didn't have a camera set up to my back door, and I had a feeling whoever was there knew that. I got out my phone ready to call the police. Then I heard a bang come from the window next to my back door. I turned on all the lights and screamed that I had called the police, Then I actually called them. I went into my bedroom and locked the door. It was silenced the whole time that I waited for the police to show up. When they got there, they came inside and I spoke with them, but the man who tried to break in was long gone. Luckily, several days later, I received a call saying that the man had been caught several miles away for another attempted break-in. I'm glad the man was found because it was very stressful living there not knowing what would happen next.